Advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories, call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories, call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Welcome to Aneke Sports this morning here on Sports Wrap. I am your one and only sports oracle. I hope you had a wonderful weekend and I hope you had a great time just sporting over the weekend. I'm telling you, over the weekend there are a lot of things that happened, moving from cricket to sports. I'm talking about football to swimming to a lot of fans game and other things that went on board yesterday and day before yesterday in the world of sports. But most importantly, this morning, I'm not doing this alone. I'm doing this with one of the best and who will bring it as it is. And who, in this special commentary session that we always have on Sports Wrap Monday, I have my one and only Worldwide. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
How has it been with you over the weekend? How was your game and other things? Did you sleep well? Let me just start with, did you sleep well?
Yeah, I slept well because my club won at least. So
okay, your club won. That was why you... Okay.
Yeah, so all those many drama of feeling the pain of your club losing.
Okay.
So I slept well.
Are you indirectly subbing somebody?
No.
Because you know that the top teams won. Like
almost everybody won.
Almost everybody won. So, I mean, people that mean business, of course. But you know, someone told me yesterday that if Manchester United were behind Arsenal, that there would be some... That if Aston Villa is just below Arsenal right now. Now, look at what he said. He said that if Aston Villa is below Arsenal, that if Arsenal makes a mistake to get to, not to be able to take the trophy, that Aston Villa will not even... No, Aston Villa will not.
That's if it's Aston Villa.
If it's Aston Villa, but if it's someone like Man United or even Manchester City. So do you think that, looking at how Arsenal... I want to start with Arsenal because Arsenal is the reason why we are having this Premier League this season. So do you think Arsenal has a greater chance? That's the first question I'm hitting right now.
Well, right now, Arsenal are playing very good football.
Okay,
now.
Yeah.
Another club that is playing a very good football is Man U. But when it comes to Man City, trying to overtake Arsenal,
all right,
that's looking like something so impossible.
Man City overtaking Arsenal.
They are not playing at their best right now.
Are you serious?
Was it not on Sunday they had 2 goals ahead? And for a Tottenham that is not informed.
That's not informed.
Coming back to play 2-2 and you say you want to win the league, you want to come and overtake Arsenal.
No, the thing is, let's talk about this. Look at how this thing is. Manchester City, they are not in the same. Let's say all of them are in the same league position, kind of thing. But look at it. Guardiola said this morning that he is not ready to give up on this title. Do you think Guardiola is right to say such a thing?
Of course, as a coach, you can't say never.
But looking at this, let's talk about Man City now. Looking at Man City's team years ago and looking at Guardiola's team now, like, don't you think Guardiola is actually everything is on his neck? Because look at his strikers. Do you get?
Funny enough, Guardiola has, will I say, sufficient players right now.
Okay.
If you look at almost every position, there is always someone to replace anybody in that team. If you come to strike, you have Haaland, you have Mamouche. If you come to wingers, you have Doku. You have Semenyo.
Then you have Foden.
You have Silva. You have Savinho.
Then,
in fact,
if you come to meet Cheki,
you have Reinders. You have Rodri.
No. There's this guy he played yesterday. He played El Nasri. He played. He played during yesterday's match. Yes. He played in AFCON. He's an African. Okay. I think he's an Egyptian. So he actually played a good game, and he tried his best to make sure he was almost at enough. I can remember because I watched that match yesterday. But looking at their match yesterday, I'm coming in Premier League because Premier League is one of the leagues right now that is hot. And I was telling my guys yesterday while we were watching the game, I was telling them as the sports oracle that I have an advantage over teams as the sports oracle to predict what the teams will be. Right. And that's why I'm asking you, do you think if Aston Villa has an opportunity to override Arsenal, they will?
Aston Villa cannot. In fact, they don't have the opportunity. Look at them against who did they play over the weekend? Losing a goal to knee against Brentford.
Okay.
Who took red card. You cannot come back and win. In fact,
no. See,
Aston Villa is not part of it.
Aston Villa. He said Aston Villa is not.
If you are saying Manchester United,
no.
I would nod my head.
Even Chelsea. If Chelsea is actually just below Arsenal, even if it's Man U.
Yes, the form Man U. Now Man U has gone let's say 3 games unbeaten. Scoring goals. It's not just winning 1-0.
Yes, do you get?
Man U are winning 3, 4. Look at their game against the Arsenal.
That game against 3-2, and it was a dramatic comeback. Always a dramatic.
They were playing, I think 2-2 as that. It is something.
Yes. Yeah.
Bruno Fernandes came and did his own wonder again. Got 2 assists in fact.
Do you get? Now I want to show you that Bruno Fernandes. A lot of arguments are going on about Bruno Fernandes. Where I was seated to watch the match. Where I sat to had to view my match because it was a lot yesterday, so I had to just steal some time to see the match. Now, yesterday as I was seeing the match, some guys around me were talking. I told them, go back and find your facts, right? Fact check yourself. But let me ask you, Bruno Fernandes, the argument is between Bruno Fernandes and Odegaard, who is a minstrel. And is it not an insult on Bruno Fernandes? I think we have to see who...
in fact, there's no argument there. As at now.
Not right now.
There's no argument. Even as at before, there was no argument. How many assists does Odegaard have? How many chances is Odegaard creating?
We have, right now, I have a compilation, not a video, but a picture that has Bruno Fernandes, what he has actually what he has actually done
this season.
He is first in every category.
Odegaard is not even close.
Odegaard,
mentioning somebody else.
But who can you mention in the world?
Odegaard is not close.
But I'm asking now. He is first in the Premier League. Yes. I'm asking in the world now. I told the guy, okay, let's say it is number 1. Bruno, look at it. Bruno Fernandes is this season's leading creator. Assists, he's 12.
First position.
First, do you get assists from set piece, which you saw yesterday?
Yes.
That he assisted that goal. Casemiro had to nod into the cross the game. Now you will see chances created too. Chances created. You see that chances created, including assists, 68, and chances created from open play, 45. You see all these things.
I would have loved to see Odegaard stats. There will be no argument. We'll just see the stats. You will know who is better.
You know why? You know one thing I have learned. You will not see Odegaard stats.
There's no stats.
There's no stats to Odegaard.
Apart from yesterday that he got an assist, I think. When was the last time Odegaard had an assist?
When was the last time Odegaard really had an assist?
Odegaard has not even been... In fact, if you want to talk about someone performing in Arsenal now, you should be saying Madueke.
Yes.
If Madueke does not have a goal, he will get an assist.
Of course.
If you are mentioning Odegaard this season, I begin to wonder where you are getting the stats from. What is he doing?
What is he actually
scoring or is he assisting?
No, he's not. The thing is that Odegaard is not scoring. Looking at what Bruno Fernandes has done,
you cannot be comparing. That's not. Let's not even go there. That's not.
That's not be an argument. Did you notice from the point of what midfielders do that there's no other person that have their stats graphics I showed you?
Yes.
There's no other person that have their
right now,
there's no other person that have their okay. Let's talk about other midfield spectrums across Europe. No, across Europe. Do you think can match Bruno Fernandes now in assists and other things?
Right now, I can tell you it's very difficult for me to pick out somebody
that can match Bruno Fernandes.
Right now, I'm trying to picture
Because-
all the midfielders.
Because I was
But in Premier League, I'm not seeing anybody. I'm trying to go to La Liga.
La Liga. Do you get?
To see someone that is performing.
Of course, we can talk about Jude Bellingham.
Yes, if you
trying
say
his
Bellingham,
best.
He's trying his best. but
Trying
not
his
even
best.
there.
Not even there. We talk about we come to them. All these they are not there. They are not there.
Leave this midfield for Fernandes.
For Fernandes.
Just leave it for him.
Do you get?
It's all those our old guys. Maybe if you are talking about what's it called, De Bruyne or Modric.
Yes.
You will not be saying, okay, Bruno Fernandes is getting there. It's not there. Those ones they are senior men.
They are senior men, of course. They are really.
But now in the Premier League, okay, after Fernandes, who is the next on assist?
Who will be next on assist? Of course, we are looking at Cole Palmer trying his best to do what.
You should just take code. He's cool.
You are good, man. You are good.
You should just take code. You should not be comparing Fernandes.
You are good. You are good.
It's cool.
It's cool.
So he has a growing injury. Be what they say he has.
Yes,
So he should
yes,
just be growing with that injury. He cannot be comparing.
This guy is busting my brain here.
Just Cole Palmer.
Did you get? Well, I think we have to just switch to like a more home-based kind of sports, and where we are having our news that Victor Osimhen has scored 200 career goal in Galatasaray's big win over Kayserispor yesterday in the game they had yesterday, where they played 4-0 against the guys, and he had a goal. He also had an assist. Do you get? Now looking at Victor Osimhen, do you think Victor Osimhen he achieved this very early compared to other players across Nigeria's game? And I think he's at the top of this basically as one of the the major person who is having. What do you think about Victor Osimhen's adventure and victory so far, especially the drama between Napoli? He went from Napoli to Galatasaray and he was not short. And the news reaching me as the sports oracle is that in Turkey he is celebrated. He is a celebrity. He is not just a footballer. Anywhere you mention Victor Osimhen, he is a celebrity in Turkey to everyone. He is seen, let me use the word, as a demigod. Let's use that word, demigod. So what do you think about Victor Osimhen? What do you think about his career so far and how he has flourished?
Well, for Victor Osimhen, I would say when you are good, you are good.
You are good, I beg. Do you get?
You are good, you are good.
Yeah.
Right now, this is someone that came from Napoli. There was speculations everywhere and there whether he will perform the way he was Napoli. But we can see all he's doing. He has 51 goals now for Galatasaray. If you come to Nigeria, he's the second highest goal scorer in
Yes,
Nigeria,
he has
right?
35.
Pursuing Yekini,
Rashidi
which we know
Yekini.
he will overtake
By God's grace, because
He will overtake.
yes, of course.
Yekini is on 37.
Yes.
He's on 35. Just 2 more goals.
2 more goals.
Well, Osimhen has done very well, and I can say for me, I'm proud to be in this generation to witness a striker like Osimhen.
Like Osimhen.
Igbo will say Nka.
Of course.
In the world now, without sentiment, Osimhen should be among top 5 best striker right now in the world.
In the world.
If you are mentioning Mbappe, Aneke, Haaland, the next person
is Osimhen. Do you get? I don't know why he's not seen as a
any club now. They should be hunting for Osimhen this period.
But there's a lot of rumor around Osimhen basically trying to, not be that guy who can sustain the game. Now, comparing Osimhen with Premier League strikers, Premier League driven, like Premier League strikers, people who are striking in the Premier League. Okay. Do you think Osimhen will flourish in the Premier League?
Well, I would say yes, because he has done it in Italy.
Okay.
Where he played for some club in France. I can't remember right now.
Yes.
He has played in Italy. He has played in France. He's in Turkey. What's left? You can say Premier League is hard, it's tough. But imagine someone like Osimhen in Man City.
Now let's talk about. Let's also talk about Osimhen. Imagine Osimhen. Let's say Man City plays 4-4-2. Now you have Osimhen.
Yes.
Then you have a replacement, either Osimhen. Then you have Semenyo.
Even don't give me Osimhen and Haaland. Just give me only Osimhen.
Only Osimhen. Do you get?
Give me those guys, Bernardo Silva at the back to feed him.
Do you see?
Osimhen 10 chances, he'll give you 7.
Okay, now let's talk about this. I think that as the sports oracle and me and worldwide, I think let's agree on something. Do you know if this guy moves to Galatasaray, he will really do well? I'm talking about Kevin De Bruyne.
Yes,
He
of
would
course,
do well because
do well.
Kevin De Bruyne, the work of the number 10 is to assist,
To assist, to just give the pass.
give the
Let the
pass,
striker
let the
feel.
striker
If you
feel.
have a good striker like Osimhen and then De Bruyne at the back,
You see what's going to
I
happen.
think Osimhen should be around 70 something goals by now.
Yes, of
He's
course.
on 51, but if it was De Bruyne,
The brain that was
he'd be on
assisting.
70 something
Do
goals.
you see that thing? All right, this is where we call it a morning, and this is what it is, and this is how it is happening so far in the world of sports. I'm sorry we could not take you all across all we have prepared, but because of time, we're going to bring it to you tomorrow, and we're going to show you how it has been happening and how it is in the world of sports. I did this morning with my one and only worldwide. He is one of the sports or like a sports oracle too. So we know what we do and we know how we do it best in this world of sports. See you same time, same station here on Aneke TV. Make sure you join us 8:30 in the morning. We have kicked off and we'll be bringing you what it is and how it is in the world of sports. My name is Good Hope Chukuma, the sports oracle. Have a good morning. Thank you.
Sports build discipline, teamwork, and strength. From football fields to basketball courts, sports teach focus and resilience. Support sports. They keep youth engaged, healthy, and off dangerous paths. Every champion started with a single game. Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Good day, Nigerians. Electricity has always been a major concern for Nigerians, from households to businesses. Today, we hit the streets to ask everyday Nigerians on a simple question: are you satisfied with the current electricity supply in your area?
I think there is a little improvement in terms of distribution, but the tariff, I'm not happy with the tariff. There is an increase in tariff. It's not about where I live. Everybody feels it because, I mean, whatever you put in, before a day or two, it goes up. So, yeah, it's not satisfactory. So they need to review the tariff, you know, to a government that feels for the people. People should enjoy something from the government. Almost all the things that are controlled by the state is on the increase. Think about electricity, think about fuel supply, water supply. It's not fair. An average Nigerian deserves a bit of fresh air, you know, so they can start it with reducing the tariff. For once, let's feel a reduction in tariff.
I'm not satisfied at all. The tariff is very, very high. Like 4 units for 1,000 naira is too much. It's too high. They should be giving us like 10 units for 1,000, please. It's too high. It's affecting me because I'm using industrial machine. I'm using a lot of electronics, so it's affecting me seriously. Sometimes you will collect a customer clothes that will charge the person like 10,000 naira. The light that you buy to sew the clothes is even more than the money that you charge the customer, so it's too high. Please, they should do something about it. They should do something about it. Even if they should increase the units. That 4 units for 1,000 naira is too much. It's too much.
Please, not fully satisfied, but it's the better. It's very, very better. I'm from the village, and we are getting it better now. At least when we have full light, and there's no day we don't have it. So I'm very happy now that something is very, very fine. Please, very fine. I mean very fine. Before, it used to affect me because I may not have The main thing I have is the fridge and the phone.
Date on Aneke TV, your reliable source for the top stories making Nigeria and the world today. I'm Deborah Wakoba. Thank you for joining us. Now moving over to the headlines. The federal government unveils to dismantle terrorist improvised explosive device networks across the country. And on the foreign scene, at least 220 following a devastating mine collapse in Rubaya, Republic of Congo. And on business, the United States and Nigeria sealed a major 5-year agreement to boost non-oil trade and strengthen economic ties. In entertainment, American music and star Cardi B addressed speculation surrounding the name of her newborn son. And now to the news in details. The federal government has launched a new national counter-IED enterprise plan to disrupt the supply of raw materials used to make improvised explosive devices. The Office of the National Security Advisor says the strategy shifts from reacting to explosions to preventing diversion of industrial chemicals and dual-use components before they reach insurgents. The National Counter-Terrorism Center's forensic laboratory is being upgraded into a high-tech hub to analyze recovered devices. Experts will study construction methods and material signatures to generate intelligence on bomb makers' identities and methods. A new weapons intelligence team will ensure field units get timely data on evolving threats. Military commanders in the northeast report that poor road conditions have become hotspot for IED attacks, which insurgents use when unable to engage in direct combat. Nigeria is partnering with NATO Counter-IED Center of Excellence and the World Customs Organization program Global Shield to strengthen border controls and components at ports before they reach terror cells. The Enugu State Police Command arrested 552 suspects and recovered weapons and stolen vehicles between January 24 and 30, 2026. According to statistics released by the Police Public Relations Officer, Mr. Daniel Ndukwe. Arrests include suspects in armed robbery, kidnapping, murder, rape, defilement, coercion, and other offences. Police recovered 1 firearm, 20 rounds of ammunition, 6 stolen vehicles, and a large quantity of what is suspected to be Indian hemp. 3 kidnapped victims were rescued from criminal hideouts during sustained intelligence-led operations. Mr. Ndukwe attributed the achievement to improved intelligence gathering, effective collaboration with security agencies, and public support. He assured residents of the command's continued commitment to fighting crime and maintaining safety across Enugu State. The Rivers State government has dismissed claims that it blocked access to Yakubu Gowon Stadium in Port Harcourt for the inauguration of the Renewed Hope Ambassadors Group. The state says the stadium is under reconstruction and unsafe for public events. The allegation was made by the Rivers State coordinator of the group, Desmond Akawo, and supported by the Federal Capital Territory Minister, Mr. Nyesom Wike, at an event held in Captain Elechi Amadi Polytechnic. Mr. Wike warned that supporters would force entry if denied access again. State officials, including the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Information, and the Commissioner for Sports, inspected the facility with its site engineer and said ongoing work makes the venue unusable. The government urged political leaders to prioritize public interest over political ambitions. In the Federal Capital Territory, an EFCC operative tested that investigated $2 million in cash and property documents of Godwin Emefiele. The money was traced to the Lagos headquarters of Zenith Bank, where it was allegedly held by a lawyer acting on Emefiele's behalf. The money was traded. The prosecution also presented in Memos, they say, show approvals for large payments for renovation, landscaping and furnishings of official residence and offices. Bank statements from 2015 were cited as evidence that funds were paid to private contractors for upgrades. The defense raised concerns about repetitive testimony and the trial was adjourned to March 2026. Emefiele faces a 20-count charge related to fraud totaling 1.2 billion naira. Senators have raised alarm over severe funding shortfall paralyzing Senate standing committees ahead of the 2026 budget cycle. Lawmakers say zero allocations are hindering basic operation, including meetings with government agencies. Senator Anthony Ani highlighted that the Southeast Development Commission Committee has received creation. Others noted a growing backlog of unpaid contracts from 2024 and warned that planned budget reforms could be jumped. We'll be taking a short break, and when we come back, we'll give you more news. Stay with us.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless. It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose heart is God. I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now and Aneke TV, move with the world.
Good day. Been very fine. Before, it used to affect me because I may not have the main thing I have is the fridge and the phone. So at times I will put something inside the fridge, it will spoil. But now it's no more like that. When I put, if there's no light in the morning, it will be in the night. Then my phone now is always available. Yes, there's a big change. They are doing better. Please, myself and other people around me will confirm. Because it's a village that know the most thing that is happening.
There should be a constant interaction, one-on-one interaction, with stakeholder. There should be a kind of maybe monthly, or quarterly. The electricity distribution should convene a stakeholder meeting so that we can sit down and interact to know the way forward. Because the way things are, almost our earning is going into electricity.
They provide light very well, but the price is kind of high. But their light is, at least in a 24-hour space, we can have light for 20 hours.
Unit of light, they should bring it down a little. Though I'm impressed with the amount of light we are getting currently, but it's too expensive, to be honest.
City remains a top concern. We want to hear from you. Comment below. Let us know your experience. Chinaza Ifeanyi, Aneke TV.
Advertise with us. Cover your events. Share your story. Call 070-3043-7110 today. Aneke TV, move with the world. Come back, still on the news. The Minister of Defense, Grand General Christopher Musa, has assured citizens that the country is steadily gaining ground in the battle against insecurity. He spoke in Abuja at the Our Nigerian News Awards, emphasizing improvement in security through a whole of society approach that involves both security agencies and local communities. General Musa described modern threats as predominantly asymmetric, with internal actors posing complex challenges. He called on Nigerians to collaborate closely with security forces by reporting suspicious activities promptly. The minister also highlighted enhanced international cooperation following a diplomatic trip to Turkey with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, noting that new strategic agreements will strengthen Nigeria's defense capabilities as the nation seeks to protect its sovereignty. Following the resumption of full social and commercial activities in Anambra State, the State Police Command has ordered extensive patrol deployments to maintain public safety. The Commissioner of Police in the state, Mr. Ikoye Orutugu, at a high-level meeting in Oka, directed tactical intelligence-driven patrols to safeguard residents and businesses. Area commanders have been placed on heightened alert to detect and deter security threats before they materialize. The Commission also warned against the spread of fake news on social media that could spark unrest, urging citizens to report credible information directly to law enforcement. Police Public Relations Officer Tochukwu Ikenga affirmed that the command remains fully mobilized, combining high-tech surveillance with rapid response teams to sustain peace and stability as normal life resumes across the state. The Kwara State government has reopened schools after 3 months of closure due to threat of banditry in border and forest. Commissioner in the state, Dr. Lawal, that schools will resume operations, citing a reported improvement in security following sustained military efforts. The closure, which began in November 2025 and affected institutions including the Kwara State College of Education, overall was lifted with caution. The government said security agencies remain on high alert to prevent any resurgence of criminal activities targeting students and work closely with security personnel stationed at vulnerable areas to ensure a safe learning environment as academics. Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde has declared that his political ascent was ordained by God, not a human godfather. Speaking at the Thanksgiving services in Ibadan marking the state's 50th anniversary, he dismissed critics' claims that political patrons were behind his rise in power. Makinde noted that seeking support during campaigns does not equate to owning one's leadership to a single individual. He referenced the symbolic significance of the number 8 in his administration's tenure as emblematic of new beginnings. Guests at the service include former NAB praise Makinde's governance. The celebration continues with cultural exhibitions and public lectures focused on the future development of Oyo. Governor Peter named the Sun newspaper's Man of the Year in recognition of his administration focus on rural development. Business leader, High Chief Dr. Jerry Patrick Onwakaibe described the award as a reflection of Mba's people-centered governance. Significant investment under the governor's leadership include nearly 20 kilometers of new road construction in the Mburubu community, easing movement and promoting economic activity in once isolated areas. Additional projects nearing completion include a modern smart green school and a Type 2 primary healthcare hospital designed to improve rural education and healthcare access. Local leaders have backed the governor's vision, noting that these infrastructure developments have spurred business activities and restored public confidence in government delivery for rural citizens. News around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on our social media platform, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now, here's a quick recap of the major stories making the news. The Minister of Defense, General Christopher Musa, says Nigeria is close to winning the war against terrorism. And coming up shortly, on the foreign scene, Moroccan authorities have deployed the military as thousands flee devastating floods. And on business front, rising energy costs are taking a heavy toll on Nigerian manufacturers. And in sports, former Enugu Rangers spokesman Norberto Coley has been laid to rest in an emotional ceremony in Amoli community. We'll be right back.
the insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless. It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose heart is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Traffic flooding continues in northwest Morocco after weeks of torrential rain caused the Locust River to overflow, submerging an entire neighborhood in Sar Kabir and forcing more than 20,000 people into emergency shelters. The Moroccan military has been mobilizing a major rescue and stabilization operation, erecting barriers and sandbags to protect vulnerable communities. Water releases from overloaded dams contributed to the flooding, worsening the crisis for residents already battling high waters. Authorities have ordered schools to remain closed through February 7th in the hardest hit areas as emergency efforts continue. In nearby Sidi Kasem province, the rising Sebal River has led to further evacuations. While some floodwaters are now receding, officials say the situation remains critical as they work to prevent further loss of life. Tensions in the Middle East have escalated in Iran's parliament declared all European Union armies as terrorist group, following the EU's decision to blacklist Iran's Revolutionary Guards. Lawmakers in Tehran voiced strong opposition to Western pressure, amplifying regional diplomatic strain. The United States has increased its military presence in the region, deploying an aircraft carrier and 6 destroyers near Iranian waters. President Trump stated that targeted strikes remain on the table, while the Iran supreme leader warned against intimidation, pledging a strong response to any attack. Despite heated rhetoric, diplomatic channels remain open. Iranian officials in Washington indicate ongoing talks through regional mediators through disagreement persist over nuclear restriction and defensive capabilities. Tens of thousands of people rallied in Prague's historic squares to support Czech's President Peter Pavel, who is in a political standoff with the new Eurosceptic government. Protesters estimated that nearly 90,000 expressed concern over the government's direction and recent controversial cabinet nominations. The dispute centers on the blocked appointment of a minister-designate accused of past Nazi-themed behavior, a move that sparked national and international attention. President Pavel also referred allegations of threatening messages from the foreign minister for investigation, deepening the political conflict. The government has rejected the accusation as political maneuvering. Pro-democracy groups have already announced plans for further nationwide protests in mid-February amid mounting public division. Kuwait has announced key leadership changes with new appointments to its finance and foreign ministries, according to the state news agency Kuna. Yaqub al-Rifai is now finance minister and Jara Jaber al-Ahmad al-Sabah has taken over as foreign minister. Officials say the shift is designed to bolster Kuwait's economic, management and diplomatic strategy as regional geopolitical dynamics evolve. The government has emphasized continuity and stability during the transition. Details on policy direction have not yet been released, but both ministers are expected to begin work immediately to support ongoing national priorities. Nigeria has been officially removed from the European Union's high-risk list for money laundering and a major milestone in its reforming agenda. The decision follows significant regulatory changes led by Central Bank Governor Olayemi Cardoso, including exchange rate unification and enhanced financial surveillance. The removal of enhanced due diligence requirements effective January 29, 2026 is expected to boost investor confidence and lower transaction costs. World Bank and financial experts have already revised Nigeria's growth outlook upward. The The delisting opens opportunity for increased foreign investment, smoother debt settlement, and stronger remittance flows, supporting economic stability. Dangote Industries Limited (DIL) and the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited (NNPCL) have signed an enhanced gas supply agreement to support major expansion projects. Subsidiaries of DIL, including the Dangote Petroleum Refinery, Fertilizer Plant, and Dangote Cement PLC, have upscaled gas purchase terms with NNPC Gas Marketing and NGIC. The agreement signed at the unveiling of the NNPC Gas Master Plan 2026 in Abuja are expected to secure adequate supply for increased production capacity and cleaner energy use. Company executives say the deal marks a key milestone in expansion objectives. The partnership is seen as strengthening of industrial energy infrastructure that underpins Nigeria's economic growth plans. Arsenal claimed the inaugural FIFA Women's Champions Cup, defeating Corinthians 3-2 after extra time at the Emirates Stadium. Kathleen Ford scored the winning goal, securing the title and a $2.3 million prize, the largest in women's club football history. Olivia Smith opened the scoring for Arsenal, with Gabi Zanotti equalizing for Corinthians. Lotte Wuben-Moy appeared to seal the win before an injury time penalty from Vic Abukwe forced extra time. The tournament brought together continental champions worldwide, and Arsenal's victory underscores their status as leading force in the women's game. Manchester dropped points in a 2-2 draw at Tottenham Hotspur, surrendering a 2-goal lead and falling 6 points behind Premier League leaders Arsenal. Ryan Cherki and Anthony Semenyo put City ahead before Spurs staged a second-half comeback. Dominic Solanke scored both goals for Tottenham, including a remarkable finish that secured the draw. City manager Pep Guardiola expressed frustration with officiating but stressed belief in his squad's ability to stay in the title race with 14 games remaining. Tottenham, coping with a significant injury list, hailed the result as a boost to their season across domestic European competitions. The remains of Norbert Okolie, former Director of Media and Communications for Rangers International FC of Enugu, were laid to rest at his family home in Ogu local government area, Enugu State. Okolie, aged 53, passed away on November 16, 2025 after a period of illness. A respected journalist and club media manager, Okolie served in national and international sports media before strengthening Rangers FC's media presence. The funeral mass at St. Mark Matthew Catholic Church drew dignitaries and colleagues in tribute to his life of service. Rangers FC officials expressed deep sorrow and assured ongoing support for Okolie's widow and children, highlighting his legacy in the football community. Pastor and relationship coach Kingsley Okonkwo has responded to social media criticism over his new tattoo reading 3 verse 16, referencing John 3:16. The ink sparked debate among followers who questioned his appropriateness for a clergyman. In a post on Instagram, Okonkwo emphasized that the controversy amplified the gospel message to a wider audience. He said he will offer a full explanation during his Monday night service. The pastor redirected attention to his upcoming Thanksgiving service, framing the reaction as an opportunity for reflection rather than distraction. And finally, before we go on news around the globe, here's a recap of our top stories. The nationwide strike by the Joint Health Sector Union JHOSU has entered its third month, with services in government-owned hospitals across Nigeria still significantly disrupted. The prolonged industrial action continues to affect patient care, delay treatment, and place additional pressure on the country's already strained healthcare system. Efforts to resolve the dispute are ongoing, but no final agreement has yet been reached between the union and the federal government, leaving thousands of patients dependent on public health facilities in uncertainty. Meanwhile, the Minister of Defense, General Christopher Musa, has expressed optimism that Nigeria is nearing victory in the fight against terrorism. He reaffirmed the military's commitment to sustained operations aimed at restoring peace and stability in troubled areas. And on the foreign scene, Moroccan authorities have deployed military personnel to support emergency response efforts as severe flooding forces thousands of residents to flee their homes. Rescue and relief operations are ongoing in the worst affected regions. And in sports, family, friends and members of football community gathered in Amoli community to bid farewell to former Enugu Rangers spokesman Norberto Colli, who was laid to rest in an emotional ceremony celebrating his contribution to sports. And that's news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, visit us on our social media platforms, Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, or at Aneke TV. I am Deborah Wakba. Thank you for watching.
Beauty is not a mirror's gift. It lives deeper in how we listen, how we love, how we live. It's the kindness that lingers and the courage that doesn't quit. The world may sell perfection, but real beauty is flawed, fierce, and free. It's in stretch marks and smile lines, in stories and scars. When you see someone who glows, it's not their skin. It's their soul breaking through. That's beauty. Raw, radiant, and real.
Good day, Nigerians. Electricity has always been a major concern for Nigerians, from household to businesses. Today, we hit the streets to ask everyday Nigerians on a simple question: are you satisfied with the current electricity supply in your area?
I think there is a little improvement in terms of distribution, but the tariff, I'm not happy with the tariff. There is an increase in tariff. It's not about where I live. Everybody feels it because, I mean, whatever you put in, before a day or two, it goes up. So, yeah, it's not satisfactory. So they need to review the tariff, you know, to a government that feels for the people. People should enjoy something from the government. Almost all the things that are controlled by the state is on the increase. Think about electricity, think about fuel supply, water supply. It's not fair. An average Nigerian deserves a bit of fresh air, you know, so they can start it with reducing the tariff. For once, let's feel a reduction in tariff.
I'm not satisfied at all. The tariff is very, very high. Like 4 units for 1,000 naira is too much. It's too high. They should be giving us like 10 units for 1,000, please. It's too high. It's affecting me because I'm using industrial machine. I'm using a lot of electronics, so it's affecting me seriously. Sometimes you will collect a customer clothes that we charge the person like 10,000 naira. The light that you buy to sew the clothes is even more than the money that you charge the customer, so it's too high. Please, they should do something about it. They should do something about it. Even if they should increase the units. That 4 units for 1,000 naira is too much. It's too much.
Please, oh, not fully satisfied, but it's the better. It's very, very better. I'm from the village, and we are getting it better now. At least when we have full light, and there's no day we don't have it. So I'm very happy now that something is very, very fine. Please, very fine. I mean very fine. Before, it used to affect me because I may not have, the main thing I have is the fridge and the phone. So at times I'll put something inside the fridge, it will spoil. But now it's no more like that. When I put, if there's no light in the morning, it will be in the night. Then my phone now is always available. Yes, there's a big change. They are doing better. Please, myself and other people around me will confirm, because it's a village that know the most thing that is happening.
There should be a constant interaction, one-on-one interaction, you know, with stakeholder. There should be a kind of maybe monthly, I get me, or quarterly. The electricity distribution should convene a stakeholder meeting so that we can sit down and interact to know the way forward. Because the way things are, you know, almost our earning is going into electricity.
They provide light very well, but the price is kind of high. But their light is at least in a 24-hour space. We can have light for 20 hours. So the light is very stable. But it's just the amount, the tariff that is high.
There is a significant improvement in supply, I must confess. Yes, there is remarkable improvement. I can acknowledge that. But where the problem lies is most transformers are overloaded. And when it drops, when some phase fails or fail, the response is not rapid. It's always very, very sluggish. Then in terms of tariff, government should try to subsidize electricity for the citizens. If this economy will thrive, 200 and something naira per, what is that, kilowatts or whatever, is so outrageous in the current economy. Many Nigerians are poor.
It's necessarily affecting us. Everybody is not comfortable. The business is affecting, livelihood is affecting, because when there's light, when there's electricity available, a lot of it takes shape. But when those things are not there, a lot of things will begin to dwindle, and many persons lives with the service of electricity. There are things you may not even use your generator to operate with. There are things you must use electricity to get into doing. But when those things are not there, it affects everybody. Even the consumers and the producers. It affects the whole structure of the society. So if those who are operating the electricity system in our society will not begin to understand that they are serving people, and the people know what they are doing, we are interested, we want to use these things for our daily well-being, then things will begin to flow very well.
Personally, I'm not satisfied in any way. Because you see, sometimes it will take some time before they will bring the light. Sometimes they will bring it in a epileptic way, yet they still collect their money. They don't miss to collect their money. So for me, I'm not satisfied. I think they have to do some kind of reforms in their ministry, or whatever I should call it. Understand? Because it's not the consumers that will come and do whatever that is necessary to be done. It's the power authority. They are the people that will have to do something to improve the supply. But people are not getting the regular supply needed. But they collect money on a regular basis.
We have constant light, but the tariff is actually expensive. And I don't know about other people that could not or cannot afford tariff, how they are actually managing. They should reduce it a little. The amount for buying unit of light, they should bring it down a little. Though I'm impressed with the amount of light we are getting currently, but it's too expensive, to be honest.
From Lagos to Enugu, Nigerians share their thoughts on the state of electricity today. Whether it's consistent power or consistent outrage, one thing is clear: electricity remains a top concern. We want to hear from you. Comment below, let us know your experience. Chinaza Ifeanyi, Aneke TV.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
It was a solemn and spiritually uplifting gathering at the Holy Ghost Cathedral in Enugu as members of the Igbo community came together for the inaugural celebration and proclamation of the Igbo Day of Adoration and Thanksgiving. The annual observance, which will now take place every last Saturday of January, is dedicated to collective thanksgiving, deep reflection, and spiritual renewal among Igbo. Presiding over the Holy Mass, marking the historic occasion, the Catholic Bishop of Enugu Diocese, Most Reverend Callistus Onaga, emphasized God's enduring faithfulness in preserving the Igbo people through generations. Represented by Reverend Father Michael Amobi Obu, the bishop noted that the Igbo nation is blessed with a strong identity rooted in faith, resilience, and communal values. He called for continued prayers for peace, unity, and sustained development across Igbo land. He explained that the event serves both as a unified act of gratitude and a solemn appeal for God's continued blessing upon the people. Highlighting the collaboration between cultural institution and the church, Bishop Anaga drew lessons from the biblical story of the 10 lepers, noting that only one returned to give thanks. He stressed that gratitude remains essential to receiving greater blessings and divine favor.
So, God must sustain this race from that what a man will never leave us. He will be with us.
Yeah, good morning, 042, and good morning to everyone watching today. You're tuned into Sunrise on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness. I'm bringing you today's sunrise. I am Deborah Wakaba, coming to you live from here in Vibrant Enugu.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. Wherever you are, at home, in your office, or even in transit, thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful Monday morning. We're here, as always, to refresh, inform, and motivate.
Yes, and today is the second month of 2026, which is 2nd of February. And of course, it's another edition here on Sunrise, where we've got everything lined up for you today, from our trending stories to our weather report, and of course, that special sunrise vibe to help us start our day.
So, grab that cup of coffee or tea, relax, enjoy the ride, because the sunrise is here.
Yes, and today, coming up shortly, we'll be starting things off with our quote of the day, which is our inspiration segment, and also with that special sunrise vibe.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headlines. All the key news updates that you need to remain informed will be served, hot, debated, and of course, tasty.
And right after that, we'll be giving you our full weather report for today, covering cities across the southeast and beyond, so you'd know what to expect before stepping out. Or if you've stepped out already, it is to keep you throughout the rest of the day.
And later, we'll wrap things up by bringing to you our business news update. The man of many parts, the sports oracle, commissioner for enjoyment, and the mental mechanic.
All right, now moving over to our morning show inspiration segment, which is our quote for today, coming from Victor D.O. And in his quote, he says, "Success that adds value to oneself alone, but not to the society at large is failure in disguise. I'm going to take that quote again, coming from Victor D.O. that says, success that adds value to oneself alone, but not to the society at large, is failure in disguise. Now, this quote is saying that true success is not just personal achievement, but positive impact. In simple terms, Victor D.O. is arguing that if someone becomes wealthy, famous, or powerful without contributing anything meaningful to the society, that success is empty. It may look impressive on the outside, but is actually a failure hidden behind personal gain. And this quote emphasizes that real success should improve not only the individual's life, also benefit others through service, through innovation, through leadership, or positive change. So success that ends with me alone is incomplete, but success that lifts others and improves society is the real deal. Mr. Ocha,
Sure.
I'd like to know your thoughts.
That's the real deal. So yes, whatever value that improves society is the real deal, and that's what should concern everyone.
Yeah.
It's high time we move from self to a collective, position about success. That when I attain a certain point of success, it should be impactful on at least my immediate community. And that's why when you're talking about this quote, success that adds value to oneself alone but not to the society at large is a failure in disguise. It takes me to what Achebe did say in Things Fall Apart, and he says, a man who calls his kinsmen to a feast does not do so in order to save them from starvation.
Yeah.
And when you look at that quote, you realize that success has to be communal. It has to be impactful. You do not do, in the ways of Achebe, you don't do that to save them from starvation, but rather for you to have that impact, that communal sense of belonging.
Yeah.
And in that, it takes us to the successful men, that Nigerian successful men. And for me, these are the yardstick, because there are women who have excelled under, the circumstances that we find ourselves, the geographical location, so without the impediments or the trappings that would stop one from succeeding, we have men who have attained the climax of success. And I cite Dangote, for example. When you look at the life of Dangote, his success is so impactful. Look at the refinery, for example. You can speak to the impact of that refinery. This is success trickling down, touching everyone in our society. Who else do I mention? A good number of them. So when we think we've gotten to the climax and there's nothing, to write home on the impact about people, life well lived is how people perceive your coming and your going. Is about the testimonies about you that matters. And that's what Victor D.O. is telling us this morning. That is not just to live and say you are successful. You've gotten to the apogee that you're a double chieftaincy title holder, you're a professor of this and that, you are the richest man in the world, or you're the richest man in Southeast Nigeria, or the entire African hemisphere. That one is not impactful. There's nobody who gives testimony to what your words has accomplished in their lives, how he has impacted people. Then you are a failure in itself, and that's what D.O. is telling us. So that's why when we go through history, we remember the impact of men who has affected our lives. And such men, for me, when you come to Southeast Nigeria, you remember K.O. Mbadiwe, you look at their exploits, look at Akanu Ibiam. These are men who remember, not just because they were successful, but because their success impacted, touched the life of the common man or common man in the society. And when I go to the market, because where I come from, we are entrepreneurs, my Igbo brothers. When we go to our business places, what you do, how does it impact people? Is it about wealth accumulation? Wealth without impact? No. We should thrive. In as much as we want to be successful, let it be such that impact lives. And you can't achieve that without having what Thomas Aquinas talked about, an unexamined life. So you need to examine that life and examine the impact. At any given time, you feel that you're missing the point, you need to go back to the drawing board and see that your success is collective, that is impactful. People have good to speak of you. And Dangote is a credible example of this. So thank you this morning for bringing our attention, our mind, that yes, in this life and in this time, we can be successful, but let it be a success that would impact people. And I close again question by reminding what Chinua Achebe said. He says, a man who calls his kinsmen to a feast does not do so to save them from starvation. And that is quite apt. You engender communal fellowship with your success. Impact on others is what makes you a successful person. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that. Well, also saying if your success does not impact people in any way or doesn't make the world better in any way, then you've not really succeeded. And also, while we're going about our day-to-day, let us keep this quote in our minds coming from Victor D. Oda said, success that adds value to oneself alone but not to the society at large is a failure in disguise. So let us make our success be impactful to others. If you're a professor, let your wisdom or your word of knowledge impact students. And also remember that each new sunrise is a platform where we grow, is where we learn something new or simply be more present in whatever we do. Now let us know what this quote means to you. You can drop your thoughts across our social media platforms, Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, or at Aneke TV. And up next is our weather report.
Yes, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
Day with plenty of sunshine. Highs around the low 30 degrees Celsius, about 34 degrees Celsius with sunshine and little chance of rain. UV levels will be high, so sunglasses and sunscreen are your best friend.
Good morning, Coal City. Welcome to Enugu. Enugu's weather follows Oka's warm and partly sunny trend with highs in the low 30 degrees Celsius and a small sprinkle of clouds here and there, perfect for morning strolls.
And in Abakaliki, its summer vibes continue at Abakaliki with hot temperatures likely in the mid-30s, warm air by day and humid at night. Keep that water bottle handy.
Good morning, Imo State. Welcome to my favorite city of Owerri. Owerri enjoys the warm parade. Temperatures climbing into the mid-30 degrees Celsius with sunny spells and humidity in the mist. Light breezes might help cool things down, just a little.
And in Umahia is bringing the heat too. Similarly hot and humid conditions around 33 to 34 degrees Celsius with clear to warm skies dominating the day. Another great day to sip chill juice and stay cool.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, but do remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise on Aneke TV. We'll go on a short break and we'll return with more news updates.
Advertise with us. Cover your event. Share your story. Call 070-3043-7110 today. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless. It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose heart is broad.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
A look at our newspapers for today, starting from The Nation, Punch, Daily Trust, and The Guardian newspaper.
And joining us this morning, as always, is Mr. Rest, our Aneke TV's in-house analyst. Mr. Rest, it's a pleasure to see you this Monday morning.
Good morning, viewer, and welcome to the program.
my signature question. How is Nigeria treating you this morning?
Well, Nigeria has always treated Nigerians like the way they treat Nigerians.
Okay, and you are a Nigerian, and I should conclude that Nigeria is treating you well then.
Well, it depends on your perception. I said it treats me like it's treating every other Nigerian.
And how is it treating every other Nigerian, Mr. Rex?
Of course, every other Nigerian is crying wolf. Yeah.
Some are celebrating as well.
Well, just a few Nigerians, about 120 or 30, 40 million Nigerians are crying foul.
Always, Mr. Rex, it's a pleasure to see you this Monday morning.
Thank you.
And also with us is Mr. Good Hope, the man that prides himself as the mental mechanic, the man of many parts, sports oracle, commissioner for enjoyment. Mr. Good Hope, it's a pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Good morning. Thank you very much.
And how's your weekend?
Was good. I will tell you for a fact, when you mentioned, I was just watching, when you mentioned that about Chinwachebe's quotes of doing good thing in the family and community, I said I pride as the commissioner of enjoyment. I've done some of those things, and I've done because you guys always say that I've not done it. So because my records are out there.
Anyway, one day I'll be going into this your profiles and see how you dish this enjoyment. But how is Nigeria treating you?
Well, just like Mr. Rex said, Nigeria is treating me like it's treating Nigerians.
And that's wonderful, because we know that Nigeria has been good to us, and you are shining, meaning that, yes, this country has been so good.
Yes.
And you are a practical example.
I'm a practical example.
And thank you, Nigeria, for treating the Commissioner of Enjoyment very well. Yeah, so we'll take a look at our newspapers this morning, starting from the Punch newspaper.
Okay, now for the headlines today in our newspaper. The Nation headline says General Musa how coup attempt was forwarded at planning stage. And on the Punch newspaper, the major headline there says Presidency spends 34 billion naira on forex in 2 years. And in the Daily Trust, Tinubu abroad 22 days in 1 month. And on the Guardian paper, Nigeria's turn to survival businesses as former jobs dry up. And today's paper will be starting from the Punch. The headline that says Travels Presidency spends 34 billion naira on forex in 2 years. And the Punch newspaper reports that Presidency spent about 34 billion naira on foreign exchange for travel expenses over a 2-year period. The report highlights costs linked to international engagement, official trips, and related logistics. The revelation has sparked public debate, especially at a time when Nigerians are grappling with economic pressure and rising the cost of living. Mr. Ochi.
All right. I will pander to Mr. Rex immediately. We are seeing a situation where 34.39 billion naira, is being banded as money spent on foreign trips, though there are a lot of logistics around this expenditure. But Mr. Rex, let's start from the face value, the foreign trips.
Well, we might say that Mr. President has movement to the foreign nations is for the good of Nigeria sometimes. Some people are skeptical about the same. Some call those travels part of the president junketing, that is to say, fun, because sometimes it is not clear why he makes the travels. In some of the travels he has made, we have seen that of Turkey, we have seen the United Nations, and a few others which were meaningful to Nigerians, where he campaigned for relationship with other countries as well as attracting investment to Nigeria. But that is a whooping sum. From the face value of it is a whooping sum, especially when greater percentage of Nigerians are living under poverty line. It's a whooping sum. I had expected that the president would be a little more prudent in expenditures that are going to take, like we had said that Mr. Peter Obi, who was governor of Anambra State. When he was governor, he cut down on the retinue of convoy. He cut down on visits to government house. He cut down on so many things, which resulted in the state saving enormous sums, which he handed over to the administration after him. So I expected that the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is knowledgeable in leadership because he had been governor, two-time governor of Lagos State, he was a senator and all that. So I expect that in a situation like ours in Nigeria, where the economy is not bouncing, that the government or the president will be able to know how to best manage the resources and not allow this kind of account to be given on the kind of money that has been used within 2 years. Probably within 4 years, it will be double the sum or even more. You know, so we actually should advise that the national income should be judiciously spent to make sure that it affects or it begins to have positive effects on Nigerians.
All right. Speaking to having positive impact on Nigerians, you know, you did use the word junketing, and I mean that to say, yeah, when I listen to you talk, you know,
I said some people are skeptical and had seen the president trips as junketing, while others see president trips as things that bring about good things to Nigerians.
all right, yeah, there are both sides to every divide, but giving to those who, you know, use the term junketing, does that mean to say that they see the president's travel that has generated about 50 billion into foreign direct investment into the nation has not been productive, fruitful, and impactful to the citizen?
Probably. They may think that the president could still even get more investment without spending huge sums. That's exactly what they mean. And sometimes when the president has been said to have gone on trips that resulted in his, you know, kind of hiring a yacht and all that. But these are all allegations anyway.
And I want to ask at the other end of it, when you compare the presidents that we have, especially between when we talk about, you know, foreign trips, 3 presidents come to mind. Speak to President Olusegun Obasanjo from 1999 to 2003. Then President Muhammadu Buhari is brought into the fray, and now the sitting president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And we are told throughout the period of President Olusegun Obasanjo, he did make about 97 trips, which are categorized as diplomatic trips, given the nature and the situation of Nigeria, then classified as a pariah state. And then we saw President Buhari, late President Muhammadu Buhari, make over 50-something trip in that period, in the period that he heads where, which many ascribe to a period of sick days spent in London.
Health issues.
Yes, and this time around we are seeing that within the life of 2 years in the life of this administration, we've seen the president make about 36 trips in 2 years, which the opposition, you know, have categorically seen or spoken to as a period that he spent 25% of his time abroad, and in the first 26 months, and they see that as being wasteful to the taxpayers' money in Nigeria.
Yeah.
How do you?
Yeah, certainly. If you look at the trips Obasanjo did, these trips were recorded within 8 years. That of Buhari also recorded within 8 years of his leadership, late Buhari. And of course, that of the present president, it's a trip made within 2 years. And if he wins a second tenure, he still has 2 years, 2 years to go, or about 2 years to go. And then he has another 4 years if he wins, which is going to be 8 years. So if he stays within 8 years with this rate of movement across the world, across many nations of the world, it means that he could surpass that of Obasanjo. And of course, most of the trips may not be very diplomatic. And we have not even seen his own case as that of health, because it is not giving, sometimes when Buhari moves, we see a handover to the vice president. That is where he takes, the vice president takes position, and takes the position of office of the president and runs the presidency until his principal comes back. That is on held ground. But in the present circumstance, our president leaves, stays out for close to 21 days and all that, without even a handover, no formal handover to vice president and all that. But then we will see President Tinubu making more trips overseas, and he will be further criticized for those trips, even when it is seen for some of the trips to have attracted investments. And we are not talking about there's a language somebody uses, we call voodoo investment. When you say voodoo investment, it means an investment that is not seen in reality, but seen on the pages of newspapers and reports, audiovisual reports. So let us see concrete investment. Let that investment translate into something that make life meaningful to Nigerians. That is exactly the kind of investment we're expecting from the president trips. So let us not have the kind of investment that you just hear there is an investment attraction and then you don't see anything for real that will give jobs to the teeming populace.
All right. Still on same issue, when we take in total between Obasanjo's 97 trips in his 100 or thereabout, and then the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, we've seen about 45 trips. 2020 by February this year, we'll see most of the administration if he eventually secures a second term. But looking at the bulk of the expenses, travels, we are told that foreign exchange, dominated the bulk of these numbers in terms of expenditure. And equally, when you begin to break it, see that the air fleet, the presidential air fleet, take the bulk of that money as well. Talking about aircraft maintenance, which is being Air Force, which is being Nigerian presidential fleet, being managed by the Air Force. It took the bulk of that.
It's not the problem of Nigeria. The problem of Nigeria, what will the president do to better Nigeria, to take Nigeria to another level, to make the masses come out from the squalor where the standard of living come out from that level and get higher up in the society, where the GDP will grow, where unemployment will be, pushed down to the lowest ebb, where peace, that is, peace will be achieved, that is, insecurity will be, taken to the lowest level, and all that. This is exactly what Nigerian problems are. The problems are not about what movement Mr. President does. Even if Mr. President is going to spend all that money and those things are achieved, then there won't be so much query about that. Because that money, if he's able to help in achieving the greater percentage of the problems of Nigerians. What do you want? What do we want? If we are living a good life in Nigeria, what do we want? So what I'm saying about is that if we begin to talk about investment, let the investments be real. Let it translate to something that will help Nigerians.
All right. Let it translate to something that will help Nigerians. But looking at this very issue from another point of view, I want to ask, why is it that we don't get, these foreign presidents and national of this team Nigeria rather than we, traveling? There were a time when we saw high-profile visitors to this nation.
Well, you see, it is not easy. It is when you get your house in order. There are things that are going to make Nigeria attractive. And you have not put Nigeria in a situation that will make it attractive so that high-profile visits will be done. You ask yourself, how many times have you hosted any of the world summits? That is exactly where presidents travel, go to other parts of the world to do a summit. Can be sure of your security. You can be sure that things are going to go well. But where you have terrorism, flourishing, you expect they're going to give you the right to host any of the world summits? G this, G that, all the summits that are going. How often do you even host that of West Africa and that of Africa? So it's only when your house is in order that you have the wherewithal, and then when you apply for, it will be granted by the international community for you to host. But when you don't, when your place is not good enough to host those first-class presidents from other parts of the country, it will not be easy. Nobody comes to a place that has turmoil. You have turmoil in Nigeria, and you think the presidents of other nations will come into this country where there is insecurity, where the Americans are warning their nationals in Nigeria to be careful wherever they are, and so on. So how would even Trump come? In those days when Obasanjo was in power, of course, the president of America was here in Nigeria. And since then, no president of America has been here again.
All right, that's quite in-depth. We hope that there will be significant improvement in this travel such that it will impact the generality of Nigerians. I hope that's where you're situated your position on these travels.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Now to the national security on the nation paper that says General Musa, how coup attempt was forward at planning stage. The Nation reports that the Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, has revealed how a planned coup attempted was forward at the planning stage. According to the Military High Command, timely intelligence gathering and swift action by security agencies prevented the plot from progressing beyond discussions. General Musa reassured Nigerians that the armed forces remain alert, united, and fully committed to defending democracy and constitutional order. Mr. Ocha, I'd like to know your thoughts.
All right. Looking at the whole, Q issue, my position on this has always been that the government, especially defense headquarters, should be sure that indeed there was an attempted coup, and now the defense headquarters have come out to speak categorically that they have confirmed about this intent upon which General Musa, former CDS, as at this period, has come out to confirm, yes, that indeed there were moves. But Mr. Rez, of more interesting to me is to hear from the defense headquarters and from the horse's mouth, General Christopher Musa himself, retired, that this whole coup attempt, started before the advent of President Tinubu's administration in 2023. What does this speak to? The intent of these soldiers, because a number of times we've said that perhaps that their intention, was heralded by the the happenings around this administration, which General Christopher Musa have come out to say no, that they've been in the planning before the life of this administration.
But at the same time, the same General Musa, of course, uh, said that the persons involved in the coup, especially the colonel who spearheaded, who was bankrolling as well as planning and strategizing the strategies for the 16-member, or there could be other members anyway, was a colonel that failed to pass promotion exams to brigadier general. So, and it was obvious that since he was unable to get to the general level, which he wanted to do, he was disenchanted, he was not happy about the goings on in Nigeria as a whole, not just about Tinubu, you do understand. So you see, if the coup actually started before the emergence of the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, then it means that the plotters or the man at the helm of affairs at that time was disenchanted about something in Nigeria. And that thing, he is best known to him anyway because he has not, the coup did not come and he has not said anything. He has not even been, even the interrogation has not been made open. So who will know by the time he probably would be given an opportunity to speak or defend himself, he'll be able to say exactly what they were doing. They may probably even claim there was no queue. They were doing their own things, you know, internally. So until then, we'll be able to know. But then I want to tell you that the people who plan the queue are like every other queue planners everywhere. Must always be disenchanted and be able to do certain things to justify their action. Because without the justification of the action, the masses might even troop out a mass to say no to it, even when you kill them. After all, how many of them? How many of them? It's just about that when you talk about it, there's this book about James Harley Chase. It said, fear is the key that unlocks the wallet of the rich and poor. So the moment there is a martial music and there's an announcement, you now suspect the next person after you might be one of the coup plotters, so you don't do anything. If you start anything funny, you might be killed. And of course, Musa said that he was made to be arrested and killed and assassinated in that coup. That is one of the findings of General Musa. So the thing is that the coup plotters, and General Musa also said when they learned about the rumor, they had to douse that tension to enable them do diligent investigation, to enable them dig underground and get out who are involved, you know, and immediately they did. Everybody's thought about it, you know, went away, and they went on to do the investigation. In the course of the investigation, they were able to unravel the extent they have gone, and that is from where they were able to actually know that the coup had started much earlier than when the rumor was uncovered.
Okay, Mr. Reyes, given the fact that we've seen, according to the general, that these are disgruntled officers, but that the hatching of this plan started before the life of this administration. And I want to ask, are you not worried perhaps that this, in the mind of these coup plotters, was to replicate what we've witnessed around the Sahel and parts of Africa, even here at Nigeria's backyard, speaking to, you know, Chad, Niger, and the attempted coup in Benin Republic as well, that the military are now making a comeback into leadership in Africa again.
Because the African leaders have not distinguished themselves in leadership. That is exactly why these force men want to come back to power. Since they tested that they have gone and they could come back to power and oust legitimate people vested with responsibility of governance, they want to do that. Some of them are overzealous. Some of them have interest of the country at heart, because if you look at the Sahel region, you might find out that one of them is being held by the people of their country for what he's doing presently, which means he has something good at heart. He never enjoyed the way their government, the government was going, and so on and so forth. And they actually wanted some level of independence to control their resources, But in some of these countries, the resources are siphoned by another level of colonialism. That is exactly the problem that we have had. You find out that sometime, a few months back, about 2 months back, Nigeria's ship carrying oil was caught by the Americans. And then these things had been a recurrent decimal. But it's only that America came out to catch one ship and then just a sample. But this ship has been coming and going, leaving Nigeria, coming to the shores, loading crude oil and taking it away. And you ask yourself, with this crude oil, these large crude oil barrels that are being taken away, on whose account? How? Who are involved? It's a big cartel, a cartel that might even involve a country, So it's a big cartel that is into this oil business. These are free oil that is going to some people, and they will sell or refine and share the money. And you ask yourself, these are resources of a nation, and we have a government in place. And the government we have in place is unable to check the excesses, the mining condition, the drilling condition, the mining of solid minerals. See, in many African countries, we have solid minerals of all forms. In Nigeria, we have basically almost all this, most solid minerals in species in the world. We have it in Nigeria, most of them. And we still say our population is dying in penury. So how? How must we? If America do have such a thing, won't America start, by now they're already living in the moon. If there's no water in the moon or air, they'll be able to manufacture water and air in the moon because of the level of resources they have. So we have these resources, yet we have nothing to show for it. And our leaders, I don't know, the monies are siphoned. Where is this money? The monies are not even in Nigeria to be used to industrialize. The monies are siphoned and taken to other nations, where the banks in such nations uses these monies to fund projects, to fund agriculture, to fund production in those countries. This is terrible, somehow, for a country like Nigeria. And that is exactly what happens to most of these countries that are having military incursion into their democratic governance.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Now moving over to economy and livelihoods from the Guardian paper, where the Guardian headline reads, Nigeria turns to survivor businesses as former jobs dry up. Now the Guardian headlines, or the Guardian paper, reports that more Nigerians are turning to survivor businesses as former job opportunities continue to dry up. From roadside trading and small-scale farming to online hustles, many citizens are improvising to make ends meet. Analysts warn that while these ventures help families survive, the trend reflects deeper challenges in job creation and economic stability. Stauche.
All right. Looking at this situation in Nigeria, this is a sum total of the sorry states Nigeria has found itself in the meantime. But when you speak from the government perspective, you see that government will tell you that they are doing enough, they are doing a lot to see that the lot of the common man is improved. And when we look at, for example, when the oil subsidy was removed, we were told that it is to help the nation become stronger, and that the proceeds saved from the removal of oil subsidy will be rechanneled into other areas that will help with development. And a number of times, this government has told us that a lot of funds has been made available to the subnationals, and one would remember hearing Mr. President telling the governors to wet the grass more, speaking to when people raise concern to a lot of sufferings in the land. But Mr. Rice, I bring you to this issue. A lot of time, what we are seeing, especially from this headline, where we are being told that Nigerians turn to survival mode, Nigerians turn to survival businesses as former jobs dry up. But, we keep speaking to small scale businesses, how people should, move away from paid employment, go into small scale businesses. But this time around, it becomes a survival mode. Do we classify equally those hustling, to use that language, as small scale businesses, or as Nigerians as being enterprising?
Okay, if you started from the removal of the oil subsidy, and then the money being pushed to the subnationals, and of course the government at the center keeps back some. The sharing formula, they keep about 50-something% of the monies from the federation account. So if they have given monies to subnationals, I thought they said they were going to save. I thought they would say they were going to, fund small-scale, medium-scale industry so as to bridge the gap between the rich and the poor, so that we'll begin to have the middle class once more. Unlike what it were presently, we don't have the middle class. The rich is getting richer in Nigeria, and the poor is getting poorer. That seems to be the trend presently. So you find out that those who are even working, how much are they being paid? How do you even save? When you are working in an government establishment, and you're incapable of paying your house rent, let alone feeding your family, let alone all the other domestic expenditures that you need, for the family. How do you get that? That is exactly why those who are even in paid services have gone down to begin to make ends meet. Teachers now even sell biscuits and soft drinks in their classes just to make ends meet, because of course what they are paid is not what while it cannot take care of their responsibility. Even you take away transport to wherever you are working, take away your lunch and all that, you find that you are even unable to provide for your family. In fact, I do not know exactly how to begin to talk about it. I think it's an award-winning research that the Guardian has done, because it goes to show that people, even savings, you cannot even save. When you save how much you save, and what kind of a business are you going to get the savings into, and how would you survive and grow that business. It is only on rare cases that when you save and put in that into money, you grow into a multinational organization. If you look at the online banking system, like some of these, this or that, money this, money that, they are started in a very small way. But it is not easy to get there. And how many of them has been able to get to where they are presently? So this is exactly the problem in Nigeria. Nigeria is such a country that the greater percentage of the masses are getting poorer because they are getting impoverished. Even when the workers, agitate on payment of, living wage. We are not talking on living wage. That is a way that could accommodate a reasonable standard of living for these workers. The government refuses to pay on the fact that it will trigger off inflation. Beyond refusing to pay, they also think about how to make the monies to pay. But you ask yourself, the resources of the country, where does it go into? We have a democracy, we have a presidential system of government that is big, and it takes a lot of frivolities. You see, we had thought that even those in the National Assembly should think on their own to revert to a kind of governance that will be able to conserve money because Nigeria needs that money. And when you get such money, you'll be able to, Nigerians can begin to build industries. After building industry, they privatize it. You remove your hand from the management of it, and then the industries will run. And the people will be employed. And these people employed will be paying taxes to government. And government will be recouping a lot of money. If about 100 million or 150 million Nigerians are employed, of course you think about what tax that Nigeria will get from about that number of people. So I don't know. Those who are serious economists should be able to think and begin to, deploy memos to the government and to the legislature so that they will think about how to make these things work.
All right, thank you very much. And moving away from the newspapers, equally in the news, we have trending news issues such as the Anambra traders endorses Soludo's market overhaul despite IPOB tensions. We have been informed that traders at Onitsha main market agreed to Governor Chukwuma Soludo's proposal to ignore Monday sit-at-home orders and begin facility upgrades, including demolishing illegal structures and adding car parks. This followed a state-imposed closure until January 31st, where Soludo offered a clear ultimatum: open fully or face full demolition and a 2-year rebuild. A disputed IPOB statement called for a February 2 lockdown, but the group's lead counsel dismissed it as fake. Mr. Rest, this situation, we did talk about it when the governor came, blazing, threatening to close the market due to the sit at home. There were a lot of positions that governor doesn't have the legal standing to close the market further. But be that as it may, we're hearing from the traders now who have endorsed the governor's approach and agreement has been reached. What's your position on this very issue?
I would have want to say something in vernacular. And I'll say that in vernacular. Ọ bụrụ na agbaghị ụzọ were mgba, ọ dịghị echi. You see, the only way you can succeed in anything is to make an attempt and confront that same thing. That is the meaning of my vernacular. Soludo came out with a subtle coercion, threatening to do this, that, and all that. But at the same time, he still called for a stakeholders meeting. It was during the stakeholders meeting that these agreements were reached. And of course, that was part of what we preferred as a solution to the situation when it first happened. We said they need to do a stakeholders meeting, a town hall meeting. So you begin to dialogue and there's nothing. You see, Professor Stevenson says, I quote, "Peace cannot be achieved by force, but by understanding." So it was based on that those dialogue. There's no end to dialogue that they were able to agree. And you have seen that the traders of Onitsha market are now working in tandem with the governor Soludo. Then the IPOB are now at cross purposes with the other two, the government and the traders. IPOB wants to continue in their sit at home. But I had earlier said, I said it the other time, that whatever thing you are doing and you are not getting the results for which you are doing that, and you continue to do it, then it is not good for you. You have no reason. You should be thinking about an alternative way of approaching what you want to achieve. So if you do one thing and continue to get the same result, and that same result is not exactly what you wanted, how do you continue in that? More so when that is causing you a whole lot of loss of income, loss of productivity, loss of good things in the entire zone. So that is exactly why even the Enugu State government started early, full blast on time. Of course, it was as if he was going to meet a concrete wall. But at the end of the day, he achieved it. And in Enugu here, no, and today, the initial traders now believe in Soludo. They believe in what he's preaching. They believe that they are losing man hours, they are losing money, and of course, they are all agreeing to, cut down. They're agreeing now to stop the sit at home and think about other ways to achieve what they intend to achieve.
All right, let me get equally your opinion on the same issue where we've seen that a human rights lawyer, Kenechukwu Obasi, sues Anambra government and police over market shutdown, seeking 2 billion naira in damages.
Of course, it is actionable. To shut down the market is actionable, but then, if you still look at the powers of the governor, and the state interest. When you talk about national interest, you talk about state interest. If you still look at the action of the governor based on what right he has and what powers he has under the law to even issue executive orders and all that, well, it is actionable, and that action has been done. It is only the courts that will interpret the law and see if the suit is going to hold water.
All right, thank you very much. But on a comic part, I want to read a tweet from one Vivian on Twitter. She said, Soludo said they will be taking attendance every Monday at the main market on Onitsha. Then they should also record the names of noisemakers, since adults no longer have autonomy.
That is it. That's part of the comic everything.
Nigerians have a way of
comic relief.
turning everything into
turning into
relief.
comic relief.
It's wonderful that the government did listen and that they have an agreement.
And it's wonderful that the traders at the same time understood where Soludo, Soludo was calling for was Jermaine. It's only that, it's not always easy to bend humans.
All right. Thank you very much for those in-depth analysis on key issues.
All right, that is all for today's newspaper review. Please don't forget that you could grab your physical copies from any of your favorite vendors or catch the newspaper online for more broader information. And up next is our sports update from the man himself, Good Hope, our sports oracle.
All right, thank you very much. Today in sports, of course, over the weekend we are analyzing what went on, how it was in the world of sports. We have a lot of stories from the cricket world and also from the swimming world, but we have to focus on the newspaper of sports today, what it is, what it looks like from the newspaper we have. That's the newspaper review on sports, and that is where we're going to be drawing our main key points to bring you the updates that are in the world of sports. Of course, you know that Victor Osimhen had to score his 200 career goal in Galatasaray win. They won yesterday in a 4-goal thriller where he scored a goal and also he assisted. This has made him to become one of Nigeria's finest and goal-scoring minstrel, which we may have seen in other players, but he is very spectacular, and he has made it an amazing time for the Super Eagle, wonderful wonder. I'm talking about Victor Osimhen. Now you could see that just behind inside the Punch Sports Extra, we are having some headlines that are key. We have Arteta on setting of Saka's return. Saka had some injuries while he played the match over the weekend, and there has been this issue. And of course, there are people that could replace Saka, but we are looking at just a few days ago, still in January, they sold or they loaned Waneri to Olympique Marseille. Yes, so we are looking at a good replacement. Of course, Arsenal they have Noni Madueke, they have Ebere Chieze to play that same role that Saka has been playing. Still on that, we have Lookman complete Atletico Medical. You know that Lookman, our Nigeria's forward, has completed Atletico medical. There has been this rumor of him going to Napoli and all. So Galatasaray has been coming for him, even for Fenerbahce. But just the day before yesterday, he had to agree to the terms of Atletico Madrid, where where he'll be moving on shortly to feature in the game. And just still in the sports and in the newspaper, we have Etikite braces Torres Gerrard challenge, and Bellingham faces injury scare as Los Blancos win. I'm talking about the match they played yesterday where Mbappe had to score that wonderful goal. That's a penalty that he gave the Real Madrid side a win. And going to the major things that happened over the weekend in the world of football, basically, you could see that Shesko seals late win for Devils. They're talking about Manchester United, yeah, because the match was going well until Fulham had to equalize the 2-goal lead Manchester United was having. And next thing was Shesko. He was subbed in. Next thing he had to score with an assist from Bruno Fernandes. During the early hours of today, we're talking about Bruno Fernandes' way, how he has influenced the Premier League, being the first in everything so far. We have seen his stats and his record, and there's no current midfielder in England who has such feat as he has achieved. Still in around what is happening in that same, you could see the stats already: assists 12. Assists from set piece. He had an assist from set piece where Manchester United scored their goal over the weekend. Chances created, including assists. Everything is first, and he is a spectacular guy, and he has done a great job. Just the same. Now, still looking at the newspaper headlines, we are talking about. PSG rejects, I'm talking about PSG women, they reject Chelsea's Echegini bid. So this is coming from the world of transfer. Basically, now Coventry, Brentford agree Frank Onyeka, he played for Nigeria during the AFCON 2025, and them and Coventry, they have agreed on a loan deal for Frank Onyeka to come to go to Coventry and complete his season there. And looking at just by the side, we have seen the scores, what it was over the weekend, and we saw the fixtures and the scores. That's what we're seeing right now. In the EPL, Villarreal lost to, Aston Villa lost to Brentford. 1-0. Brentford had the red card, and they were able to win Villarreal. Aston Villa, sorry. When I talk about Villarreal, it looks like these two guys are together because they play the same kind of game. Because Unai Emery, the guy who is coaching Aston Villa now, he came from Villarreal. So that's kind of thing that has been putting me off. Now, moving on from that, we're talking about Man United and Fulham, the game I told you about, that Shesko had to take a Manchester United in a 3-goal lead just yesterday, and that completed Michael Carrick's 3-game winning spree. We're looking at Michael Carrick, seeing how he has been performing, and he just took him 3 matches to complete what Ruben Amorim, the former Manchester United coach, could not do, what it took him 47 games to do. Now, Man City and Spurs, they had a 2-2 draw yesterday. In the La Liga, Real Madrid had 2-1 yesterday. And Getafe and Celta Vigo, they played a goalless draw. Now in the Bundesliga, Stuttgart had to win Freiburg at home, and Dortmund won 3-2 in the other. But Dortmund, they had 3-2. So Borussia Dortmund won the other Dortmund. And in Serie A, Torino, they had the one goal lead against Lecce. And Como and Atlanta plays 0-0. That's a draw game. And still going down. I want to come to MPFL, Nigerian Professional Football League, where our home-based league, where Nigerians have been, talents have been playing, and how it was over the weekend. And just yesterday, Katsina had a 2-0 lead against Abia Warriors. Enimba won their match yesterday against Bayelsa United. Tornadoes and Bendel Insurance, they had a 2-2 draw game. Then Rangers of Enugu made everyone in Enugu proud by winning 2-0 against Kano Pillars. I announced the match just on Friday that it's going to happen, and we saw it. Now, Wiki Tourist versus Nasarawa United had a 1-1 draw game. Now, looking at the English Premier League table, how it is currently the standings. You see, Arsenal, they have played 24 games and they are on 53 points. Man City is the second because Aston Villa bottled the game. They should have won. Aston Villa bottled their game. And Manchester United is number 4th with 41 points, followed by Chelsea, just 1 point ahead of Chelsea. And this is what it is, how it is going to be in the world of sports. I don't know, Mr. Che, what you...
The Sports Oracle, looking at the news this morning, we've seen that Ostime, has scored his 200 career goal. Yeah. And I'm asking, is Ostime knocking on the door as one of the best players in the world and making a demand for Ballon d'Or?
Well, Osimhen, as in Nigeria's, as we all have seen him, he scored 200 goals. And from what you're asking, yes, he is. We were talking about that just early this morning on what he has done. He is one of the best strikers in the world currently. He's one of the best. I'm not sure there's any striker except Haaland and just few of them. He is going for Ballon d'Or, and looking at his stats too, how he plays and how he delivers the ball, how he fights for the ball. There's nothing that should make him not to go for the next Ballon d'Or if things are done properly well.
When you say if things are done properly well, what do you mean by if things are done
I mean, these things are by selection and also by process. So we are looking forward to our own people taking up the, voting for him when he is, when there is this, when he is selected for such a feat. We're looking at our own people, seeing what he has done and voting for him. Of course, the whole of Nigeria could give him the Ballon d'Or. Yes, the whole of Nigeria, the whole of football world could give him the Ballon d'Or, looking at how he has performed, even in the AFCON. In Nigeria too, he is just 2 goals behind Rashidi Yekini to tally up with Nigeria's highest goal scoring. So he said that he's not even interested, but he has done a lot of things. So I see that he could get something in Ballon d'Or just in the coming year.
And then at the other end, we saw Lukman, making the move to Atleti, right? And I want to ask, are we going to see him replicate those scintillating performances that he's known for in Italy in this very, the league now is quite stronger compared to the Italian league?
Yes, the league currently where he is going to play is stronger. Just that I'm afraid of injury. I'm going to say it. I'm afraid of injury because looking at how the Spanish side plays, how La Liga plays, and how the Italian side plays, it's not just the same because also the weather and everything, how these people are being taken care of. I'm looking at him making a good mark, but I'm just afraid of, I don't know, I just have that feeling of him having a lot of injuries. I just have that feeling. But I believe that if things are, he will really play well as he has played in Atlanta and also as he played during the AFCON competition.
All right. I didn't hear you celebrate Liverpool's win against Newcastle and those ABTK moves that scintillated us yesterday.
Okay, well, you know that
you're jealous.
I'm not jealous because Manchester United and also Arsenal won their game yesterday. So it's Arsenal that I should ask if they are jealous because Arsenal, them too, are trying to bottle what they are trying to do what they have always been doing.
Well, that's what they know how best to do.
That's what they know how best to do.
Yes.
How to put things down. But of course, Liverpool has. I think they are recovering.
Anyway, let me bring Mr. Reyes into this conversation, talking about Arsenal bottling the league being their trademark.
Well, the Arteta-led team has done well so far, so good. A lot of criticism had been trailing Arsenal that for the past 3 seasons, they have always maintained a lead in the Premiership, and at some point, they will fail like a pack of cards. But I am one person who believes that the problem of Arsenal has to do with the bench within the past 3 seasons. Today, they don't seem to have the same problem. When he was analyzing Saka's injury, he said there are people that could still make a perfect replacement. So Arsenal is good in this season. And in all the competitions, Arsenal are still there. So the chances of Arsenal...
all the competition all the time.
All the competition, no, not all the time. Okay, you talk about Carling Cup, they are there, the FA Cup, they are there, the league, of course, and the Champions League.
But that's no guarantee that they will come home with any of the trophies.
No, the chances are that they will come with some of the trophies this time.
Do you believe they will
some
come
of the
with
trophies, I can tell you that Arsenal, if Manchester City or Manchester United just throttle behind Arsenal, Arsenal would not have such. Aston Villa is not even a threat. I'm just saying it here, that Aston Villa is not a threat as Manchester United or Manchester City behind Arsenal.
But do you believe that Liverpool stand more chances to come home with trophy this season compared to Arsenal?
Well, Liverpool is in the pool of their problems. And they are just trying to pull themselves out.
You have just made the people out there listening to us to enjoy themselves, because I don't know exactly how you begin to talk about Liverpool. Liverpool
is speaking to the defending champions of England.
Oh yes, they are the defending champions.
Season Champions League winners.
Of course, they have not found their rhythm this season.
But they have now.
In any case, it doesn't stop them from coming home with any title.
It doesn't stop them from.
It has happened in the past.
I am not saying so, that it will stop them. Football is what it is. Anybody can win. Okay. Even at the stage they can come up to win a trophy. We saw when they were just trying to survive, and they came out to win the Champions League. They were trying to survive in the league, and that same season, and they came out to win the Champions League. So Liverpool has always been, a wonderful team. It's full of wonder, full of wonder.
The most successful club in England.
Well, I can tell you that.
It is not the most successful club in England. It is not the most successful club in England. No, it is not.
Liverpool is not the most.
It is not the most successful club. It is not. And if we begin to look at the stats so far, how do you measure
success? By not just trophies.
No, success in football, success is measured by trophies.
Not just trophies.
What else do you use? What's the yardstick?
Football is business.
Talents and how
football is business.
Okay. Do you know?
If you come from that perspective,
the relative showing of that success in football is a business and as a sport. The only thing that proves that is your sporting wares, which is what the trophies you can display on your cabinet.
Okay, sir.
What trophies do they have?
Liverpool, they have all the trophies.
All the trophies.
You can think of it.
And you think
by numbers they have.
And you think there's no other team that has all the trophies?
I'm not saying that there are no other team that, but when it comes to England, when you see Liverpool, you speak to the most successful club in England with facts. We are speaking to trophies.
Which trophies? Which trophies?
All the trophies. When you talk about all the competition, Liverpool is that one team in England that can brandish it the more.
In England,
let me
the
ask.
most successful in FA Cup is Arsenal. In England, yes, that is. I want to start.
We are speaking to the most successful club.
No, how?
You don't bring Arsenal into this equation.
Okay.
Arsenal does not come into this equation.
Mr. Rex, I want to ask a question, and I want to say it. Do you know last season, Manchester United, they finished 15th in the league position, but they were richer than other clubs.
That is success.
That is when you
success.
Money.
But that is
they were richer and they were more influential.
What is success?
Why did they sack their coach?
Success is all encompassing.
No, Mr.
It is all encompassing. It has to do with money.
When you speak to success in football, there's only one pointer, and that is your trophy.
Not just trophy.
No.
Not, Mr. Chen, not just trophy.
Why do we sack coaches?
Excuse
why
me.
we start coaches?
Now listen.
Why we start coaches?
Now let me ask.
What's his name? The coach of Arteta. Do we ascribe Arteta as a successful coach?
Now let me ask
Can
you.
you say
Mr. Rex,
no,
answer.
let me ask you. No, let me ask you a question. Now I want to tell you. I want to ask. If you want to measure success, it is all encompassing. It has to do with trophies, the records you have had. It has to do with even the funding. It has to do with the output. What have you been able to produce? Who has been there? the then president of Liberia, George Oponwe. That's the only African that has ever had the world best player. But he's not the most successful player in the world, in Africa.
But when it comes to trophy in football, we do not measure.
No, listen now, listen. He got the best player, that's Ballon d'Or, the best player in the world. But he's not the most successful player in Africa.
But at that time, he is the best player in the world.
At that time. But he's not and that doesn't make him the best player, the most successful in Africa. Nobody has ever had that Ballon d'Or from Africa.
Let's go back to context.
Nobody.
Let's go back to context, Mr. Rez. I will argue with you to high heavens that the only way to measure success in football is by number of trophies you can display at your cabinet. If you're speaking to money, you're speaking
Does
to
Liverpool
wealth,
display more number of trophies than other clubs?
mention it.
I'm asking you.
No,
I'm asking you.
We're talking about England.
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 Does Liverpool as a team, has it shelved more trophies than any other?
The next club close to it should be Man United.
Excuse me. That's exactly what I wanted us to name one after the other. You know what I said? I said, okay.
When you talk about the club trophies, the people that were there, is Man United.
How many
Ferguson tell you that they've not.
How many league titles?
Page, but currently, Liverpool is back at their page.
Having
more trophies.
How many league titles?
How many league titles?
Yeah.
How many league titles? They have more.
How many?
Okay.
I want to mention mine.
Okay, which club is that?
I said we come to league, FA, Carling's Cup. We are talking about England.
Which club is that?
No, wait now.
You say you want to mention yours.
Yes, I'll mention when I want. Say, let us start from league, FA, Carling Cup.
You are not in this table.
Then
you are not on this table. Arsenal is not on this table. When
I'm not talking. No,
I want to hear Man United talk.
The club, the cups there.
Oh, no. I want to hear the likes of Man City begin to make noise.
Man City of yesterday.
Because
Manchester City
are more successful than Arsenal when it comes to Premier League.
Well, they have become more successful
than Arsenal when it comes to Premier League.
But when we're talking about influence,
when it comes to Premier League,
you see, in terms of success. Yes. It has nothing to show in terms of success.
We are shooting beyond.
No, we are not shooting, but for want of time, we will push this to other times. Let's take a look at the business update. And speaking to the business update, we'll start from the Nigerian stock market. Looking at the Nigerian equity market wrapped up last trading day of January 2026 on a slightly bearish note. On Friday, January 30th, the oil share index ASI dipped by 0.09%, closing at 165,370.40 points. Despite the daily dip, we see the market showed resilience over the month, with the market capitalization settling at 106.15 trillion naira and a year-to-date return of 6.27%. Looking at the market capitalization, we see 106.15 trillion naira, the volume of 687.39 million units, with the value traded being 14.98 billion naira in deals totaling 41,553 deals. And looking at the Guinness chart, we see that the Ziggy's Agro-Light Industries closed trading at 4 naira 19 kobo, making a positive adjustment of 9.97%, leading the pack. And we are seeing Abi Mortgage Bank closing trading at 9 naira 40 kobo, making equally a positive adjustment of 9.94%. We're looking at RT Briscoe, equally closing trading as of Friday at 7 naira 86 kobo, making equally a positive 9.93% positive adjustments. Looking at Omatech, equally closing trading at 3 naira, equally in the positive of plus 9.89 positive adjustments. Let's take a look at the profit takers. Talking about losers, we know that the banking and pharmaceutical sector pulled the index down, with several stocks shedding significant value. And starting from Lend Africa, which closed trading at 8 naira 10 kobo, making a negative minus 10 percent adjustment. We see Living Trust Mortgage closing trading as of that Friday at 4 naira 5 kobo, making a minus 10 negative adjustments. We'll see livestock fees closing trading on Friday equally at 6 naira 30 kobo on minus 10% negative adjustment, and we are seeing Deep Capital Management equally closing on the dip at 9 naira 39 kobo, making a negative 9.97 adjustment. And when we look at the activity leaders, we'll see Cutis PLC being the most traded stock by volume on Friday with over 144 million units exchanging hand. And then let's take a look at the Naira performance. As of Friday, we'll see that Naira maintained its recent winning streak on Friday, January 30th, 2026, continued trade below at 1,400 against the dollar. And when we look at the official market, where it opened at 1,388 naira 7 kobo against the dollar, making a close at close to 1,391 against the dollar. And moving over to the parallel market, which we saw the activities remain relatively stable, with the end of month volatility being notably absent compared to previous years. We see trading range move between 1,460 to 1,475 against the dollar. And looking at the Naira performance against other currencies, we see the Naira closing at approximately 1,912 Naira 64 kobo as against the British pound. And against the euro, we see the Naira trading at 1,658.40 kobo as against the euro. And this in all gives us that the Naira stability is largely attributed to the electronic foreign exchange matching and a steady rise in external reserve. And this is it for the business update. Plus, please take note that you need to consult a financial advisor before you make any financial investments in the Nigerian capital market due to the volatility of the market. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that. And also thank you for staying with us on Sunrise today. This is where we'll call it a day here on Sunrise. Please do not forget to follow us across our social media platforms, across Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, X, or Aneke TV, or call our phone number 070-3043-7110. It's always a pleasure having you on our show every morning. I am Deborah Mwakoba.
All right, and thank you, Mr. Res Arum, for coming to the Sunrise today and for those in-depth analysis and the banter as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, and to the man of many parts, the sports oracle, Mr. Gudo. It's quite interesting having you here this morning as well.
Thank you very much.
And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of us here at Sunrise at Aneke TV, we'll say thank you and keep watching till we'll come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Advertise with us. Cover your event. Share your story. Call 070-3043-7110 today. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume, and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
In functional democracies and competitive economies, meritocracy is not a slogan, it is a system. A system where competence determines opportunity, performance drives advancement, and leadership is earned, not inherited or imposed. In Nigeria, however, the persistent triumph of mediocrity over merit continues to shape recruitment processes, elective positions, and leadership outcomes across critical sectors of national life. From public service employment to political office, from academia to corporate governance, troubling pattern has emerged. Access often trumps ability, loyalty outweighs competence, and short-term political calculations override long-term national interests. In the public sector, recruitment exercises are officially designed to be competitive, involving written examinations, interviews, and eligibility screening. Yet, multiple surveys and independent audits have consistently shown that informal influence, patronage networks, and bribery remain significant determinants of who gets hired. This reality has produced ministries, departments, and agencies burdened with underqualified personnel, struggling to deliver on complex policy mandates in a rapidly evolving global environment. The consequences are not abstract. They manifest in delayed project execution, weak policy implementation, inefficient service delivery, and ballooning recurrent expenditure with minimal value creation. When institutions are staffed without regard for skill or capacity, governance becomes reactive rather than strategic. The problem is not limited to recruitment alone. Nigeria's elective political system reflects the same crisis of merit. In many cases, candidates emerge not through rigorous debate, policy clarity, or intellectual depth, but through financial muscle, political godfathers, or ethnic calculations. Electoral outcomes frequently reward popularity, patronage, or vote buying over competence and vision. The result is a leadership deficit that cuts across local government councils, state assemblies, governorships, and even the national legislature, institutions constitutionally taxed with lawmaking, oversight, and representation, yet often lacking the technical depths required to interrogate budgets, scrutinize policies, or design forward-looking legislation. Other sectors tell a similar story. In education, the erosion of merit in academic appointment has weakened research quality and global competitiveness. In some tertiary institutions, promotions and leadership roles are influenced more by internal politics than scholarly output. In the corporate space, family ties and informal networks sometimes override professional management principles, limiting innovation and sustainability. Ironically, Nigeria continues to produce world-class professionals who excel in merit-driven systems abroad, from medicine and engineering to technology, finance, and academia. Their success outside the country reinforces a painful truth. The problem is not Nigerian capacity, but Nigerian systems. Countries that have achieved rapid development offer contrasting examples. Singapore, Rwanda, and South Korea institutionalize meritocracy through transparent recruitment, performance-based promotion, and zero tolerance for patronage. Leadership selection in these systems prioritize competence, integrity, and accountability, even when politically inconvenient. Back home, the cost of failing to do the same is increasingly evident. Brain drain has accelerated as skilled Nigerians seek environments where effort is rewarded fairly. Public trust in institutions has declined, and citizens grow more cynical about processes, they perceive as rigged or predetermined. Yet, experts argue that the tide can be turned. Strengthening meritocracy requires deliberate reform, not rhetoric. Transparent digital recruitment platforms, independently supervised examinations, enforceable sanctions for recruitment breaches, and clear performance metrics are critical starting points. In the political space, electoral reforms that reduce the influence of money, strengthen internal party democracy, and encourage issue-based campaigns are essential to improving leadership quality. Civil society, the media, and the electorate also carry responsibility to interrogate candidates, demand competence, and reject mediocrity at the ballot box. Ultimately, meritocracy is not elitism, it is fairness. It is the assurance that every Nigerian, regardless of background, has a genuine chance to rise based on ability and effort. Without it, institutions weaken, leadership falters, and national ambition remains unrealized. For Nigeria to compete globally, govern effectively, and harness its vast human capital, merit must no longer be optional. It must become the standard. In recruitment, in elections, and in every field where decisions shape the nation's future.
Good morning and thank you for joining us today on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is that program where we bring you topical issues that help in shaping our nation. And this morning, we are taking a look at single tenure, solution or risk for Nigeria's democracy. Every 4 years, Nigerians grind to a halt. Governance is sacrificed on the altar of campaign rallies, and billions of naira will vanish into funnels of re-election bids. Proponents of a single term say it is the magic belt for stability and fiscal discipline. Critics call it a lazy shortcut that strips voters of their power to reward performance. Today, we dig deep into the 5 versus 8 year debate. Is it time to end the second term syndrome? Or is the single term a trap for Nigerian voter? The question isn't about how long they stay or what they do while they are there, but does the how long dictate what? Let's start there. Our guest today, Dr. Ima Ago, says no to single term. Let's find out why. Doc, coming to you this morning, Doc, and looking at the issue of single term, you are of the view that single tenure is a no-no. And I want to know why you take such position.
Thank you very much. I think the question should not be how long or how far. I think the question should be how well. My earlier stand on against single tenure is that having a second tenure will offer you an opportunity to really finish what you started during your first tenure. And I want to tell you that second tenure is going to a very large extent, reduce this, what I may call a conundrum of uncompleted projects. Because if you come in as a governor or even a president, you may have wonderful ideas in so many departments or sectors of the economy. But if you have such a very such a short period of time to implement these ideas, it may go a long way to affect the masses. Because you look at the cost implication, you also look at the gains when you look at people that are supposed to be at the receiving end at the end of this. So I would think that a second tenor, and also just like what you said when you were doing your introduction, a second tenor also offers the electorate an opportunity to assess the performance of candidates whom they have entrusted their, electoral chances or opportunities. So when you allow this person to do first tenor and he does well, then it goes a long way to allow such persons into these offices to go on and complete what they may have not completed in the first tenor. And also, I would equally want to add here that a second tenor, it is not even necessary, it is not a must that somebody who started must complete. So it is just there to act as a check for whoever that is voted into office to know that the electorate is likely going to look towards the other side if the person does not perform up to their expectation. That is just my take on this.
All right. Doc, thank you very much. But we'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll start to probe this issue.
Advertise with us. Cover your events. Share your story. Call 070-3043-7110 today. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Tea is not a mirror's gift. It lives deeper in how we listen, how we love, how we live. It's the kindness that lingers and the courage that doesn't quit. The world may sell perfection, but real beauty is flawed, fierce, and free. It's in stretch marks and smile lines, in stories and scars. When you see someone who glows, it's not their skin, it's their soul breaking through. That's beauty. Raw, radiant, and real.
Thank you for staying with us. And if you're just joining us, we've been looking at single tenure. Is it solution or risk for Nigeria's democracy? Dr. Imaragu is of the view that a single term is a no-no. Doc, while you were speaking to this conundrum and of a second tenure, second term and all that. And I want to ask you, when you argue that a second tenure is a reward for hard work, I want to bring it to Nigeria. When you go through Nigerian history of leadership, we've seen, and I want to ask, how many second term bids have you seen in, projects being completed that won't share, pass mark for the fact that the incumbent was able to spend 2 terms in office?
Well, thank you so much. What I told you earlier on was this. If you have a situation where you have a single term of 5 years, then compared to a single term of 4 years, but you have an opportunity of coming back the next 4 years, I think it is reasonable for one to now say, let's go for a single term of 4 years with an option or opportunity of coming back for the next 4-year term to complete what you may have started. And it is not even a must, just like I told you. If you don't do well, and if there is this general perception by the people that you have not done well, then that second tenure or the next 4-year period of re-election will offer the electorate an opportunity to look elsewhere and to seek for credible alternative. That is just what I. But if you now try to limit it to 5 years, whoever that comes in within this one tenure thing knows that he or she may not have opportunity to come back again, and it may be a kind of disincentive to actually effect a positive change in the life of the people. Because for me, governance is all about the people, changing the life or bettering the loss of the people.
Alright, Doc, when we make this argument, in favor of letting the status quo be in terms of the incumbents having the opportunity to vie for extra year, I ask, are we trying to, protect the rights of citizens to re-elect, or are we rewarding incumbents, hostage to take on and continue to sit onto their thrones?
Well, it depends on how you look at it. But for me, basically, sometimes you cannot sacrifice experience at the altar of, expediency. For instance, let's take House of Assembly as an example. If you have a performing parliamentarian at that level, because I've known in Nigeria we've had some members of the National Assembly or even State Assembly that have done extremely well. It's not, I think the people will now say, please go there and continue what you are doing. Do it for a little while so that we'll now see whether you can complete what we started. And I know that the business of governance cannot be completed in a very short period of time, like say 5, 10, 15 years. Sometimes you may need, a very long period of time to complete it. And sometimes if that person stays for a while, then you can change. But I don't see us getting anywhere with this single tenor, idea. Because if you have second tenor in place, it is not a must that somebody who started must have an opportunity to go for second tenor. It is just there to be a catalyst for him to go ahead and do what he or she promised to do. That is just what I feel. But if you just say one tenor, you go out, another person comes in, whoever that comes in may just relax. After all, look at what happened in America. Trump came in, stayed for 4 years, lost, and continued. Do you understand? Then after 4 years of the other guy that succeeded him, Biden, he now came back again to complete what he started.
That's America. In Nigeria, I've rarely seen anybody who lose election, especially when they speak to the most highly exalted seats of the president, come back. But be that as it may, I want to draw your attention to the issue of re-election, the do or die nature of Nigerian politics. And if you give the fact that it is the position of the incumbents that usually, keep heightening this fueled do or die syndrome that we see in election and re-election periods. And I want to ask you, wouldn't it save us that stress that we go through every 4-year cycle, where we'll see situation where people begin to live from one part of the country to a safer part of the nation and all that?
I think the solution to all this problem we are having in our leadership recruitment process lies in the Aneke election laws. If we try to perfect it, I don't see anything wrong in having one tenor or two tenors. Still talking about this election, presently we have this election bill reform at the National Assembly. We are hoping that as time goes on, this thing would finally be settled. The idea now is, if we get it right in this selection process, whoever that goes in there becomes the right choice of the people, and if the person goes ahead to do what is right, he'll be given an opportunity to come back and continue what he or she is doing.
Right. We're speaking about opportunity to come back and continue what he or she is doing. But I want to take you on some eminent Nigerians, and part of them is a man you revere so highly. Speaking to Peter Obi, he is equally of the view that a single term should suffice for any office holder in Nigeria, that you do not need a second term or 8 years to make achievements or inroads in government, that the single term is enough for any serious-minded leader to achieve all that he desires. To support his argument is the governor of Oyo State, Makinde. He is equally of the view that there's no need for, second tenure, that we should rather do a single term, and in support of that are the proponents who feel that there should be a constitutional amendment to incorporate a 6-year term single tenure for elected office holders in Nigeria.
Well, that is P2B's view. And you also mentioned Makinde.
Yes.
When you talk about second tenure, I am looking at it from the perspective of the electorate. Giving the electorate that power to allow the person that started well to continue. It is not about the candidates. I always look at things from people, perspective. Politics is all. Yes.
Sorry to cut you, but a lot of the people who've mentioned are people who have experienced these things themselves. You have Makinde, whose tenure will soon end. You have your principal, or a man you revere so much, P2B, he's been at the saddle himself in Anambra State. Moving forward beyond that, we have equally a current sitting governor in Nigeria. Speak to the governor of Bargo, who has come
of Plateau State.
Yes, who has come publicly to say that there's no need for second term.
Just like we have said, and I want to make a correction here. P2B is not my principal. It's just that I like his. I admire his principle. Yes, but what I want to tell you here now is, when you look at single tenure thing, double tenure thing, the basic thing should be on the election itself, selecting the right persons. Is the election free? Is the election fair? People who are saying that they don't want second tenure is talking about fairness. Because when you want to talk about fairness of the election, you are looking at it from this incumbency syndrome. When you want to, compete against an incumbent, he's going to use a lot of things against you to still maintain his lead. But for me, I am looking at the election itself, INEC. If INEC is good, the idea about whether the election is free or fair is going to a very great extent depend on the outcome of the election itself. Do you understand? I am looking at it from the perspective of the electorate, who will always look at what is best for them, considering what is available. What if you have a very good governor and you only have to enjoy that person for one tenure, and if at all you look around, you don't see any other person that can continue with that developmental strides, what do you think will happen? Just like we are seeing in some states now, maybe Enugu, Abia State, and you are now saying single tenure. For instance, Enugu and Abia State, if you now say single tenure, does it mean that the people of Abia State and Enugu State are going to lose OT and MBA respectively? Because we are talking about single tenure. What I am looking at is a situation where you still give the people the opportunity to say, go ahead and continue for one more time.
All right. Looking at this argument, you are taking a look from the perspective of the electorate. And still speaking from the perspective of the electorate, you've cited Enugu State and Abia State, Governor Oti and Pitamba of Enugu State, for example. And when you put it side by side, you will see that within the first term, they will be saddled with re-election. More often, what we've witnessed in Nigeria is situation where every office holder spend 2 years by the time they get into office, 1 year is spent in litigation. After litigation, they settle down into office. You have 2 years already gone. By the third year, they are already in campaign mode. And this is why and what proponents of this argument say that they'd rather will give them a single tenure of 6 years, for example, to see that, yes, whatever developmental agenda they have, they will carry out without being bothered with re-election.
Thank you so much. Remember that even if you say one tenor, the question now, will there still be a situation where you see governors spending such money also on people that are going to succeed them? If you say one tenor, they will still use that kind of money, that resources, that energy, that power to look for successor. And that will even to a very large extent promote godfatherism, as we have mentioned previously. Because they will still use that period that they would have used to seek for re-election, to look for somebody that is going to remain or continue from where they stopped, if not a puppet, against the will of the people. For me, if it is single tenor, having two tenors, the greater emphasis should be on election itself. We should try to work on our electioneering processes, starting from legislation, and we try to remove all bottlenecks as witnessed. Because for me, I believe naturally that there should be incremental progress, incremental modification from process 1 to process 2. And for me, I also know that our democracy is evolving. I know that the lessons learned from the previous election cannot be allowed to repeat itself now. Because I know it got to a point. I think we are almost there. It got to a point where we wanted to celebrate, but something happened. And that is what Nigerians are now saying. Let there be this expeditious, effort and campaign towards passing this thing. Let there be this electronic transfer of our votes from where the actual exercise has taken place, so that with your phone you can see the result. Do you understand? That is just where we need to touch. And also we need to criminalize certain election offenses so that it will act as deterrence. And before you know it, things will gradually, improve. And not one tenor, two tenor thing. Remember that we are human beings. The actual nature of man is manifested in what system he is allowed to operate.
While we were talking, you speak to lessons learned from the previous election. And I want to tell you that the previous lessons learned from the last election is that Nigeria spends billions of naira on off-cycle elections and general elections every 4 years. And we are asking, can we honestly afford the illusory of this humongous expenditure during off-cycle and general elections every 4 years? Don't you agree with me, Doc, that when we regulate these things and give perhaps a single tenure of 6 years, that will cut the cost of our electioneering every 4-year cycle?
Well, the humongous amount of money that individuals spend in preparing for election is not restricted to Nigeria alone.
Sorry. We're looking at what Nigeria votes for election.
I am still coming. Because if we get it right through our electoral laws, we perfect everything. What is wrong with allowing individual candidates? What is even wrong in saying people should just declare that they want to, come out and run for certain offices? Why is it mandatory for people to run through a platform? Do you understand? When all these things happen and we get tired with some of these things that have really become a sort of bottlenecks to progress, we begin to eliminate them one after the other. For me, spending huge amount of money in electioneering campaign has become inevitable. Look at the present nature of Nigeria, vote buying. Poverty has been, to a very great extent, it has been weaponized. Somebody might even say that some of the ruling class, that they deliberately want to keep people in this state so that during the next election, it will be very, very easy for them to come with such options. But I am saying that if you try to remove this power of selecting credible leaders from people through election reforms, it is going to be very, very disastrous. Allow this second tenure to be. Work on the election laws, and things will gradually fall in line. That is my personal view on this. It has nothing to do with single tenure or double tenure. A bad candidate is also a bad candidate. You may have 5 years single tenure that one can never forget in life. If you have a single tenure, if you have a candidate that comes in and didn't perform, then you have an opportunity to go against that person. I don't want to mention individuals, but if we allow our electoral laws to work and to also make it more stringent, then you have an opportunity, the electorates will have an opportunity to a kind of replace and make change for the better.
All right. Doc, on that note, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll continue to probe this very issue.
Thank you very much.
Advertise with us. Cover your events. Share your story. Call 070-30437110 today. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Thank you for staying with us, and we've been probing the issue of single tenure in Nigeria. If that is a risk for Nigeria, or it will engender development. And we've been speaking to Dr. Ima Agu, who is a developmental psychologist. Dr. Ima, thank you. And as we continue to probe on this issue, you did speak to the issue around cost, but that what matters is not the cost, but us having quality leadership. But still going back around the issue of cost, you see that the state funds INEC. Homogeneous amount is voted to INEC to oversee our elections. And beyond that, you have to fund security, for election. And beyond that, the government equally has to, put some money for campaigns, fund the political parties as well. Though I know you've argued for independent candidacy be recognized in our constitution. But I still mean to ask, when we look at this amount that we spend on election as a nation, don't you think that it would be better for us when we are lucky to have individual performing office holders, like you did cite Abia State and Enugu State, that when they have an uninterrupted or disturbance-free, not burdened with re-election in, let's say, 6 years, that such individuals would perform better, bring dividends of democracy to the electorate and to their people, as to compare to what is obtainable at the moment, where they would, after every 4 years tenure, go to the polls. That's a big distraction. So to bring it home, I've mentioned issues. One, cost, distraction, interruption of that developmental process every 4 year cycle.
Thank you so much. Just to start with what you said, I am an organizational and industrial psychologist, not a developmental psychologist.
Okay, sorry for that.
There's no problem. You see this single tenor, double tenor thing that we have been, trying to look at. It depends on how you see it. If you now say go for single tenor, 5 years for an administrator, what if the person comes in and decides to stay without doing anything, knowing fully well that after 5 years, he or she will simply go? Than having a person for 4 years and he or she knows, it even becomes a competition. You are going to be the first administrator to serve the state for 4 years. Meaning that if you have somebody who did not have the opportunity of coming back for second term, it means that the person has not done anything for the masses. I know that there is this proclivity, there is this natural tendency for individuals to want to use state funds to, try to do everything within means to get into power during the election, whether they have done well or not done well. Because that, you may even argue, saying, what if the person has not done well, knowing fully well that he or she will still has an opportunity of coming back? What if the person uses state funds to arm twist other opponents? I still point towards electoral laws, because fairness in an election is talking about a situation where you don't use anything to the detriment of other competitors. Then if election is free, you are looking at it as a situation where the electors go and exercise their franchise freely. We have to concentrate, put all our energy on working on these laws that will enable people to come and exercise their voting rights freely and in a fair manner, and in such a way that after the election, the election will be a product of the people's will, where the people want to go. It is not about one tenor or second tenor. It is about electoral reform. It is about having a recruitment process that produces the best out of the lot.
All right, Doc, we will look at some countries where we have this system in place, talking about single term or single tenure in office. When we look at South Korea, for example, you see that it's a system that works very well. And given the Nigerian situation, you don't believe that we copying such a system is far better than this American system that we've cultivated?
Well, when you talk about South Korea, the other day I told you that democracy has to evolve from the nature of your, realities, historical realities, political realities, economic realities, cultural. Nigeria is a very diverse, a country with so many differences. But one would equally say that these differences should have been looked at from positive perspective. But it does not always work that way. If you look at Korea, to a very large extent, they are culturally monolithic. So, and it is very easy for you to evolve a system that will carry everybody along. But in a system like Nigeria, you have what I may call differences that breeds mutual suspicion. And all these things has been there since the advent of the colonialism. We all know what happened from 1900 to 1914, then 1918, 1922, 1933, 1939, 1945, Richard's Constitution, all this regionalism, eventual federal system, and you now see that all these efforts to bring Nigeria together already has a lot of question marks, and there has been concerted efforts from our leaders to bring us together, but some of these things are not working. So trying to now say, compare us with countries that don't have some of these differences, you know, you build this national consciousness, and sometimes you have some structures that support a system of government that works. You look around, you now look at a system that works, that is going to work for you. If you have these differences, you see that federalism, I think, is ideal for Nigeria. But you now, another question is, to what extent are we even federal? You have 80 items. You have, in our constitution, you have 68 items in exclusive list, leaving only 12 items in concurrent list. And even those items in the concurrent list are not even allowed to work. Because the essence of having federalism is to have some sectors of the economy where you will allow this distinctiveness and differences that exist among people to flow. You have to devolve. You have to allow such things to flow. But in a system where you have a unitaristic federal structure, it breeds suspicion, just like what we are having today in Nigeria. You have a system that's on pen and paper federal, but in practice unitary, and is even a product of military system, military government. You have a situation where you have state governors with little or no control over the use of state apparatus. When you talk about armed forces, you talk about police and other paramilitary agencies. To a very reasonable extent, state government should be able to exercise such powers to enable them tackle the issues of security and other things, maintenance of law and order. Even if you like, give them the whole amount of money in the world, call it security vote. If they don't have their own instrument of maintaining law and order, that is even peculiar to their own people. Because security for me is community based. And if you must tackle security, you have to follow that order too. So that is just that. A lot of things are there in Nigerian federal system. So comparing Nigeria with South Korea, North Korea may not really work. We have to look at some countries that have differences, like America, and begin to emphasize. Because American democracy has a lot of inclusiveness. If you must operate a federal system of government, you have to carry everybody along. It is not by word. It is through action. Do you understand? So in a federal system, there is nothing bad in it, but the way you allow it to operate, that is the problem with it. So unitary system is not an option. And trying to copy from Korea, North Korea, South Korea may not really work. I think the closest to us is United States, where you have differences, but their own differences is working for them. Why is it that our own differences is not working for us here? That is the question. A lot of incompatibilities, religious-wise, culturally. There are these differences, deep-rooted differences. And even the balkanization exercise that took place before colonialism did not even help matters. The question you must ask, why do we have Yoruba speaking nations outside Nigeria? You have Yorubas in Benin Republic, you have Yorubas in Togo, you have Yorubas in other West African countries. Why don't you look at this cultural affinity? When you divide or demarcate, you have to look at certain things. But when you try to bring people together from different forces, it brings problem. If you go history-wise, the first constitution we had in Nigeria, Clifford Constitution of 1922, what was the major fault? Exclusion of the northern region. You wanted to allow them be, but at the same time you are giving these people different cake and giving the other people different bread, and that was the major fault. After that Richard Constitution, what happened? You stayed for a very long period of time before Richard Constitution of 1945. You had 1933, 1939. But the problem is that before this time, before Nigeria even became a federation, there had been a lot of issues. Politicization of ethnicity was one factor that played major role. Between 1922 to 1939 to 45, you had very strong Nigerian nationalist movement. They were working together. But when these people saw that this thing could undermine the purpose of colonialism, they introduced ethnicity. And when this ethnicity came, nationalist movement died naturally. Suddenly, Herbert Macaulay, Obafemi Awolowo, Sardauna, that we are working together, suddenly realized that you first of all need to be an Igbo man for you before you become a Nigeria. You need to be a Yoruba man before you become a Nigeria, and that thing continued. We should try to de-escalate. We should try to de-emphasize our areas of differences. Look at what is happening in our national team. Wherever you see talent, irrespective of their region, religion, ethnic background, go for it. Would you want a pilot who does not know how to fly an aeroplane, who comes from your area, to drive you to Abuja, to fly you to Abuja, or anybody at all from anywhere who has that expertise to take you to Abuja? That is a question that we should all answer in this country if we are determined to move forward. So that is just my take on all this.
All right. That's quite apt, but I listen to you very well when you speak to the escalation of the issues that separate us as a people. But speaking to inclusivity, which is part of the argument the proponents of a single tenure has always made, has to do with the issue of rotational presidency, where every tribe in Nigeria should feel, included and not excluded. And that's part of the argument your region, the Southeast, the Igbos, make against Nigeria, that they are yet to get to that exalted position of president in Nigeria. And we ask, don't you think that with a tenure presidency, speak to a single term of 6 years, that it will be possible for every nation in Nigeria, or tribe in Nigeria, or ethnicity in Nigeria, or ethnic group rather, to be able to have proximity to getting to experience or occupy the most exalted position of president in Nigeria?
Personally, I don't think that the reason why the Southwest has not made it to presidency is because of single tenure or having second tenure. It is not. It is still that question mark that everybody tries to dodge. Everybody tries to be politically correct when it comes to Igbo question in Nigeria. Why? It is not something that started today. Let me ask you, how many states do you have in Southeast compared to other regions? And so many questions. So I really, whenever it comes to issues that come to an Igbo man, Hausa, Yoruba man, he has been there all this while. I think as we are evolving, even presently, why is it that P2B enjoys followership? Even more followership outside Igbo land. It is about trying to perfect what you do and try to sell it out and try to see. And presently, Nigerians are now beginning to see that it will be better for us to look at the quality and not actually where you come from or where you, the type of religion you know, take on as a person. So this Igbo question is a very long, it has a very big question mark in Nigeria. Do you understand? And I know that with time, it will just fizzle out.
Okay. Now, let me bring it a little bit home. You did mention P2B while you were speaking. P2B is always, he assumes central stage in most political conversation in Nigeria of late. And I want to ask, it seems from your position, if you are to advise P2B, you would be against his position on taking a single term in office if he happens to clinch the seat.
Remember what I said. It is Nigerians that will determine.
But sorry.
Wait.
Doc, sorry.
Wait.
Sorry, Doc. Doc, sorry. It's on record. Part of the carrot he's dangling before his supporters and opposition when it comes to ADC, the coalition, is the offer of a single term in office, that he will not go beyond that single term in order to balance the equation, that unwritten agreement between the regions that constitute or make up Nigeria.
Thank you so much. When you talk about this single tenure, 4 years for me is enough for P2B to transform Nigeria. What you need in Nigeria, for me, is setting the structures. If you look at his program, when you allow him to go for 4 years, for me, and if you listen to his campaign promises, he will talk about corruption, reducing corruption to the barest minimum, then reform all the structures of governance, government institutions, try to make them to work optimally, and make the laws. In fact, we don't have rule of law in Nigeria. Our criminal justice system is just like a cobweb that catches small flies, leaving big animals to bulldoze their way. So 4 years for me, single tenure 4 years, not single tenure for, if we had this agreement with the ADC to come and do 4 years, it is okay. Setting the motion, putting the motion in place, and remember, he can still come back after expiration of 8 years, just like what happened in US.
Is that possible in Nigeria?
I think it's possible. Everything is possible if you have an electoral system that works. It is about the people. If you look at Abraham Lincoln's definition of democracy, it is anthropocentric. It is centered on the people, government of the people, by the people, and for the people.
Government of accredited representatives.
People. It is all about the people. So you cannot do anything without the people. So, and if you reform our electoral system, the people will decide.
Okay. So, Doc, but if one is to follow this line of argument, if P2B can achieve all that in 4 years, then we should, join the proponents of this very debate that a single tenure should be proper and the best for Nigerian interests.
Single tenure, mark my words, single tenure or having second tenure is not even our issue. But I am looking at it from this perspective. All right. If you have a working system, you have a governor that is delivering, it is always good to allow that framework that gives him that opportunity of coming back or to stay back to continue what he started.
Okay.
People can still allow him to go through, vote him out if he doesn't do well.
All right.
You can imagine what will happen in Enugu or Abia State if you now say single tenure. After single tenure, you lose that person. He won't see him again.
Okay.
You still have to come back and continue what you started. Finish it.
I've seen that you're passionate about this your position on this very issue. But before I let you go, just one final one.
Okay.
Briefly before we go.
Okay.
I ask, don't you think that with a single tenure, either of 4 years, 5 years, or 6 years, where an incumbent knows that he doesn't stand a chance of re-election, that will curb corruption in the system?
Corruption is a human problem. Corruption has psychological dimension. Do you understand? So when you talk about corruption, it has nothing to do with single tenor or double or having second tenor thing that you talk about. Corruption is inherent in some people. If I say man, you have people that don't have that kind of mentality. That's it. So it is within the people's mental disposition to either decide to do what is right or do the other way round.
All right. And it's good to see one area where you disagree with Mr. Peter Bion. The issue of is doing a single term. But be that as it may, today we've seen that the question isn't just about how long they stay, but what they do while they are there.
Yes.
But does how long dictates what? The answers you seek has been heard from Dr. Ima Ago, who says no to the single term. And that's all we can take for today on The Insight. And thank you, Dr. Imago, who is an industrial and organizational psychologist. It's a pleasure having you on The Insight again today.
Thank you for having me once again.
All right. And to you, our wonderful viewers, remember that your view matters to us. Reach us with all at Aneke TV, all on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube. Till we come your way same time tomorrow, I remain your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
Advertise with us. Cover your event. Share your story. Call 070-30437110 today. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
We are on campus today talking to freshers about their first days in university, the surprises, the challenges, and the excitement of beginning a new journey. Let's hear what they have to say.
My advice is that always come for lectures and always concentrate because it's not easy in universities like this to come to lectures and you think that you just come for exam and that, right? And also be coordinated and also anything they ask for, just always do it and always be punctual in everything. And also if you want to become one of the best in IMT, you have to follow up if it's a practical and all that things. You always be the best. Always in a spiritual life like this, always follow God. Do not backslide. Like my spiritual father always say that any day, anytime, do not rely on men, but rely on God only. Do not ever say that you want to go and meet man for something. Always rely on God. Even though you have problems, just always rely on God. And even for relationship like this, do not think that a relationship can be just for nothing. If what be in a relationship like this, always be smart. Do not get relationship to get into your head, but always be smart in this kind of relationship.
The advice that I will give to my fellow freshers is that focus on yourself and know what you came to campus to do. Know what you came to campus to do, because so many people are here not just to read board, to get distracted, and so many are here to distract others that wants to achieve something in the future. And also, like me coming to this school, this place is not my intention. I don't want to come here, but the way I'm seeing things and the friends that I'm making is giving me vibe that I should stay calm and look forward for my future. Like, I see so many people with ambition in this school, and many that are here just to have fun and all stuff. You understand? My fellow freshers, I would like to say, anything about God, just take it serious, because you don't know what plan that God has for you. You might just think like me. I had a vision that led me to IMT, because the school that I intended to go is UNN, but I had a vision for IMT, and I know that God has something for me here. You understand? And first of all, in aspect of relationship with God, obedience is better than sacrifice. Just obey and leave everything to God. Like our lecturer on Com 115 said, just do 50 and leave 50 to God, or you do 40 and leave 60 to God. You can't leave everything to God. You understand? And find people that you know they are serious with relationship with God, not people that loves to party and loves whiling their way their time. You understand? And try to endeavor in a fellowship program or in a society like a fellowship society that can be following you up about your spiritual life and other stuffs. And
Good afternoon and welcome to News Around the Country on Aneke TV. I am Deborah Wakaba. And now to the headlines. Nationwide health workers strike paralyzes hospitals. NLC TUC set for massive rally in Abuja over unpaid salaries. Osun Assembly accuses APC chairman of illegal fund disbursement. And now to the news in details. The nationwide strike by the joint health sector unions, JOHESU, has now entered its third month, severely disrupting service in government-owned hospitals. Major departments, including hospital, pharmacies, laboratories, and support units, remain largely non-operational, forcing patients to seek services from private facilities. The union say their prolonged industrial action stems from the federal government's failure to implement agreed adjustments to the consolidated health salary structure, a matter unresolved for over a decade. Efforts at conciliation have reportedly failed to yield progress, with essential health services operating on skeletal basis in many tertiary hospitals nationwide. In response, the federal government has enforced a no work, no pay policy on striking members, drawing strong condemnation from labor leaders who argue the directive could deepen tensions and hinder negotiations. Meanwhile, critical healthcare delivery remains compromised, raising concerns about patient outcomes and public welfare. The Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, and Trade Union Congress, TUC, have announced a massive solidarity rally in Abuja set for tomorrow at the Federal Capital Development Authority, FCDA. The unions are mobilizing in support of Federal Capital Territory Administration, FCTA workers who have been on strike since mid-January over unpaid salaries, stalled promotion, and poor working conditions. Labour leaders describe the rally as a show of unity, emphasizing that an injury to one is an injury to all. Despite the National Industrial Court order directing workers to return to their posts, the unions remain defiant, warning that the struggle will continue until the demands are met. Affiliates and state councils in FCT have been instructed to mobilize fully, with leadership promising that no worker will face government pressure alone. The unions maintain that their demands are legitimate, non-negotiable and aimed at safeguarding workers' welfare. The rally comes amid rising tensions between organized labor and the FCT authorities led by Minister Nyesom Wike. With the planned demonstration expected to draw significant turnout, authorities in Abuja are monitoring the situation closely. Union leaders have called on members to remain steadfast and committed, signaling that labor activism in the capital will remain robust in the coming days. Meanwhile, in a last-minute move to defuse tensions ahead of tomorrow's planned NLC rally, the Federal Capital Territory Administration (FCTA) has started paying long overdue salaries and wage awards for staff. Senior aide Lere Olayinka confirmed that workers received their January salaries and a portion of their 5-month wage backlog. The administration has pledged to clear the remaining 3 months of arrears between February and April. The NLC, however, has rejected the partial payment as insufficient, accusing FCTA Minister Nyesom Wike of intimidation and citing one-sided court orders meant to suppress workers' rights. While the administration claims the staff returned to work following a National Industrial Court order, labor leaders have filed an appeal through senior lawyer Femi Falana. The unions question why the FCTA faces pressure while other states with similar wage delays face no sanctions. The standoff has shifted both to the court and the streets, with the NLC mobilizing multiple sectors for Tuesday's solidarity rally. The partial payment may be too late to prevent a major disruption. Workers remain torn between immediate financial relief and long-standing demands for better welfare, while the legal battle moves to the Court of Appeal. Residents of Onitsha, Anambra State, observed a sit-at-home order issued by indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, on Monday. Radio Nigeria reports the city was largely deserted with no significant vehicular or pedestrian movement. Security monitoring was heightened with a helicopter hovering over key areas of the city. A resident, Jude Ude, said the members of Udogachi security outfit prevented some sport activities at the DMGS stadium, insisting that people return to their homes or workplaces. The security presence was visible throughout the city. Despite the tension, there were no reports of violence as of the time of filing this report. Authorities continue to monitor the situation, urging residents to remain calm and law-abiding, while security agencies maintain readiness to respond to any incident. The governor of Ebonyi State, Francis Wifuru, has ordered the closure of all schools in the Amasiri clan of Afikpo local government area and imposed a 20-hour daily curfew following a deadly attack at Okporojo village, Eda. The attack reportedly killed and beheaded 4 residents and burned over 9 houses. The decision followed an emergency meeting of the Ebonyi State Security Council, which also tasked the chairman of Afikpo, Ivo, Ohazara and Onitsha local governments with jointly managing the Amasiri clan until further notice. Governor Wifuru visited the affected community, offering condolences and directed security agencies to ensure the arrest and prosecution of the assailants. Additional measures include shutting down all amenities in the town, including public and private schools, as well as the Amasiri Development Center. A bill is being prepared to repeal sections of the law establishing the Development Center aimed at preventing further attacks and restoring security in the region. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has launched a 50-day rotational voter registration exercise across all wards in Lagos State. Resident Electoral Commissioner Professor Ayobami Salami said the exercise aims to bring voter registration closer to residents and reduce apathy ahead of the 2027 general elections. The initiative allows eligible residents to register, transfer details or replace damaged voter cards in their local neighborhoods with final consolidation at local government areas offices between April 10th and 17th. INEC has upgraded logistics and technology to prevent the delays and technical issues experienced in previous exercises. Salami urged political parties, civil society and religious leaders to assist in voter education, stressing that the success of the exercise relies on community mobilization. The Commission framed the initiative as a critical step toward transparency, accountability in Lagos, Nigeria's commercial hub. Security forces in Niger State have rescued over 70 kidnapped victims in Mariga and surrounding districts following an intelligence-led operation by the Nigerian Army and the Department of State Services (DSS). Several bandits were neutralized and others apprehended during the joint clearance mission. The Speaker of the Niger State House of Assembly, Abdul Malik Sakandaji, praised the operation as a turning point in regional security. He commended the professionalism of the forces and assured residents that the government remains committed to supporting security agencies in the ending banditry. Authorities have urged continued community vigilance, stressing the importance of timely intelligence to sustain security gains. Families of the rescued victims were reunited safely, with officials reiterating that citizen safety remains a top priority. Kwara State has begun a capacity building program for livestock farmers, replacing traditional practices with modern ranching techniques. Led by the Ministry of Livestock Development, the program includes training and study tours of private facilities like Mikimban Dairy Farm, covering breeding, feed management, and animal health. Commissioner Olorutoyosi Thomas said the initiative is part of Nigeria's National Livestock Growth Acceleration Strategy (NLGAS) 2025 to 2023, aiming to double the sector's GDP by 2035. The program targets improved food security, higher rural incomes, and commercial viability of the livestock industry. Farmers from all 16 local government areas are participating in the program, which is expected to reduce land use conflict and position Kwara as a key player in Nigeria's $1 trillion economic vision. Officials emphasize that adopting modern methods will boost productivity, create jobs, and improve national livestock standards. Kano State Governor Abba Yusuf has made significant appointments and promotions to strengthen government institutions and anti-corruption frameworks. Acting Director General of Kano State Pilgrims Welfare Board Abubakar Matawale and Provost of the Kano State Anti-Corruption Institute Rahama Alaji are among the appointees. Veteran Kannywood actress Aino Ade was promoted to Senior Special Assistant on Kannywood Affairs, reflecting the administration's support for the creative industry. Governor Yusuf urged all appointees to deliver results emphasizing transparency and loyalty. The appointment aims to enhance service delivery, stabilize critical programs, and reinforce anti-corruption measures. The government stated that the changes take immediate effect and are part of the Kano First agenda to improve efficiency across the state. Anambra State First Lady Dr. Noye Soludo has called on residents, especially women, to prioritize physical and mental health. Through her Healthy Living with Noyo Soludo initiative, she emphasized that wellness is crucial for productivity and achieving personal goals in 2026. Dr. Soludo urged citizens to adopt natural diets, maintain backyard gardens, practice exclusive breastfeeding, and engage in regular exercise. She highlighted the importance of preventive health measures to combat lifestyle diseases like hypertension, diabetes, and obesity. She also stressed the need for me time, regular medical checkups, and malaria prevention using insecticide-treated nets. The First Lady's message encourages proactive health management, aiming to reduce healthcare burdens while fostering a culture of awareness across Anambra State. You're watching Aneke TV News across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, all at Aneke TV. Now here's a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Health worker strikes continues to paralyze hospitals across the country. NLC and TUC to hold massive rally in Abuja over unpaid salaries. And coming up shortly, Osho Assembly accuses APC chairman of illegal fund disbursement. We'll be right back.
Advertise with us. Cover your event. Share your story. Call 070-3043-7110 today. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Still on the news, the Osun State House of Assembly has accused local government chairmen of illegally siphoning billions in council funds. Speaker Adewale Egbedun alleged a systematic looting operation claiming millions were diverted to APC chairmen and councillors, while 13 billion naira was allegedly spent on legal fees. He warned banks that further disbursements authorized by former Governor Adeboyega Oyetola would be treated as personal gifts rather than government funds. The APC elected chairman and Oyetola's camp denied allegations, describing them as reckless propaganda and fabricated malice. Algon chairman Samuel Udowu questioned how funds supposedly withheld by the federal government could simultaneously be diverted at the local level. The dispute has stalled grassroots governance since February 2025. Primary school teachers and healthcare workers have been left without salaries as both sides continue their legal battles, deepening the administrative paralysis in the state. The Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria has apologized for a major blackout at Terminal 1 of Murtala Mohammed International Airport on Saturday. Investigation revealed a faulty changeover circuit in the terminal's aging electrical system caused the outage. Emergency backup system restored services temporarily. Aviation Minister Festus Keyamo confirmed the situation is under control, but noted permanent solutions are unlikely immediately. Of the 45-year-old terminal is scheduled for a full shutdown in 1 month to allow a 712 billion naira rehabilitation and expansion project. The 22-month overhaul will see the terminal stripped to its structural core and fitted with modern mechanical and electrical systems. Officials describe the project as necessary to address what the government has repeatedly labeled a national disgrace at Nigeria's business airports. The Zamfara state government has approved a permanent military base in Gwagwabe village following a deadly bandit attack. 4 residents were killed and homes destroyed on Thursday evening in Bungudu local government area. Armed men reportedly targeted the community after villagers refused to pay legal levies. Deputy Governor Mani Malam Mumini, representing Governor Dauda Lawal at the victim's funeral, condemned the violence and promised rapid military response. State officials emphasized that the move aims to protect innocent citizens and secure the region from recurring attacks. Local leaders called for continued community cooperation with security forces to track down the perpetrators. The administration said the new base will serve as a deterrent against banditry and extortion in the area. The Nigeria-Vietnam Chamber of Commerce and Industry is encouraging investors to see infrastructure and food sector gaps in Nigeria as opportunities for high returns. Professor Biodun Adedipe said Nigeria's projected 4% economic growth in 2026 combined with reforms provide fertile ground for Vietnam's expertise in manufacturing efficiency and agro-processing. He highlighted that policy shifts such as fuel subsidy removal, exchange rate unification, and banking recapitalization have strengthened Nigeria's investment climate. These measures have improved foreign reserves and capital inflows, preparing the country for long-term strategic partnerships. The body aims to bridge policymakers and the private sector, transforming structural deficits into resilient growth. The Chamber stressed that Nigeria seeks enduring partnership, not short-term exposure, to modernize industries and secure food and energy solutions. The Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprises is urging the federal government to establish a national farm price stabilization and farmer income protection framework. The director, Dr. Muda Yusuf, said volatile prices and policy uncertainty are harming farmers and deterring long-term investment. Yusuf highlighted structural challenges such as poor storage, transport bottlenecks, and limited financing, which result in post-harvest losses. He proposed a digital-first rule-based system to ensure transparency and stabilize agricultural income. The group warned that short-term price interventions are insufficient. They stressed that sustainable food security requires a market-friendly environment that incentives efficiency and private sector-led production. Atletico Madrid has reached an agreement to sign Nigeria winger Ademola Lookman for Atlanta. The deal, confirmed by Fabrizio Romano, is valued at €35 million plus €5 million in performance-based add-ons. Lookman has reportedly agreed on a long-term contract. The Super Eagles forward will travel to Madrid for medical examinations to finalize the transfer. Atletico manager Diego Simeone aims to strengthen the team's attacking options ahead of the new season. Lookman's move marks a significant step in his career after a standout stint in Italy Serie A. Fans are anticipating his impact in La Liga with Atletico Madrid. Rivers United suffered a 1-0 home defeat to Zambia's Power Dynamos in CAF Champions League, jeopardizing their campaign. Kondwani Chiboni scored the only goal in the 50th minute in Goswell Babu Stadium. The loss leaves Rivers United bottom of Group A with just 1 point from 4 matches. To advance, they must win remaining games and rely on all the results going their way. The NPFL leaders will next host Egyptian side Pyramids on February 8, followed by a trip to Morocco on February 13. Failure to secure victory next week could end their continental ambitions. Victor Osimhen reached 200 senior career goals during Galatasaray 4-0 win over KCP. The Super Eagles striker scored twice and provided an assist in the match. The milestone follows Osimhen becoming Galatasaray's fastest player to 50 goals last week. Of his 200 goals, 165 were scored at club level, with 76 for Napoli and 35 for Nigeria. Osimhen continues to dominate the Turkish Super League, keeping Galatasaray 6 points clear on Fenerbahce. He has amazed 51 assists in 336 senior appearances, commencing his status as one of Africa's top football talents. Nigerian artist Burna Boy, Davido, Omale, Aresta, and Wizkid failed to win at the 2026 Grammy Awards. South Africa's Tyler won Best African Music Performance for Push to Start, marking his second win in the category. Burna Boy's album No Sign of Weakness lost Best Global Music Album to Brazilian artists Caetano Veloso and Maria Bethânia. The Nigerian stars, despite heavy red carpet presence, returned home empty-handed. The results have sparked debate over Afrobeat's global dominance. Critics noted that continued rise of African music talent across the continent, with Nigeria still seen as a key player despite a Grammy setback. The Federal Medical Center Abuja clarified circumstances surrounding soprano singer Ifunanya Wangene's death following a snake bite. The hospital confirmed emergency interventions including anti-venom administration, intravenous fluids, and oxygen. Despite medical efforts, Nanya's condition deteriorated rapidly due to severe neurotoxic effects. FMC Abuja emphasized that the death was caused by the bite's toxicity, not negligence or lack of treatment. The hospital urged the public to disregard false rumors and reaffirmed its commitment to transparent medical care. Nanya's death remains a major loss to Abuja's music scene. Afrobeat artist Omale revealed on the 2026 Grammy red carpet that he once believed Davido disliked him. A viral clip of Davido enjoying his music resolved the misunderstanding. The incident led to a successful collaboration on the 2025 hit single With You, earning Omale his first Grammy nomination. He described their creative chemistry as magic that transformed an imagined rivalry into a productive partnership. Despite losing the Best African Music Performance Award to Tyler, Omale emphasized that representing Nigeria globally remains the priority. The story highlights the power of communication and social media in shaping the music industry. And now to end news across the country, here are the main points again. The nationwide strike by health workers continued to paralyze government hospitals, affecting patients' access to critical medical services across the country. Authorities have called for urgent dialogue to resolve the stalements. The Nigerian Labour Congress (NLC) and Trade Union Congress (TUC) have announced a massive solidarity rally in the Federal Capital Territory. The demonstration is in protest over unpaid salaries and poor working conditions for FCT workers. The Osun State House of Assembly has accused APC local government chairman of illegally disposing council funds. The assembly claims billions of naira were mismanaged, prompting calls for accountability and investigation. And that's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, or at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidima Sogwa and the entire news team, I'm Deborah Wakba. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In functional democracies and competitive economies, meritocracy is not a slogan, it is a system. A system where competence determines opportunity, performance drives advancement, and leadership is earned, not inherited or imposed. In Nigeria, however, the persistent triumph of mediocrity over merit continues to shape recruitment processes, elective positions, and leadership outcomes across critical sectors of national life. From public service employment to political office, from academia to corporate governance, troubling pattern has emerged. Access often trumps ability, loyalty outweighs competence, and short-term political calculations override long-term national interests. In the public sector, recruitment exercises are officially designed to be competitive, involving written examinations, interviews, and eligibility screening. Yet, multiple surveys and independent audits have consistently shown that informal influence, patronage networks, and bribery remain significant determinants of who gets hired. This reality has produced ministries, departments, and agencies burdened with underqualified personnel, struggling to deliver on complex policy mandates in a rapidly evolving global environment. The consequences are not abstract. They manifest in delayed project execution, weak policy implementation, inefficient service delivery, and ballooning recurrent expenditure with minimal value creation. When institutions are staffed without regard for skill or capacity, governance becomes reactive rather than strategic. The problem is not limited to recruitment alone. Nigeria's elective political system reflects the same crisis of merit. In many cases, candidates emerge not through rigorous debate, policy clarity, or intellectual depth, but through financial muscle, political godfathers, or ethnic calculations. Electoral outcomes frequently reward popularity, patronage of vote buying over competence and vision. The result is a leadership deficit that cut across local government councils, state assemblies, governorships, and even the national legislature, institutions constitutionally taxed with lawmaking, oversight, and representation, yet often lacking the technical depths required to interrogate budgets, scrutinize policies, or design forward-looking legislation. Other sectors tell a similar story. In education, the erosion of merit in academic appointment has weakened research quality and global competitiveness. In some tertiary institutions, promotions and leadership roles are influenced more by internal politics than scholarly output. In the corporate space, family ties and informal networks sometimes override professional management principles, limiting innovation and sustainability. Ironically, Nigeria continues to produce world-class professionals who excel in merit-driven systems abroad, from medicine and engineering to technology, finance, and academia. Their success outside the country reinforces a painful truth. The problem is not Nigerian capacity or Nigerian systems. Countries that have achieved rapid development offer contrasting examples. Singapore, Rwanda, and South Korea institutionalize meritocracy through transparent recruitment, performance-based promotion, and zero tolerance for patronage. Leadership selection in these systems prioritize competence, integrity, and accountability, even when politically inconvenient. Back home, the cost of failing to do the same is increasingly evident. Brain drain has accelerated as skilled Nigerians seek environments where effort is rewarded fairly. Public trust in institutions has declined, and citizens grow more cynical about processes they perceive as rigged or predetermined. Yet, experts argue that the tide can be turned. Strengthening meritocracy requires deliberate reform, not rhetoric. Transparent digital recruitment platforms, independently supervised examinations, enforceable sanctions for recruitment breaches, and clear performance metrics are critical starting points. In the political space, electoral reforms that reduce the influence of money, strengthen internal party democracy, and encourage issue-based campaigns are essential to improving leadership quality. Civil society, the media, and the electorate also carry responsibility to interrogate candidates, demand competence, and reject mediocrity at the ballot box. Ultimately, meritocracy is not elitism, it is fairness. It is the assurance that every Nigerian, regardless of background, has a genuine chance to rise based on ability and effort. Without it, institutions weaken, leadership falters, and national ambition remains unrealized. For Nigeria to compete globally, govern effectively, and harness its vast human capital, merit must no longer be optional. It must become the standard. In recruitment, in elections, and in every field where decisions shape the nation's future.
Sacrifice is the price of progress. Without it, giving time, sleep, or comfort, no meaningful journey is easy. Perseverance turns dreams into realities. When it gets tough, push forward. The finish line rewards the one who didn't quit.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news
to powerful stories from business and politics to culture, lifestyle, and entertainment. We inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Across Nigeria, from bustling cities to quiet rural communities, one institution has endured the test of time: the traditional leadership. Long before modern governance structures emerged, these institutions were the heartbeat of society, providing leadership, justice, and social cohesion in ways that remain indispensable to this day. Traditional institutions are not merely ceremonial. They are custodians of Nigeria's rich and diverse cultural heritage. From the Obas of Yoruba land, the Emirs of the North, to the Igwe and Obi of Igbo land, traditional rulers preserve centuries of customs, language, festivals, and rituals. They ensure that the stories, values, and identity of their people are not lost in a rapidly changing world. What sets these institutions apart is their organic legitimacy. Unlike elected officials whose authority depends on periodic votes, traditional rulers derive their influence from ancestry, community consent, and deeply rooted cultural norms. This legacy makes them trusted arbiters, moral authorities, and stabilizing forces within their communities. Their position above partisan politics allows them to mediate dispute and guide society with a unique combination of wisdom and authority. At the grassroots level, traditional institutions are indispensable for governance and social order. They resolve dispute, manage land and chieftaincy matters, and act as intermediaries between local communities and government policy. In rural areas where former structures are often distant or overstretched, the presence of these leaders ensures continuity, fairness, and accessibility in governance. Beyond mediation, traditional rulers are catalysts for development. They mobilize communities for education.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to the entertainment segment of this day, and we are always doing, and as I always bring to your way, I bring you the best of entertainment, what is happening, what is trending, and what is going on in the world of entertainment, especially music. I wanted to say drama, but we don't do drama. Music, movies, and when we are talking about that, we're also talking about how people react to trending news, gist, and all that. Today, I'm telling you that today is money making Monday, but the people I am here in the studio with may not have made the money. But let me start on that note. I have one of the best of the best and the best of the best here with me today to do this. Well, as the Commission of Enjoyment, I want to tell you that I'm ready for every type of enjoyment you want, and that is why my guys are here, so that in case you need it jollof, in case you need it by red pepper, in case you need it by black pepper, in case you need it by social lawyer, in case you need it by Mazio Wanile, however you want it, we can bring it to you. I don't want to introduce the first of them. I want to go first, as in all ladies first, before guys second. I have my social lawyer in the house. Hello, social lawyer.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
I know I told you I've dethroned you. And I would have addressed you as the commissioner of enjoyment, but prior to the fact that I dethroned you,
So I should be what?
And I've not concluded yet on the name or title to give you.
Okay, the title to give me.
Yeah, you just I think just commissioner will just be,
I should just be commissioner.
Enjoyment.
Well.
Like you are just us like people that don't have the money.
No, I didn't say people don't have the money yet. I said the people that are with, I said the people that
don't have the money yet.
I said the people that are here with me. We're talking about money making Monday. They don't have. That's why they are making money now.
But you use the sentence. They don't have the money yet.
They don't have the money. Do you have the money yet?
But do you have the money yet?
Well, as the commissioner, I always do this live on the show. But before I do this, I want to bring you the guy second. And I'm talking about the Mazio Wanile Anyenyerendio Kana Cathedral, the only man who is from Lesotho, but he is living in Nigeria. And he always visits Lesotho to do his business. And you know the business is not the business you should put your eyes into, because he has invited me to this business. And see, I there many times. And he has been forcing this business on me. And see, I know I will not do it. I'm talking about the one and only Mazi. Hello, Mazi. Good afternoon.
I will keep inviting you to come to my business.
Well, I want to be formal. That's why I said hello, Mazi. Good afternoon.
Don't worry, wait. There is shortage of men in Latvia. There is shortage of men in Lesotho. So these are countries where I tell you that women are in millions and men are in thousands.
So can you say again?
Yeah, you can go there. You might have like 3 to 4 wives only.
Well, you see why there's a problem on this planet Earth. That we always have people that want to convince you to go to where you don't want to go to.
I'm not convinced.
Why are you not telling me to make money?
Wait, I'm not convinced. That's the problem.
You see?
We think everything is all about money.
Oh, this guy is very konaka.
He's trying to tell you that there's no good hope for you there.
That's the banker.
You see, listen to me, guys. This afternoon promises to be very hot, even though the time is very short. Now, I'm not talking about the Red Peppers advocacy on what she will be talking about. I'm not even talking about Mazi's own. I'm talking about how it's going to be. That in the first news, all of us here, we are so sorry that we lost Ifunanya Wangene. And I'm talking about this particular wonderful lady who has been, making rounds on the social media. She sang and she has performed in other places. I'm talking about that lady that UEFA invited to come and perform and do one or two things. I don't know how you received the news when you heard the news about snake biting her to death. She was beaten by snake. I don't know how you guys saw that. I'm going with a social lawyer. What do you think about that?
I will say this life, God, don't let me trend. Like when I die, because
but she did not trend. She didn't trend when she was alive.
This Ifunanya Wangene we are talking about is a close friend.
Really?
So I would just say, for the fact that she's trending so heavily now.
Oh my days.
I don't pray to trend when I am no more.
Oh my days.
Because it's for the memories and everything. The life history is there, but. This lady I'm talking about, if you hear her sing.
No, I've heard her sing. That's why.
I don't know. Is her natural voice with like when you are with her is heavenly. It's magical.
Are you serious?
While while we were in Munich, the chaplaincy, the Catholic chaplaincy inside school, once Ifunanya stands to sing. The whole church is on standby.
Are you serious?
Hi.
Man, that's so sad. That's so sad.
Aki department, she actually is the graduate of Aki Architecture department in Union, and they lost the grade.
They lost the grade.
I know her best friend.
Really?
Yeah, because she happened to be my roommate while in school, and her name is Uche. So Uche is Ifunanya's best friend. They were in the same Aki department, and I think Uche should actually be cared for now because that girl should be feeling depressed. You know why I said so?
Why?
Uche just, I don't know, but it's so painful. Like, Uche was actually mourning her fiance and now her best friend.
Oh,
Uche. Too much.
Uche is
it's
too much.
much.
Uche is too much.
It's too much for her. Because I saw her status, I just said one thing. Let it not be like after Ifunanya, God forbid.
Well, God forbid, of course. God forbid. God forbid. I want to go further. I want to go further to talk about this matter, and I want to ask Mazi right now.
Yeah.
Mazi, they said that someone who is at the brink of being successful, who's at the brink of the world celebrating, being a celebrity, and snakes came in. They found two cobras in her place. Mazi, do you think it's a village people orchestration, or do you think it's a natural thing, or do you think what do you think about that, where people are near that kind of near source? This one is not near source syndrome. This one is death syndrome. I don't know what you think about that.
No, if you ask me to say something, I'll just say this one thing. While you are living your life in Nigeria, let me use Nigeria. While you are living your life in Nigeria, just pray, keep praying that nothing happens to you.
Okay, yes.
Because I happened to stumble on a post and someone was saying that I think it's just because of this protest of 18.
Yes.
And the person was like, what if someone comes out and they shoot the person? And one person was like, how will you be in your house and know when and the person replied again and it was like, pray that Nigeria doesn't happen to you.
Okay.
Now, let's use the village people came.
Okay.
Now Nigeria helped it to finalize the whole thing.
Nigeria helped the village people to finalize.
That's the truth. Because if there was an anti-venom in the two hospitals that she visited, there won't be an issue like this. We won't be saying something like this.
Do you know the painful part of it?
So Nigeria is part of the village people that I keep saying this, I don't know, but it's funny that we are saying it now. All of us are laughing and thinking that it's but let it not be me.
Yes.
No, of course, it won't be you. It won't be you because
Lesotho will not. I've seen things that make me say, I don't want to.
Yeah. Of course, it's so unfortunate that we are talking about her, and we are talking about her in the past right now, that she lost her life, and we are not happy with that, and we're also not happy with what happened, especially in the medical side and the Nigeria's failure. Of course, I'm not calling Nigeria now, but I'm talking about the hospital side. She visited two hospitals. Their failure for them to have anti-venom.
I also want to say one thing.
That drug is supposed to be common.
Yes, that's the point. It is the most commonest. Yes, it's the most. Do you know that there are some hospitals that don't even have tetanus?
And they are still operating.
They are still operating.
These are things that government are supposed. I was telling someone, we are supposed to have this kind of thing, both in the education sector. There are people that their license are supposed to be revoked.
Well, you are just talking about that because it looks like it's the same thing you want to say that NG wants to say.
No. I want to say something because Ifunaya's best friend posted things her brother posted about how Ifunaya died. Ifunaya, I don't think she died actually because there was no anti-venom at that point, because following what the brother posted.
Okay.
Because she screenshotted everything and was like,
okay.
Now, there was no anti-venom in quite alright. The snake bit her here. She tied it here.
Okay.
She rushed to the first hospital, according to the brother, because he was speaking with her. And she was too healthy, like, speaking and everything, was telling the brother, calming the brother down. And while the brother was making calls for someone to come and assist her with the whole stuff, she went to the first hospital, with her 2 legs. So there was no anti-venom, there was no fridge to hold the anti-venom. She went to the second hospital before they could ask her foolish questions. Now, where the problem lies is that you ask that question, what is the procedure of treating someone that has a snake bite?
Is that what they asked her?
No. What is the procedure? Did you procedure? Do you know what the first hospital, according to the brother, because he wrote so many things on his IG, that he was actually speaking with her on a video call, even screenshotted when the lady was on drip. Why will you untie what she tied her hand with to put drip into her hand?
Are you serious?
Because if
are you serious? Just look at it.
That was not a hearsay evidence. The guy posted it. So now, if you untie this, because she told her brother they have actually with the brother screenshotted it, and that Ifunaya's best friend posted it. Now, when they untied what was tied on her hands, now you added drip. You as a doctor, are you adding drip to circulate the venom or to try to first extract?
Do you get like
when you extract it? That's where the anti-venom comes in.
Let me tell you a similar story. During my days as an undergraduate student, I went out of the lodge. That was around 8 p.m. Then someone called me on phone, and my phone was at home. Then I wanted to see. I was dating a lady, so my junior brother has to call the girl. I was like, "Am I with her?" She said yes, and he said, "Start coming home. They shot someone in front of the lodge." Now the boy was rushed to the hospital that night. They were able to contain it. Now that was on a Saturday night. We have to go to the hospital in the morning, and who and behold, they have not removed the bullet as of morning. Came, and that was 10 a.m.
Yes,
now the father has to come from Onitsha, and they say they went to do scan. Okay, you brought the scan. What's the next procedure? The man was shouting. Even me, I have to start shouting. Are you cleaning with spirits again? You see, he's still bleeding. Do you want him to bleed to death or what? This boy has been here. Student brought him around 8 in the night.
Are you serious?
And I don't know how that boy survived it, because he's in his final year now.
Oh,
I don't know how he survived it. But this is one of the carelessness of Nigeria.
I actually lost a friend. Do you understand? He was shot. Do you understand? And when he was rushed to the hospital, instead of trying to just trying to sustain the guy while waiting for the police report to treat him, they were actually asking for police report before they start touching him. And he was bleeding.
Thank God they didn't even ask for police report on this one, because I wonder how we have done that.
Because they were not touching him.
It was even like the whole matter was. I was even like, if you see he's shouting, I have to start raising my voice. Are you people stupid? Someone was even recording an audio sense. Some of them was like, the doctors were not working, and I asked, this is an emergency. They are supposed to be called.
Well, I think we have to just we have to just keep it at this, because when we keep looking into what is really happening here, we may just be on this matter till thy kingdom come.
Yeah.
And you know that we all are. We are not happy about it, and we are commiserating with Ifunaya's family. Of course, we have heard how it happened, and we're going to hold Nigeria's medical system, medical society, and all those people responsible. We are holding them responsible, not because they caused it though, but we are holding them responsible because we expect that they will act responsible, and may the souls of Ameha's soul, the souls of the departed, the people that have actually died through this kind of issue, may they actually rest in peace, and may Ifunaya's souls rest in peace. May her soul rest in peace. Well, moving on from Ifunanya, and it is so hard to move on from Ifunanya, but we have to move on, because yesterday we had the Grammy Awards. Mazi, I was there as the Commissioner of Enjoyment. Commissioner for Enjoyment, I was there, and she has already talked down on me. Just as she entered the place, she just talked down on me.
You told your favorite artist. Don't be here, you conjure with them.
No. You are now talking the one I did not say. I said that wait. Who is my favorite artist?
There's something you are supposed to know.
Who is my favorite artist?
I think one person is trying to move the market to make us superior. You have persons downplaying it.
Wait, who is my favorite artist?
I don't need to say it.
Well, you guys have always known that I don't have a favorite artist. I am the Commissioner for Enjoyment. Oh. That is who I am. So I'm not doing music. I am a commissioner. So first of all, as a commissioner, I bring you to my constituency so that you can learn of me and learn how I do my vibes and enjoyment. Now, moving to the Grammy talks. Looking at Nigeria's artists and how they were not able to take anything home after all the things that they had to ransack, all those things. What do you think is happening?
I heard that Tyler is an Indian.
Tyler is an Indian?
Tyler is an Indian. I heard it for the first time yesterday.
But do you think, okay, wait, do you know how, no, wait, do you guys know the category where Tyler won that award?
This is Best Global Music.
Best Global Music, and with you. You know, with you now, not James Fortune with you. I'm talking about with you. Do you think that with you, with your Malay, is not who did not hear the song?
See, the thing is that Grammy is actually using him to sell the market.
Yes.
Grammy is using OBO.
Yes.
OBO.
That was the same thing they do with Whiskey, and Whiskey just looked at it and was like, I can't be doing this with these people every day. Okay. And if you look at him, he keeps dropping songs and he doesn't submit his songs to them. I heard that they keep writing to him to whiskey, and
whiskey.
he still doesn't
But
get
can
that
we say that
attention.
Nigerians? Can we say that like not now? We're not talking about Africans because we've seen other people. Can we say that this particular Grammy Award, that there was something that happened that made Nigerians not to win anything? Imagine Lahu that was everywhere.
There is nothing that happened. It's just their normal system.
Yeah.
What was his name? Jay-Z said 1 year ago that this is just a whole bunch of people that sit in a one room and decide who they want to give an award.
Who they want to give an award?
Yes.
Apart from the votes, because Grammy is actually.
If we had a vote,
okay,
trust Nigerians.
That's what I'm telling you now. That is the basic thing that is happening now. That
If
these people will decide.
Can put down someone's social media account. I swear we can give you a scale of
Wait,
votes.
maybe
Make sure you.
so, like, are you trying to say when they say Nigeria happened to you, even us, Nigeria happened?
We are part of the people
that happened to
I'm telling you, it happened to people.
Okay, now moving on from that, I want to bring it where it will be very controversial now. Last weekend, we talked about a lady, Miriam Obonna. She said that men are wasting their time. I'm not going to show you the tweet again or the X again. She said that men are wasting their time, that men don't want to, go for who they like. Men are just waiting and until maybe they tell you, I like you, and you like them back. She said something that really struck me last week that made her not to, that made her to want to take away my license as the commissioner. But she thank God in heaven is my witness that no man gave me commission except God. Now she cannot do anything. Now that's why Mazi is here, so that we can do justice to the matter. Now, do you think when you are taking or when you are going for a lady you like, should you be buying her gifts? Because this human being said that I, the commissioner, I don't have money. Imagine, and I gave her my card. She said, we don't do that here. To go and buy anything, Mazi, tell us, what do you think? If you are going for a lady, do you like? Will you buy her gift? Now, my question is, what if she just taking the gift and at the end of the day, she tells you she know they do?
Now, the question I want to ask you is, are you already in a relationship with the person or just talking stage?
No, just not even talking stage. You just like this girl. And this... Mazi, are you ready? No. Now, NG. No, let's go. No, wait on. NG.
So, wait. So, if I want to go for you now, I just come meet you. I will just be like, okay, make I just surprise you. I don't buy you gift first.
I buy you gift,
Make we talk.
Then take you on
myself. No, stress myself, collect your number. Still stress myself, buy gift. My money.
No, take you on a date now. But I'm asking, NG, are you ready? NG, are you here?
You set me up with Mazi.
No, he's not doing anything.
No, I'm not setting you up.
He's not a personal opinion.
Because you know the man.
People have their own perspective.
No, let me tell you what this lady said. This lady said that billionaires like us don't have such time. Because she said I'm a billionaire, but she don't know. She said billionaires like us. Billionaires in words. Billionaires like us don't have. Now she said that if he's a billionaire in money, that she will not even look at it. You'll just be buying the thing. But is that a good criteria? Do you think spoiling a girl with gift first will make you win her, or are you not putting pressure on her to choose you?
See, I think this is one of the matter that has already deep into the society. People come to social media, and I think this content, if it's open or blona, ring light cheap. Many people will not set it.
Do you get?
I'm telling you,
ring light is very cheap.
Ring light is not cheap. Many people will not set it.
But I want to hear her opinion now. NG, Afa. This one, talk now.
I want to wait before I come into this. So, Mazi, are you trying to say that those people that actually do the needful, why wooing the woman?
Is that actually needful?
No, I'm just asking you. Those people that do the needful, actually trying to woo the woman, they are wasting their time.
I didn't say nobody should do that. But what I'm trying to say that
take a stand.
When it comes to my word,
her word. Welcome to my word.
We have to know if this should work. See, there are things you should do first when you approach someone. Have you talked about genotype?
I think this is
your mental health?
I think this is where Angie is not saying anything, but let's
look at first now.
Angie, calm down.
There's one arranged in Oka. A girl posted her trial marriage, and somebody on TikTok, that is even the funniest thing.
Really?
I thought it was like, look at this girl with the stand for Abakaliki Street. If you know Abakaliki Street in Oka, you gonna understand what they talk.
Okay. I think I understand now what you're saying. What you're saying. But NG doesn't want to say anything today, so that means tomorrow NG is gonna be here. The problem is if it's tomorrow, NG will face me, because if it's only me that will be here, NG will face me. Please.
No, but I just want to tell him one thing.
Tell him one thing.
You said you have to do the needful.
Yes.
Do you understand? Now, before you do the needful, approaches matters.
That is why. That's why you don't waste people's time. I go straight to the point. I tell you, people are saying that sometimes I'm rude, but I feel like I'm just being straightforward to you. Let me not waste your time.
Hello, young lady. I like you. What's up?
There are times I will
different kind of I like you.
No.
I like you to enjoy you, or I like you to marry you.
Okay, I like you to marry you.
That is the problem. Most of the times, I keep telling my cousin sister, I keep telling that nobody can actually give you anything for free. If somebody wants to marry you, they prove it to you by doing some certain things.
Thank God.
And now, some certain things cannot just be gifts. The person can ask you, how is your education going? What do you actually
That's how is your education going? It comes with a way that he's trying to say, I want to be involved. And money is involved.
Okay.
What are you doing?
You guys are talking about gifts.
Yes, now gifts.
On Valentine's Day, they're going to let me rest.
Okay, don't worry.
I will solve that in the look now.
Don't worry. I want to tell you people something, that we have a special edition on Valentine's Day. But it's good because
just come around. I'll be red and white.
Well, because it's going to be on a Valentine. It is on a Saturday, so we're going to do it on a Friday edition of Valentine Splash here on Aneke TV. I'm inviting you to stay tuned. You're going to have the best of the best. I'm bringing Mr. West, I'm bringing Mazi, and I'm bringing NG, because we're going to do it very hot, because me, I'll be ready, Nge white, Nge my black, Nge my blue, that day. And this is where we're calling it a day because of time. We thank you for hanging out with us, and thank you, Mazi, for doing this with me, and thank you also, NG, for doing this with me too. You guys are amazing. So I'm going to see you tomorrow, same time, same station, as we delve into the matters that are concerning entertainment. I am your one and only commissioner. In my consequence, we are not two. See you again. Kemesia. Bye.
Bye.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Sacrifice is the price of progress. Without it, giving time, sleep, or comfort, no meaningful journey is easy. Perseverance turns dreams into realities. When it gets tough, push forward. The finish line rewards the one who didn't quit.
You're welcome to yet another edition of our program, Arena on Aneke TV. Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. Today we are going to discuss on an issue that has been in the front burner, that has been in the national discourse for quite a while. And that topic says winner takes all syndrome in Nigeria. In Nigeria, winner takes all refers to the mentality where political or economic victories are seen as absolute, with the winner getting all the benefits on the whole while the loser gets nothing. And I have a guest in the studio who is going to lend voice to this particular topic. It's no other person than a legal luminary, a law teacher, and of course the president of I Love Nigeria. I am talking about no other person than Barrister Jesse Nwobodo. Barrister, you're welcome to the studio.
It's indeed my pleasure to join you this afternoon.
So, on our topic, winner takes all. In Nigeria, there is syndrome. This syndrome manifests in various ways. But before then, let me take your take on the winner takes all syndrome.
All right.
Your overview of the winner takes all syndrome.
All right. I think the way to unpack this phenomenon is to first interrogate even the propriety in the first place to assume that political offices should be shared after every election. I might take a different view. You see, politics is not a business. It's not a business enterprise where investors, or in the case of company, where the shareholders expect to reap dividend at the end of a financial year. Politics, it's a vehicle to leadership, political leadership, which essentially underlies the fact that it's about service. And if it's about service, it shouldn't really be a thing of, slicing the cake and maybe trying to accommodate losers in an election. In as much as I believe that, yes, in some sense, accommodating the opposing interests may tend to reduce tension, it may tend to, of course, reflect inclusivity. But then, we have also seen in the recent time that such inclusion undermines the real essence of democracy. Because what it leads to a situation where, the opposition party that should actually serve as a check on the ruling party now almost gives in to the ruling party. Such loyalty, the ruling party now seems to enjoy the patronage of the opposition party. Today in Nigeria, we are sliding into one-party state, partly attributable, to this idea of inclusivity. For example, the FCT minister, who is a member of the PDP, we see how he has helped to keep PDP. That is a thing we see when you tend to, share political offices. So for me, I think I'm taking a different view that after all, we run party politics in Nigeria. The only way to political positions and power is to contest election on a platform of a political party. It's unlike United States and some other advanced democracies where you have, independent candidates. In Nigeria, there is no independent candidacy. So you run on a party platform, you win or you lose. If you win, yes, you form your government and run the administration to the best of your ability. If you lose, you go back to the drawing board and prepare for the next election. After all, it is not the best minds that are given positions. So it's about party loyalty. So if it is based on the best minds, then we should say, okay, if you win election, look for the best minds across all political divide and bring them aboard to provide quality leadership. But that is not happening. So I think that this idea of trying to bring good position people into government is not helping democracy. It rather kills democracy. That's my overview.
So, we run, you said we are drifting into a one-party
state.
And are you saying that drifting into a one-party system is going to help our democracy? More so, when we borrow the presidential democratic system from the United States, yet we don't seem to be actually practicing it the way it is in the United States. It's like it has come here and became somehow bastardized, because it is not the way it is practiced in the US that we do it, and that is where we borrowed what we have. Or are we going to call our own, democracy not from the United States, but maybe with a new acronym, a new acronym of democratic governance that is not used anywhere in the world? So, is this winner-take-all thing that is trying to make Nigeria go into a one-party state helping our democracy? How are we going to come out of it?
It is not helping our democracy. It is good you mentioned that we borrowed our brand of democracy from the United States. In the United States, presently, the ruling party is the Republicans. And then you see, did you see Trump appointing members of Democrats into his cabinet? It's not happening. So the Democrats, they run a disciplined political system, an organized political system. The Democrats, they are now perhaps reviewing, the last election, and they are looking forward to the next election. They are developing their manifestos, and are developing, of course, their campaign message. Now, in Nigeria, yes, we are not completely following what we copy from the United States, because if we are, we shouldn't be raising the question, about winner takes all. Of course, it has always been winner takes all, and that is what it should be. Because when you try to align, you compromise your standard, as we see happening in the 2023 general elections. Of course, there's the APC won, but of course PDP also won a good number of states, including Labour Party. Today, what is happening? In the guise of defections, and of course trying to align to the center and all of that, we have seen many state governors defect to the APC. And today, you see that it appears the ruling party, they are doing the way they like. And nobody is holding them to account. Just a few voices. And these few voices are not enough. There is no longer balance. There's the political equilibrium is, of course, is no longer there. And so, we are actually bastardizing our democracy, unfortunately.
So, and are you not thinking that it is our plan by the ruling party to ensure that they destroy the opposition completely and woo most of them to themselves, resulting in this mass exodus of persons elected during the last election through different political parties now moving over to the central APC ruling party in Nigeria? The governors of the PDP, almost all of them, of course, even yesterday, Abu Kefas,
yes, Taraba,
just moved into APC.
Exactly.
And of course, many others. It's only the governor of Osun State that decided to go into Accord Party.
Yes.
So, is it not just a plan? And you mentioned about the FCT minister. Of course, it is said he is in PDP. But from the problems in PDP, most of the problems in PDP since after that election has revolved around him. Most of the problems PDP had up to this point have been revolving around him. So is it not a plan to use him to ensure that the main opposition party, which is the PDP at that time, will be buried so as to have the winner take all thing? Because the winner wants to take everything. And that is exactly what I think is happening. Don't you think so?
Well, we have to properly contextualize the discussion. You know, the winner takes it all from, you know, in context, has to do with a particular political party trying to take everything absolutely, you know. But in the case of Nigeria presently, it is not that the government is taking the ruling party, the APC. They are not taking all. They are wooing other opposition leaders with positions, offices. And as a result, they are crippling the opposition. And that is the premise of my argument, opposition, is that allowing opposition parties even share in positions with ruling parties cripple opposition, and it affects our democracy. So the best approach would be, you win, you run your government, and then the opposition goes to the drawing table and hold government to account. It brings some level of sanity in the system, and even it stabilizes the system. Now what is happening in the country is that because the members of, or the leaders of the opposition, they have been wooed by the APC, nobody is talking. And you know, human beings are inherently selfish. So it's once your interest is factored, that's the end. Assuming Wike is not a member of the cabinet, he would have been perhaps pulled down heavens, if it is possible. He would have been threatening this government with fire and brimstone. But he's in APC, he's not seen anything wrong in APC. I remember when he was governor of River State, he swore that he would never leave PDP. And he made very cynical statements against the then President Buhari. And then he's no longer saying anything wrong. I wish.
But has he left PDP?
Is he in PDP?
He claims he's still in PDP.
He claims, but you and I know that he has destroyed the party. You cannot be in a party. You cannot claim to own a house that you've destroyed the building, the foundation. It will collapse on the person, and nobody would like to take the risk of being under a leaking roof or under a building with a faulty foundation. So, if he's in PDP, I doubt if he's if he's still there. The other day, was it not yesterday also, that the former national chairman of APC, Ganduje, and so one other person also, you know, they went to meet with him. And there's speculations that perhaps he's preparing his way to the APC because his political son in Rivers, the governor, Fubara, played the first one on him and joined the APC. And so he thinks that the only way now to get stabilized is also to join him in APC. Otherwise, he is an opposition person in Rivers State, and then he cannot claim to be more of a Tinubu boy than the governor. So you see.
Politics actually is a game.
It is.
And I wonder, sometimes some people have their fun playing politics, and some others have bitter pie, taste the bitter pie while in politics. So today, we don't seem to have any strong, credible opposition against the ruling party as such, based on the situations on ground. How do you think, or do you think that PDP will ever come back to what it were before the 2023 elections?
As it stands, PDP, they are not finding their feet at all. There are controversies here and there. The last convention is led by controversies and litigation, and it will continue even till the election. I don't see the problem being resolved speedily. But that is not to say that there's no opposition. There's opposition. I believe that as we welcome 2026, the opposition will begin to unfold their own agenda. There's the ADC, the Labour Party is still there, P2B is still interested in contesting, Atiku is there. So all these forces, they will definitely come together. Even the PDP, they may have their own agenda too. Perhaps if it gets difficult redeeming their image, what happens? They can realign, they can even do a change of name and all of that and find their way out of the trouble. These are possibilities. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it's a possibility. So, as it stands, we need robust opposition, really, and not opposition that panders to butter and mint politics.
Okay. Apart from the political winner-takes-all syndrome, there are still other kind of, for instance, economic winner-takes-all syndrome. Because we'll see situations where economic interest, somebody wins the right of this or wins of that, it becomes like a Lord Manor dictating the tune. For goods, prices of goods will be under the dictate of the same person economically. And so it has been in Nigeria. And Nigeria is a place that has not really had any economic principle working. Why I said so is that people like Kanu Idikakalu went to Asia and he was able to set up an economic principle that worked. He went to Gambia, he did the same. But when he came to Nigeria, it was a flaw because at the end of the day, we had the austerity measures that even the measures could not work with its policies. All we had was a dwindling naira. So the economic policies of this country doesn't work. So these economic interests are also involved in the winner-take-all syndrome. So how are you going to come out of this doldrum? Politically, we are not doing well. The winner is almost taking off. Economically, the winner is almost taking on. I think that is making a whole lot of people, or the population, more impoverished. And it brings about deepening inequality. Deepening inequality. So how do we, what kind of policies could help us come out of that doldrum? Because we are going neck deep into it. What will stem the tide? What policies? We will come to it in such a way when we talk about legislation or laws.
All right. Economic winner takes all. Yes. That could be described as monopoly.
Thank you.
And you see this monopoly more in the major sectors of the economy.
Yes.
Like the oil sector. But let me say, frankly, the economic, these problems are exacerbated by the government, because political economy is actually controlled by the government. Yes. Government makes economic policies.
Yes.
They issue licenses and permits for investment or participation in the major economic sectors. And they do so by using their cronies. You know, it's a subtle way to siphon public funds when they cannot participate directly, because the law frowns at it. They bring in their friends, their cronies. If, for example, this government at the federal level was accused of bringing one foreigner, I've forgotten the name, associated with the president, you know, that's constructing the coastal highway and all of that. in the oil sector, we see how the Nigeria midstream and downstream regulatory authority, has tried to frustrate Dangote Petroleum. Even though Dangote too is maybe monopolistic too, because he appears to be the only private sector person. But then, the economic winner takes it all. You see government's hand, Dangote tries to be patriotic. He's bringing down prices, but the government, through his own policy, is trying to shoot up prices, and that has led to some major confrontation between Dangote and the managing director of the Nigerian midstream downstream regulatory authority, that he accused him of corruption. Yesterday also, I learned the lawyers to Dangote petitioned the ICPC, and ICPC of course acknowledged receipt of the petition. How he spent millions of dollars paying for school fees, $5 billion of his children. So you see, that is the frustration of a man who has not been carried along in managing the economic legacies in that sector. So to an extent, yes, there are some economic sabotage. And like you rightly identified, it has led to deepening the divide between the rich and the poor. The inequality in the system there's a very huge disparity. The gap is too much. The poverty in the land is quite immeasurable. And so, who benefits? It's still the government. Now it is actually in the economic sphere that the government should practice, should be more inclusive in their approach, and not in sharing political offices. Because government is actually expected to stabilize the economy, energize the economy, so that there will be productivity. But instead of government doing so, they tax the people. By January 1, some 2 weeks from now, a new tax regime
comes in.
Will kick in. And how friendly is that tax regime? Of course, on paper, it suggests it is friendly, but it is not. And because they claim it is friendly because if you are earning between 0 to 800,000, you are tax exempt. But the question is, so if I earn 900,000, 100,000 more than 800,000, I will be taxed. Today, you can hardly pay for 1-bedroom flat. 900,000 can hardly pay for 1-bedroom flat. So you see that the individuals that should, be exempted from tax are still being subjected to tax. So the tax exempt for people between that are earning, 800,000 or so is not enough, because take for example, civil servants, what they earn, is it profit? Civil servants are not making profit. It is from the same salary that they pay for house rent, pay for school fees, for those who have their children in school. Transportation is excluded in all of this. So, from which profit are civil servants being taxed? So the problem is enormous. Then I come to the issue of what policies can be put in place. One, the government has a role, serious role to play. In fact, the onus is on them. They need to create a business-friendly environment. They need to enhance the ease of doing business. On paper, some states will brag that they've scored so and so ranking or percentage in the ease of doing business ranking, but on ground it doesn't reflect. So government should enhance ease of doing business, should create business-friendly environment, should liberalize access to credits. At national level, the president, yes, they established the credit corporation with the idea, conceived to help businesses have access to startup funds. The same thing should be replicated at sub-national level, states and local government areas. Lack of access to credit is a major problem Because you see, there's a large number of unemployed young people out there, young graduates that are not employed. Why? Because they don't have seed capital to start up businesses. I know recently or so, not too long ago, a couple of years back, they enacted is a startup. There was a law on startup, actually, but how I cannot vouch for the implementation.
And enacted, signed into law.
Yes, enacted and signed into law.
Okay,
but it's not been implemented.
Yes, that takes us, of course, to the fact that Nigeria as a country do not lack laws. But you are a lawyer, you may know better than I do, but I want to think that there are so many laws in Nigeria, but the implementation of these legislations have been very difficult. And you are not talking about still enacting laws and laws and laws. We had the Freedom of Information Act enacted, but it has been difficult being implemented. In fact, a lot of people have made a concrete wall trying to seek for the information from agencies of government and so on. And are you still thinking there should be more laws, that legislation should be able to be used in backing up these deficiencies that winner-take-all syndrome brings about? Are you thinking there should be more laws, or are there existing laws that check the problem of winner-takes-all syndrome in the Nigerian society?
Thank you. Our problem is not inadequacy of laws. Our problem is implementation. There's lack of willpower to implement the laws. In fact, even those charged with the duty of executing the laws, I perhaps unaware of the many laws in existence. Because many of them, maybe not lawyers, even the lawyers, some may not even know all the laws out there. So it's not about law, it's about implementation. If the government will devote just a quarter of their time to implementing the laws of the Federation, it can, put a lot of things under check. It can go a long way in addressing our human capital development challenges, even the poverty issues and the economic problems, and even our political problems. However, there can never be an end to enacting laws, because when you look at the laws, you find one fault or the other, or, one lacuna that needs to be filled. So our society evolves, and then due to the dynamic nature of human interactions and human beings themselves, there will always be need, to update the laws. So, for example, what stops us from enacting laws to prohibit cross-carpeting? This is cross-carpeting only operates against lawmakers, but does not operate against members of the executive. And that's why the governors are defecting.
And nothing happens.
And nothing happens. Not because there's no penalty. But for the lawmakers, if you defect, you lose your seat, unless yes, the exceptions apply. For example, where there's a division in the political party on which platform the member was elected, as we see happening. The members of River State House of Assembly see how they defected. Yes, because now they can claim that there's a division in the party.
Okay, we'll just hold it there. We'll come back. Viewer, we're still on our program Arena on Aneke TV. We are going to pause for a commercial, after which, or for a break rather, after which we'll come back and start our program. Don't touch the dial. I am still your anchor, Rex Arum, and of course, my guest, Barrister Jesse Mobodo, is still here. I think he will unleash what he has as it affects the topic we are discussing. Thank you.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Well, welcome back to our program Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. And our guest, Barrister Jesse Mobodo, is still here. Our topic is winner takes all syndrome in Nigeria. Winner takes all syndrome is something that has happened in the political scene and the economic and of course even the social. And Mobodo has lent his voice saying that winner takes all syndrome has brought about inequality in the system and deepening poverty amongst the populace. Master Mobodo, I want us to talk about the political will you talked about, will, and how the politicians on their own are only interested in themselves in such a way that somehow party manifestos do not come to play a significant role when they get into power. Because we are talking about a syndrome that is inherent in the system, a syndrome where somebody wins and tends to enjoy all the benefits associated with such winning. The economic benefits, the political benefits, the social benefits. And that is why we had, or we have had, things like nepotism. People coming in, you had already mentioned earlier that there are persons who are accused of getting their cronies involved, and of course you alluded to one in the present administration. And of course former ministers, one of the former ministers is being accused of getting his cronies involved in contract while he was a minister of labor and productivity. And all that, this is nepotism. This is nepotism, favoritism, and all that. So, what do we do to the issue of favoritism, nepotism by the people vested with the responsibility, politically vested with the responsibility of managing our commonwealth?
All right, thank you. My response is simple. Our leaders have a penchant for bypassing the laws. In this country, we have the Procurement Act, Public Procurement Act, and at the state levels, we have the Public Procurement Law. The laws specify how contracts should be awarded, processes, procedures. But every day we wake up to the news of so and so contract awarded without, bidding for such contracts. There used to be tenders board. These days we no longer hear about tenders board. So maybe a commissioner or a minister just sits down and awards contract without a tenders board within the ministry or within a department of government or agency of government. The chief executive of state, the governors, they award contracts. to whoever they like. And you alluded to the unworkability of the Freedom of Information Act, or Freedom of Information Law. Sorry, there's no, it is just the act, because there's no state that has enacted the Freedom of Information Law. Yes, but the laws are meant to work. Initially, the states were resistant to the Freedom of Information Act. They say it does not apply. Thankfully, recently, I think the Supreme Court also had ruled that the Freedom of Information Act applies to the states too. So people can leverage on that position of the Supreme Court now to seek for any information they want from any government agency, whether local government or state government or federal government. Even there's also reluctance by state agencies to release information. It's a problem, but the law is there to take care of those situations. And maybe sometimes they're unaware about the existence of the law, or they just feel that they are untouchable. So coming down to the issues, you see, we need a lot of orientation. But this orientation, is it not, our people say that when the head is good, the rest of the body will be good. So if the head, the chief executives are not driving, they are not exercising political will, or they are not interested themselves in the orderly working and orderly functioning of government, then anybody does whatever he wants and gets away, without consequences. In the civil service, things are happening, but nobody is asking, nobody asks questions. So you see, there's systemic failure in our system, and this systemic failure we need to, do I say, and maybe again, try to fashion a law that will address these obvious inefficiencies in the system.
You see, there's a systemic failure in the system.
Sure.
And of course, some schools of thought says corruption has become endemic in Nigeria. Some other schools of thought says corruption has gone beyond being endemic, it has become systemic. And you are now saying that these things are there, the laws are there, but some people do not conform to the provisions of the law in the course of their activities in governance, in the course of their involvement, in the course of the discharge of their responsibilities, which means that they are doing so because nobody will query them. But we have the anti-graft agencies. We have institutions that are supposed to interrogate, query why things are happening the way it is. But these institutions, I don't know if in your view, these institutions of government we have are very strong institutions or very weak institutions. Who bails the cat?
You see, the inefficiency in the system is also evident in the way and manner our public officers are recruited. The recruitment process. The institutions you are talking about, how those working in those institutions, how were they employed? Who employ them? They're employed by by the powers that be. And when you are employed by the powers that be, you are likely going to serve the interests of the powers that be. You only do what they want you to do, and not what the law provides. Not what the law provides. The institutions, the anti-graft agencies, of course, they've been accused, to be pawns in the hands of the government. They are used as tools for political oppression. They are really not going out, to implement the laws as it were. So they serve the interest of the appointers. And that is the problem. So the recruitment process is faulty. And until we get the right people working, people employed on the merit, not by benefactors, people bringing in their cronies and family people, you know. So that is the challenge. Yesterday also, the ICPC, for example, posted on their Facebook page, you know, the major corruption in the country. People talked about police bail is free syndrome, which we know is not free, police bribes, you know, extortion on the highway and all of that. So my thinking was that you're asking people what are the major corruption in the country. Are they not aware? But maybe they're not aware, because if you go there, you may be surprised that people who are employing there are the children of the rich that have no direct experience of what is going on the street. They may have never been to the police station for any reason. So how would they know? So these compound, you know, the problem of the country.
So, Barrister Wobodo, in a nutshell, what do we do to ensure that we stem in the bud a situation where we have winner-take-all syndrome in Nigeria?
My conclusion, let me just make a recap of what I said in the beginning. Politicians, if you win, run the government. If you lose, go back to the drawing board. Don't begin to eye positions, because in eyeing positions, you compromise your integrity, and then the society suffers for it.
We know that is what we are going to take from Barrister Wobodo. If you win, run your administration. If you lose, go back to the drawing board. And that is the take of my guest, Barrister Jesse Wobodo, on our program Arena here on ETV, on Aneke TV, Enugu State, southeast of Nigeria. This is where we're going to draw the curtain on today's edition of the program. We're thanking you for being with us. Thank you and God bless you. I'm from Jesse Wobodo.
It's my pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
Who is a woman? She is not just born, she is awakened. A woman carries history in her hands and possibility in her steps. She is a daughter, mother, dreamer, healer, not made to follow, but to walk beside. Not to be silenced, but to speak life. She builds from fragments and sings over scars. Where others see endings, she dares to begin again. Her silence is loud and her presence is a protest against every force that tried to diminish her.
Corruption in Nigeria is not limited to isolated scandals. It is systemic, deeply embedded, and sector-specific, affecting critical areas of governance, particularly oil and gas, power, the judiciary, and local government administration. These sectors highlight how weak oversight, institutional fragility, and accountability gaps continue to constrain national development. Nigeria's oil and gas sector, the backbone of the national economy, remains highly vulnerable to corruption. Despite contributing the largest share of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, the sector faces challenges of opaque accountability, weak audits, and repeated allegations of under-remittance. Independent investigations into the period between 2011 and 2017 uncovered unresolved revenue discrepancies running into tens of billions of dollars. Crude oil sales, fuel subsidy claims, and joint venture arrangements have been particular areas of concern, while reforms like the commercialization of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and the Petroleum Industry Act were designed to improve transparency, implementation gaps persist. Recent international asset recoveries, including over $50 million repatriated from the United States, illustrates the scale of past governance failures and the slow pace of accountability. The power sector also reflects the impact of weak governance on economic and social development. Since 1999, Nigeria has reportedly spent over $16 billion on interventions in electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. Yet, supply remains unreliable for a population exceeding 200 million. Audits indicate contract inflation, poor project supervision, and regulatory uncertainty as major challenges. Debt within the gas-to-power value chain has forced government bailouts and emergency payments to suppliers. Recent steps, including settlement of legacy gas debts, aim to stabilize the sector. But experts warn that without transparent procurement, stronger regulation, and disciplined subsidy management, energy insecurity will persist. The judiciary is critical in enforcing anti-corruption laws, but public confidence remains low. Surveys conducted by the National Bureau of Statistics and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime show that judicial officers receive some of the highest average bribe payments among public officials. Perception studies consistently rank the judiciary among the most corrupt institutions, particularly in politically sensitive or high-value cases. Prolonged trials, frequent adjournments, and the procedural loopholes contribute to public skepticism. Legal analysts argue that stronger judicial discipline, improved remuneration, and institutional safeguards are essential to restore credibility. At the local government level, corruption directly affects citizens' daily lives. Councils responsible for primary health care, education, sanitation, and rural infrastructure are often cited in surveys for routine bribery and mismanagement. The National Bureau of Statistics reports that more than half of Nigerians interacting with public officials encounter demands for unofficial payments, particularly in local administration, policing, and utilities. Weak financial autonomy, political interference, and limited oversight exacerbate these problems, reinforcing distrust in government. Across all sectors, corruption thrives where institutions are weak. Oversight is limited and consequences are uncertain. While anti-corruption agencies report thousands of convictions and hundreds of millions of dollars in asset recoveries, experts stress that enforcement alone cannot fix systemic issues. Economic studies estimate that corruption costs Nigeria billions of dollars annually and could erode up to 37% of GDP by 2030 if reforms stall. Beyond economic loss, it undermines service delivery, widens inequality, and weakens democratic legitimacy. Policy analysts now advocate for a governance-first approach, strengthening institutions, ensuring transparency in public finance, digitizing service delivery, protecting whistleblowers, and guaranteeing judicial independence. For Nigeria, the challenge is no longer diagnosing corruption, but sustaining the political will to reform the systems that allow it to persist. In a country facing economic pressure, security challenges, and rising public expectations, governance reform remains central, not optional, to national progress.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In functional democracies and competitive economies, meritocracy is not a slogan, it is a system. A system where competence determines opportunity, performance drives advancement, and leadership is earned, not inherited or imposed. In Nigeria, however, the persistent triumph of mediocrity over merit continues to shape recruitment processes, elective positions, and leadership outcomes across critical sectors of national life. From public service employment to political office, from academia to corporate governance, troubling pattern has emerged. Access often trumps ability, loyalty outweighs competence, and short-term political calculations override long-term national interests. In the public sector, recruitment exercises are officially designed to be competitive, involving written examinations, interviews, and eligibility screening. Yet, multiple surveys and independent audits have consistently shown that informal influence, patronage networks, and bribery remain significant determinants of who gets hired. This reality has produced ministries, departments, and agencies burdened with underqualified personnel, struggling to deliver on complex policy mandates in a rapidly evolving global environment. The consequences are not abstract. They manifest in delayed project execution, weak policy implementation, inefficient service delivery, and ballooning recurrent expenditure with minimal value creation. When institutions are staffed without regard for skill or capacity, governance becomes reactive rather than strategic. The problem is not limited to recruitment alone. Nigeria's elective political system reflects the same crisis of merit. In many cases, candidates emerge not through rigorous debate, policy clarity, or intellectual depth, but through financial muscle, political godfathers, or ethnic calculations. Electoral outcomes frequently reward popularity, patronage of vote buying over competence and vision. The result is a leadership deficit that cuts across local government councils, state assemblies, governorships, and even the national legislature, institutions constitutionally taxed with lawmaking, oversight, and representation, yet often lacking the technical depths required to interrogate budgets, scrutinize policies, or design forward-looking legislation. Other sectors tell a similar story. In education, the erosion of merit in academic appointment has weakened research quality and global competitiveness. In some tertiary institutions, promotions and leadership roles are influenced more by internal politics than scholarly output. In the corporate space, Family ties and informal networks sometimes override professional management principles, limiting innovation and sustainability. Ironically, Nigeria continues to produce world-class professionals who excel in merit-driven systems abroad, from medicine and engineering to technology, finance, and academia. Their success outside the country reinforces a painful truth. The problem is not Nigerian capacity or Nigerian systems. Countries that have achieved rapid development offer contrasting examples. Singapore, Rwanda, and South Korea institutionalize meritocracy through transparent recruitment, performance-based promotion, and zero tolerance for patronage. Leadership selection in these systems prioritize competence, integrity, and accountability, even when politically inconvenient. Back home, the cost of failing to do the same is increasingly evident. Brain drain has accelerated as skilled Nigerians seek environments where effort is rewarded fairly. Public trust in institutions has declined, and citizens grow more cynical about processes they perceive as rigged or predetermined. Yet, experts argue that the tide can be turned. Strengthening meritocracy requires deliberate reform, not rhetoric. Transparent digital recruitment platforms, independently supervised examinations, enforceable sanctions for recruitment breaches, and clear performance metrics are critical starting points. In the political space, electoral reforms that reduce the influence of money, strengthen internal party democracy, and encourage issue-based campaigns are essential to improving leadership quality. Civil society, the media, and the electorate also carry responsibility to interrogate candidates, demand competence, and reject mediocrity at the ballot box. Ultimately, meritocracy is not elitism, it is fairness. It is the assurance that every Nigerian, regardless of background, has a genuine chance to rise based on ability and effort. Without it, institutions weaken, leadership falters, and national ambition remains unrealized. For Nigeria to compete globally, govern effectively, and harness its vast human capital, merit must no longer be optional. It must become the standard. In recruitment, in elections, and in every field where decisions shape the nation's future.
We are very happy to have you join us on this edition of Youth Focus on Aneke TV. It is a program that provides solutions to all of the problems and challenges surrounding the young people. We achieve this by way of making opinions. We give commendations, of course, to motivate the young people where necessary, and then we criticize them where necessary as well. My name is Chukwamaka Obasi, and our focus for today is on the examination malpractices in our schools. Thank you so much for being there. You can always find us on our social media handles, our Facebook page, our X handle, Instagram, TikTok, and of course YouTube at Aneke TV. You see how amazing we can be with programs. Thank you. Permit me to introduce to you some guests we have on the studio today for this program. I have the programs officer, Aneke Pascal Onyeka Care Foundation. He's also a youth administrator. By my left is Obu Obinna Samson.
Thank you.
You are welcome.
Thank you very much.
All right, and I have the president, Enugu State Young Farmers Association. He is also the director, Agricultural Directorate, National Youth Council of Nigeria, Enugu State Chapter, in the person of Kenneth Eze. You are welcome on the show.
Thank you so much.
All right, you can see we have high-profile personalities in the program of today. And we, as you have heard, our topic is examination malpractices in our schools. All right, my guest, you are here today for this particular topic.
Yes.
And of course, I would have said we are here to hear from the horse's mouth. Had it been your horses. But looking at you, this is Obinna and this is Kenneth. Yeah. You are not horses. Now, Obinna, in any way you can, is it true, or do you believe that a thing like examination malpractices is maybe taking place in our tertiary institutions today?
Yes, of course.
You do believe?
It's an obvious trend.
You know why I need to ask you
It's an
this,
obvious
Ken,
trend,
also.
yes.
I also need to ask you if you believe, because if you guys don't believe, that means we can't be progressing in error. Okay, since you believe, to you, what does examination malpractice stand to you?
Well, the term itself is examination malpractice is a willful act deliberately designed to give a candidate, which in this case could be a student or a pupil, an undue advantage over others in an examination, which is against the examination rules and regulation. So that is so it is just a scheme designed to favor somebody, even when he or she does not deserve it.
Oh, a scheme designed to favor somebody, even when he or she does not deserve it.
Yes.
Ken, I don't know if you are very comfortable with this definition of.
Yes. I just need to add a little to what he just said. The exam malpractice could be termed cheating also. Is the act of using dishonest methods to gain an unfair advantage during an examination to secure good grades or pass an assessment. So whatever dishonest method you use to pass is exam malpractice, and it's called cheating also. So in these terms, and I know part of the reasons why they do these things is because they have already set a standard that you must reach this target. You must, if you don't get to this mark, then you have failed. So, but in the course of our discussion, we need to now look at why do people indulge in exam malpractices, so we can now start solving.
All right, thank you so much. Then, Obina, I wouldn't really know if examination malpractices are as old as school systems itself. But we look at was there a time when it started? Like, was there a period of time when this menace started? Or did it start when school started?
Well, it's a clear question. Well, to me, I would say that examination malpractice is as old as the existence of man. Yes, I can trace it back to the Bible days. For example, when you look at the story of Adam and Eve and Lucifer, the serpent, the role that the serpent played was exam malpractice, giving them a clue to what God would have revealed hitherto on his own term and plan. They want to dive into the future which God have not even yet given them permission. Eat this, you will see you will not die, you will look like us. And you know things that we know. That's the examination malpractice. But God has his own way of trying to unveil this thing before time. So if to me, I would trace it back to that history of Adam and Eve and the role that the serpent played. But history has it that in 1914, is it a senior Cambridge examination was leaked for the first time in 1914. So I think an author was going through an author. He said yes, in 1914 that was when you can track the route of examination. That was the first time senior Cambridge examination was leaked. And then in Nigeria context, I think in 1948 we have a man, is it a Nigerian, that was caught for the first time during a history paper. According to that author again, while taking a history examination, he was caught with a foreign material inside the hall. So in that context, we can say by history, we have 1914 when Cambridge senior examination was first leaked, and then in 1948 when a Nigerian was first caught in the hall with a foreign material. But to me, I will tell you that it's as old as the existence of man, because serpent set that pace for man.
Okay, we're taking that of 1914 and that of Nigeria context. But then that of Garden of Eden. I don't know if Adam and Eve were there to write it.
You know, like when he was saying, I could now relate to it because in life, I think we all write exam each time. Yeah. Each time there is a trial or temptation you are being faced, that just know that it's an exam being set to you, maybe by God or by circumstances or by life itself. So how you relate to that thing, how you overcome it, you know, is a pass mark for you. If you relate to it negatively, you have failed. If you relate to it positively, you have passed. So I believe, like what he said, everybody is passing an exam each time. So whenever you are being faced with a difficult situation and you are thinking, how can I come out of this? And just know at that point in time, you are being faced to write an exam. So it depends on how you see it, how you pass the exam. So everybody is writing an exam in this life. But I think the context of our discussion today is the examination malpractice in the classroom as regards the youth. the pupils. So if you ask me, I would say this thing started from when a child was giving birth to. You know, by what you teach that child. Our school system is being designed to teach us to run a race on healthy competition, that there is a mark to score, that there is a grade to attain. So by so doing, you see everybody running, trying to get that thing. They don't teach us the moral values like honesty, integrity, transparency, accountability, respect. So these are the things that can actually make a human being out, can actually make a good person in the society that can fit in the grand scheme of things. But if you just focus on going to school just to go there and get good grades and come out, you will say our society will still remain the way we are. But if our school system is designed to say that, okay, we are living for each other, but I think by the end of this discussion, I will suggest something that the school system can adopt. Let's see if we can curtail this examination malpractice.
Thank you so much. We'll wait till towards the end.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll be happy to have that your suggestion.
Yeah.
All right, if you're joining us now, it is Youth Focus on Aneke TV. Focus for today is on examination malpractices in schools. And you can see I have, like I told you before, we have high-profile personalities here. Yeah, doing justice to the topic. I have Obu Obinna here, Samson, who is a program officer at Aneke Pascal Onyeka Care Foundation. He's also a youth administrator. And then we have Kenneth Eze, who is the president, Young Farmers Association, Enugu State Chapter. He's also the director, Agricultural Directorate, National Youth Council of Nigeria, Enugu Chapter. Thank you so much for being there. Let's continue. All right, one may begin to imagine the causes of exhaustion malpractices. Obinna, what could be the possible causes of exhaustion malpractices? Of course, we have looked at when it began, how it began, but what motivated people to say or to think of going into these malpractices that we're talking about?
Well, let me look at it from this angle. Number one, there are many players to this issue of examination malpractice. But before we go into that, some of the root causes of this can be tracked down to, number one, from the aspect of the students not being prepared before going for examinations. People are not, most of the students you see today, or the pupils you see today, they don't take their schoolwork serious any longer. This general idea of school is a scam. It's affecting their performance in the classroom. Most often, somebody will just go. How can you go to a class unprepared? What will you expect at the end of the day? When you fail to plan, then definitely you have planned to fail automatically. So lack of preparation from their end, so now is the cause of it. Another thing is falling moral decadence. Moral value has fallen. You know, we are in a society where mediocrity highly placed above meritocracy. People don't even desire merit any longer. Just mediocres everywhere, putting square peg in a round hole. So, and this is because of crave for material things. People are not after doing what is right again. People just want to appear good on the surface without any deep-rooted value backing what they are doing. So, our family have failed. The school system have failed. And when it comes to moral value, now it cut across all the players here. Parents are no longer interested in hard work any longer. Students also, the pupils, are no longer interested in hard work any longer. The teachers who are supposed to do their job in the classroom, they are not doing it. If you have a scheme, maybe you have a scheme to cover in a term, then, and you are being forced to come to the classroom, how will you expect the student to cover up these schemes? Then, at the end of the day, you want to examine the student based on the topic and the scheme you are giving them. There's no justification for those questions. Teachers contribute to this.
Oh, thank you so much.
There are many factors.
Thank you so much, Obinna. I can perceive how bitter you are. But Kenneth, I don't know if we're going to sit down here and agree with Obinna that school system have failed.
Yes.
And that parents have failed also.
Yes.
What do you have to say about that?
I'm going to agree with what you just said because it starts from the home.
Failing at what magnitude?
Okay, if we say our families have failed, you need to
families are still existing now.
Yes, you need
school
to
systems are still existing.
Yeah, you need to inculcate the good moral values at home. First of all, you need to. I don't know if we still have these PTA meetings going on, Parent Teachers Association. So when they have such kind of meetings, what did they discuss? Do they discuss how the child is behaving in school and all that? Does it really tally? Because parents might see their kids behaving well at home, But in school, what do they do? Did they even attend classes at all? Do they pay attention to their teachers? Are they obedient? You know, all those kind of things. So there should be that synergy. That's why I say the families have failed. They should also pay attention. Some parents just find it as a means of escape when they push their children to go to school and they go to work.
Yes.
So they don't really look into their kids anymore. They leave all the jobs and duties to the teachers alone. And the teachers, how many children can you control per time? You have 40 students in a class, 30, 60, 70, 80 for one teacher. So our eyes will not be everywhere at a time. So the parents, our families, they start from the home. Your child, that first to 3 years at home, you need to fill it with some good thoughts and moral values. Teach this child integrity, accountability, respect, discipline, so that when they go to school, what the teacher now will be doing is just to add more to what the child already has. So when I say the families, like he said, has failed, it's the same thing. They have, then the educational institution too. We have poor teachers. We have a lack of adequate facilities. Sometimes the examination hall is overcrowded. No good facilities. Then corruption and bribery also. You will see people, because even the salaries of these teachers are very small. So you now see people receiving bribe just to pass. Now we have special centers, can you imagine, where they go and write JAMB and WAEC and NECO so that they can pass. Yes. And you see parents paying for the children's school fees to go to those special centers to write an exam. Is that bad?
Deliberate.
Is that bad? So we need to, our parents need to be, and then how do you caution your kids again? If they come out with poor grades, because that is what I want to say, can we just take out this issue of positions, first, second, third? Let's look at the grading system. Let's know, okay, in this particular course, you scored 70 or 80 or 90. Good, remove the first, second position. We are not in a race. Even what I studied in school is not what I'm doing now. So many of us, what we studied in school is not what, so what has really kept us going was the discipline we could be able to imbibe while in school. The hard work we put in studying. So all those things these are the things that have kept us going, not actually what was taught us in school. So things like moral values, discipline, keeping to time management, transparency, accountability, respect for your time and for the time of others. Accountability. These are the things that will carve you out, that will make you carve a niche for you in the society. These are the things that will make you outstanding, and these are the things that we need.
You will continue, but there is something I really want to understand here. Are you saying that all of the causes of examination malpractices in school, from head to toe, is being blamed on the school system and the parents?
Yes, I can even grade it. If I need to grade it accordingly, it starts from the parents first, then the school system, the teachers, then the government, before the students. That is the case,
Obina, don't you think there are parents that don't even know the moral values you have itemized here? It is not in them.
So
like
now,
you don't have, you
okay. Now let me.
Give.
I beg to answer that. Now let me come in. You know, when you say parents, who is a parent? Someone that can actually take care of another person. So for you to even become a parent, a man, you know that you are of age. You have something you have found your purpose and your set and your calling in life. So you cannot recreate, you cannot bring another human being into life that you want to pass a legacy on. So what are you passing to that kid? If you haven't found yourself, if you haven't found a value which you can die for, so why are you bringing another person into this earth to come and continue the confusion?
Who answers that question?
No, now for a man to say, okay, I'm ready to go and marry, you must know that you are ready, both in your values, in everything, so that if you are bringing a child into this world, you are telling the child, see, you have to work on these values.
Don't you think that a lot of parenthood today came in, permit me to say, by accident? It was not planned. There was no day a man or a young man got himself prepared and said, yes, I'm qualified to get married, I want to get married. And I know all of the qualities you have mentioned here. To back it up, a lot of these marriages happen by accident. And when it happens, incidentally, a child comes to the table. What's the next thing? Marriage has started. Family has started. In such case, who will you blame?
It's obvious. They will learn on the job.
Yes, now, you play the game according to the rule of the game.
If he does not know the rule, that's what I'm talking about.
That is why we have programs like this. They can listen, they can learn, they can study, they can improve themselves. You know, they can find out better means of bettering their lives. Okay. They cannot remain the same and expect things to change.
Okay, you have actually blamed the parents. You have also blamed the teachers.
Government have a
that
role.
the teachers are not good.
Governments.
On the part,
Okay,
government is the
let's
third
finish up
person
with the
for
teachers
us.
now.
Okay.
In what aspect, or what respect would you say that teachers are not good? And
Well,
they are teachers.
What's
the correct definition of a teacher? If I may ask.
A teacher is someone who is professionally trained to administer teaching and learning in a classroom.
And someone can tell us that teachers are not good. How would somebody in that status wouldn't it be good to teach and is in the classroom?
Most of them are not qualified. Number one, status by saying that. You know, the rate of unemployment in the society has made every graduate a teacher. The easiest job they can lay hand upon is to go to the classroom. And because of the nature of the increasing nature of schools around, private schools, they are all out there to get anyhow person to stand in, because of most often the qualified are not willing to take up the job because of the low payments. The qualified teachers, so to say, they are after government work. Engage them in private schools is another issue. So most often people that go for such kind of job are the unqualified one. People that have never even, those ones that have not even gone to school. Even if they have gone to school, they are not trained in an educational institute to man the classroom activities. That's the challenge you have. So some teachers are not well trained. Some, their moral decadence is alarming.
Okay, let me add to what you just said. You know, teaching is a divine calling. Teaching is a divine calling. And they say the reward of teachers are in heaven. But I know it's a cliche, and we have really downplayed the role of teachers. You know, when we say someone is a teacher, we attach so much importance to that terminology, teaching, because that is where you start forming the minds of these younger ones, you know, shaping their future, their destinies and all that. So if we call someone a teacher, what it means is that you are qualified to actually transfer knowledge, groom somebody, you know, make the person whom he or she. We are all products of teachers right now. That we are sitting down here to talk, to pass this knowledge, pass this information, because of the so many teachings we have gone through under teachers. You see, so now do we have teachers that can actually teach those good things without even looking at the salary structure? Because I know government sometimes owe teachers arrears of salary, you know, but can we have people that can say, okay, because I believe in the future of this child, let me bring out my time to improve myself and transfer this knowledge to this child, even when I'm being paid or not. I do tell people that I did my NYC at a radio station. After 1 year, they said I should stay back. I stayed back for 5 years without salary, working, because I just wanted to learn and pass that knowledge to people. I want to shape the mindset of people, change people's mindset and perception, because everything begins with the mind. What are you thinking? How is your mindset like? What do you see when you look at things? Do you believe in a better tomorrow? Do you believe you can change things? And what are you bringing to the society? So it's not about what you are being paid. We know that Nigeria is what it is right now. We are coming to the part of government. They should increase the salary of teachers, but let us not forget that teaching is a divine calling.
Okay, thank you so much. Obina, let us bring in the government to share in the blames, like you pointed out.
Well, government they have a big role to play when it comes to tackling this issue of examination malpractice, because they are the one creating the policy that governs schools administration and management, and they are, let me say, the major employers when it comes to teachers' engagement in the society.
Okay.
Now, since they are the one to initiate policies, they have a greater role. Like, for example, now look at our secondary school level now. Have you heard of any secondary school where students are not being promoted after the third term examination? It's as they come in, they are promoted. That has been the practice. There's nothing like this student at the end of the third year and third term examination, this student is going to repeat. We don't have repetition any longer. Just the way they came in, garbage out. You keep promoting them till SS3 when they will take the external examination. Those old cultures of failure to meet up with the grade, you repeat class. It's no longer in practice again. That's where government have to come in. How can they come up with a good institutional practice, like, for example, setting up a policy that, okay, failure to meet this grade, you will repeat class. What are they doing to checkmate the excesses of the private schools around? Where, for example, now, in some private school, when I taught as a teacher, there's one school I taught back then in Abakwa. we after merit. Now, if a student or a pupil fails, that pupil will be forced to repeat class. It got to a point, some parents picked offense, and what they do is pull their pupil or student away. They what? Take to another school where they will be admitted, even promoted to the next class, even when they don't deserve it. It's an issue. How would they check this in? That's where government have to come in.
Okay.
Check. Like in Enugu State now, they have initiated, third term examination, general examination. But this examination is being administered in different levels, in different time, not collectively like the external examination. What they normally do is to go to school and then give it to somebody from the ministry to bring it to school to administer the exams. At the end of it all, it is taken. The outcome of this exam, I don't really understand how they go about it. But if they are serious to check this problem of examination malpractice, it will go a long way. And that their role in checking it is very, very important, because they are the one initiating policy, and they will still be the one to make sure that these policies are well carried out at the school level.
Okay, that tells me, or that makes me to maybe believe that government indirectly, their hands are in
sure, we are not
this
doubting
practice
that.
of exhaustion malpractice.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Through their practice.
Do you agree with that?
Yes, I agree, because sometimes when they give admissions to people to the universities, you see people that are not qualified gaining admission. So that is where it starts. You see government, just because of maybe over familiarity, you know this person, you want to give admission, then they will not admit this person that doesn't match up with the grades or the scoring points for admittance. Then also we need to de-emphasize paper qualification. Now, what I want to suggest is, I don't know, when you get a report card or a result sheet of a pupil, what you start seeing is English, you start seeing mathematics, this score, and all that. Then it's only civic education that you now see, or moral instruction. These two important courses are just the two. What about, how do we checkmate the moral values of these people, like respect, transparency, accountability, hard work, determination, being focused? We need to know these things. These are the integers that will actually drive the life of these kids. Because some of these things that we learn in school, we don't even use all of them at all. Most of these, some people are even pushing that some of these courses should be removed entirely. But you cannot take away good moral values like respect, accountability, transparency. You can't take that away from a child. So we need to focus more on building the inner self of that person. Let's know, forget about the grades. It's important, it's good, quite all right, right? But we have seen in the real world that what actually drives this child or this person are the moral values, the qualities he or she has, not actually the A1 he got in English or the B2 he got in mathematics. No, we don't need all. So let's look at, the government needs to de-emphasize paper qualifications, and this fairness in admissions into school. Let's put a square peg in a square hole. Not go and take someone who is, because you just want this person to answer an engineer or a doctor, and the person is good for fine art or music. You take the person will make a mess of that thing.
All right, thank you so much, Kenneth. This sounds like a take-home. Yes. That we really need to build more on what we have in-depth in the child than what is written on papers. Thank you so much. We want to observe just a short break. When we are back, we'll look at the punitive measures or punishment, kind of, that is there for those students who indulge in examination malpractice. Thank you so much. We shall be right back.
Aqua, water. Water is life. Ancient, sacred, pure. It remembers creation and carries cleansing. It can be calm or it can rage, but it always moves. Aqua teaches us to be soft yet strong, to adapt yet remain, to flow around obstacles yet shape even the hardest stone. We came from water. We need water. And sometimes, when words fail and hearts break, only water, falling from our eyes or washing over our skin, can heal what language cannot.
Thank you so much. We are back from the short break, and it's good to know you are still there. It is the program Youth Focus on Aneke Television. We are discussing today examination malpractices in our schools. And I have my wonderful guest here. I have Obina Obu, who is the programs officer, Aneke Pascal, Aneke Care Foundation. He's also a youth administrator. And I have Kenneth Eze, who is the chairman, Young Farmers Association, Enugu State Chapter. He is also the director, the Agricultural Directorate, National Youth Council of Nigeria, Enugu State Chapter. Thank you so much. Let's continue. Before we went on the short break, we are actually looking at the punitive measures that have been laid down for students
who are caught in exemption malpractice, or are there not anything like punishment there?
There are.
How has it been? Obina, talk to us.
Well, it cut across levels of schools. Like for example, using the secondary school level, if a pupil or a student, the secondary school level, if a student is caught in that very act of examination malpractice, that student can, most time before now, I don't know the practice now, but I think before now, most often some schools give expulsion, some give suspension, some give other punishment, like level within the school. Like in my school where I taught then, what we normally do is, if it is in a subject, you'll be given a printing measure. Most often, in the presence of all the students, we'll flog you. And then from there, we'll give you other corporal punishment which you adhere to. Then in the presence, your parents will be around. And you'll be suspended for a period of time before you coming back again. That is if it's not a promotion exam. Because what we do then is, we make both first time, second time, third time to determine your promotion. Because you did not commit malpractice in all the subjects. There is a subject. So the gravity of the offense committed determines the punishment to be given to you. But you have some schools like university, university who have issues in Covenant University where once you are caught, you are off of the school, missionary schools here and there. Even in some government-owned universities, once you are caught, it's receipt for you automatically, receipts for you. And if it repeats, then you're off the system. In medical courses like nursing, pharmacy, and nursing, that one there's no apology for that. Once you are caught, you're off. Okay. But that one has to do with human life.
Okay, we are coming to that university context.
All right.
Kenneth, let's look at it this way. If a student who was caught in exemption malpractice is one way or the other punished, what happens to the teacher who has been involved in one way or the other practicing that? In a situation whereby a parent will come and give some money to the teacher of the child, and that money, the purpose of the money is not mentioned. It is known but not mentioned. And at the end of the day, you see the child coming out with flying colors. Is that not exemption malpractice?
It is.
And what happens to such a teacher?
It is. Okay, what happens in most cases, these teachers, they go scot-free. Because in the books, know how I did it. So when they are doing it, nobody is there to look at, to punish them. But let us not forget that the consequences of examination malpractices are self-inflicted. The repercussions are there. In one way or the other, we are going to face the consequences because that child that you have collected bribe and you have ensured that he or she indulges in examination malpractice and come out in flying colors, one day will be a medical doctor that will treat your daughter in the hospital. And you now see the kind of thing you have taught that medical doctor, the assumed medical doctor. So had it been you had taught that child very well from the school, you would have given a proper medical attention to your child in future. So in one way or the other, karma follows such kind of persons. So let us know that even if you indulge in examination malpractice in one way or the other, you are free, you are going to face the consequences in the future. It's going to haunt you. In one way or the other, you start seeing when you jump classes. In life, we don't jump classes. You take step according. Okay. So any class you jump, you have to face it in future. So if you didn't take your time to study at a particular grade and you want to jump, life has a way of drawing you back. Yes. You have to repeat it until you have passed that class, and we are sure that you have passed it. So there is no escaping it. There is no running around. So let us just know, because if you expel a child, the child is even happy that you have expelled the child from school. You go and start playing, maybe doing other things that he or she wants. But when you make this child to believe that, see, once you leave this school, you are missing classes, and you will not get that knowledge that is necessary for you to advance in life, start showing that child that, see, these things are going to haunt you in life. You're not going to have a better life. You're not going to be fulfilled. There's what we call inner fulfillment. You might have all the money in this world, but you still are not satisfied. You will start asking yourself, what am I doing in this life? You have lost your sense of direction. You have lost your sense of purpose. So those inner qualities that are meant to build you as a man, you will see it lacking inside of you. So when the child is made to really understand that these intangible things are what he lacks, he's going to sit down to pass it. So now, on the aspect of the government, we should de-emphasize these positions. Who comes first, who comes second, who comes third. Everybody is trying. Take now, for example, that we are in a technical school. Then I gave you a car to work on. I gave you a car to work on too. Will I start putting, okay, what the educational system checks is just speed and accuracy. But you might get the job done, but it might not take you the same time as it takes him. So give the child a time. Face them. We are not in a race. I don't know. We are not in a competition. Everybody has his own assignment, his own way to run. So leave that child. Give the child an assignment to give him the time to perform. Don't, because what the educational check is just speed and accuracy. They will say to you, they say this time is 1 hour 30 minutes. Then you have to now start. But if I give you maybe a toy to play with and work on, so the end point is make this thing work. The end point is make this thing work. Yes. Then once it gets it, the job is done, everybody's happy.
Okay. Thank you so much, Kenneth. Obina, I want us to look at this in another dimension. You know, it is one thing for a student to indulge in assumption malpractices and be caught. After being caught, he will be punished. But it's another thing for another student to indulge in assumption malpractices, and yet, at the end of the day, he was not caught. He'll go free. Now, let us look at the effects of assumption malpractices on the students, on the teachers, on the parents, on the parent family, and on the society at large. Let's start with the student, Obina. What's the effect of assumption malpractices on the student?
On a clearer note, it damages the child's or the student's future. Because your future is not guaranteed if you are trained using that route of examination malpractice. Because code that no habits, nemo that code no habits. I think that's a legal term, saying nemo that code no habits. I'm not a liar, but I was taught in the field. They said you can't give what you don't have. You don't have, you can't give. A time will come, just as he said, where these things will be required of you. So if you are the type engaging in examination malpractice, the future is not guaranteed, because one day it will play out. Another aspect of it is that it, apart from affecting the child's future, every destiny, there are destinies tied to every destiny. For example, when he was saying something of a medical doctor that graduated from school, not well trained, but under that platform examination malpractice. Now, what do you expect of that doctor at the end of the day? He or she will be forced to give what he or she has accumulated over the years. And if she's coming unprepared, not well baked to face the society challenges, definitely she will not give, or he or she will not give out what is expected, at least in attending to challenges of his or her time. So these are issues. Apart from the individual concern, there are destinies tied to every destiny, in one way or the other. What you've gathered will impact on life, or damage or promote or damage life in the future if not well programmed, managed, and controlled. That's where malpractice becomes an issue. On the side of governments, this examination malpractice, they should always remember that if it's allowed to flow.
Before you come from that angle of the government, Kenneth, let's hear if there is effect examination malpractices have on the school and the teachers as well.
Yeah, this school, the school is a home. It's a home where you see people that have come and learn. So by the time you now see people start cheating, it becomes an unhealthy home. Now it's not comfortable again for people that want to learn. So everything there that they are being taught is being falsified. You get me? So the school itself is a wrong, it will not be a wrong institution, instead of the right institution that can correct these things. So you see how important it is. The school is supposed to shun everything called malpractices in what forms. Even when you are telling somebody to do this thing, to do that thing, make sure you are doing that thing in love. If you are flogging a child today, make sure you are flogging that child to correct that person in love. Let that person understand these things, because some of these punishments, some of these things that we do, most of these children don't even understand why you do these things to them, why you flog them. Why do you want them to actually study? Let's place more emphasis on the reasons why we do these things that we do. Not necessarily because you want to pass an exam at the end of the day and go to the next grade. No, or go to the next class. No. We want you to understand, to learn this. So the school as a community, it affects it generally as a overall. Because it's not even in class that we learn. There's what we call extracurriculum activities. So when I'm interacting with my peers in school, I'm also learning. There's what we call assimilation by association. So it's not even in classroom that I learn. I learn when I talk to my people, going to the refectory or going to go and play football, or I learn. So the school community should be functional and healthy for everybody.
Yes,
So,
you have said it all. That when a school when a school practices essential malpractices, that school becomes a wrong institution.
Exactly.
And of course,
Exactly.
I know it's a suicidal mission when a school becomes a wrong institution.
Yeah, the goal of setting it up will be defeated.
Wow.
Because, you know, the schools, just as he said, is one of the agents of socialization, designed to train our mind and character. Just like in University of Nigeria, they can't give you any certificate until you are found worthy in character and in learning.
Exactly.
And these are the two essential goals that educational institution is designed to achieve. Aside building knowledge, moral conduct are there also to guide you. So the school system is a moral ground as well, where children or students or people as it were are supposed to be trained, groomed, prepared to face the challenges of the society. But if the school fails, definitely they are creating more havoc to the society, because much hope is placed on the school system to be a good agent of socialization, to turn out to the society people that will man the affairs of life. But if the school fails, what do you expect? You start having a situation where you have square peg in round hole, people fitting into position where they are not supposed to be there. You have issue of promotion of mediocrity over meritocracy. And these are issues of, that's where we see government coming in because of this national character factor and co. People are being placed in position not because of merit, but because of where they are. Favoritism, nepotism, all these factors start playing in.
All right,
affecting society.
You have actually nailed it. Then, Kenneth, let us look at it from this other dimension. It is a fact that each family is a unit of the society.
Exactly.
That means what affects a family will affect the society at large with time.
Yeah.
Now, the causes or the effect of social malpractices on the family will, as a matter of fact, transcend to the society with time.
Exactly.
Let's look at how it affects the family and then how it affects the society.
Okay, like we say, the family is the smallest unit of the society, right? And that is where it's part of one of the agents of change. So in a family now that you see they encourage these special centers where they pay for their kids to go to school. Number one, it starts affecting the foundation of that family. Okay, what are the moral values? What are the legacy, the bloodline? What is this family known for? The value system and all that. Before you know, it starts trickling down to the rest of the children. Now, before you know, they start spreading it to their peers. You see, so when a child gets back home and maybe he or she is being given an assignment to fill, and instead of the elderly one to come and teach the child, see, this is how you do it, he starts answering those questions by himself because he wants the child to pass. And now that child itself, knowing that, okay, if I give it to Ada will want to put me through for me to understand. But if I give it to Obina will just fill it for me and I will go and pass. And next time, if he or she is being given an assignment, he will take it to Obina. Because instead of Ada, because Obina will want to do it and go and play football. But Ada, a shortcut, but Ada will want to put her through to really understand. And sometimes when we are doing this assignment for people, we actually watch it. Let them feel it by themselves. But let's ensure that they're actually getting it right. That is the role of these quantitative reasoning and qualitative reasoning. I really loved that when I was going in school. It was one of my best. Qualitative, we need to check the mindset of this. How do they reason to things? Quantitative reasoning, you know. How do they see things? Verbal attitude. So these are the kind of things we should pay much attention to. And how do they come about these things? If we can even have a situation where everybody writes an exam, then we start scoring them. Everybody knows the score. That's okay, we are going to score you according to. So because some of these things serve the teachers, when they teach some courses in classrooms, they will go and set something else. And the students, they know that most times because they want them to fail and they will come and sort them.
All right.
You see, so many deliberate attempts. So many of these things, if we keep on talking about how these things, you see, we will not live here today.
True.
But
and that boils down to what you said before now. Yeah. But it's more important to teach the child, build the in-depth of the child than what is written on the paper. That is wonderful of you. Then, Obina, let us come to this other aspect of it. Do you think within you as you are seated here that examination malpractices can ever be put to a stop?
As long as human being lives and human factors exist, it's quite impossible to state. Because number one is that as the bird has learned to fly without pitching, so has the hunter learned to shoot without mistaking. If government is coming this way, people are devising other means. Bring this method, they are devising other means. So because you are dealing with human being, the human factor, we have issue of morality in stake here. The feasibility of having it to a full stop. Well, I say it's like a dream that maybe is when you succeed in changing the whole human race to become an angel. If that is possible, then examination malpractice can be stopped.
Examination malpractice
So
to stop it is not a possibility.
I think I disagree with what he said.
Okay,
But because once a cause of thing is known, the solution is known.
Okay.
We have already brought out the causes of examination malpractice. Then let's start treating them. Let's start bringing possible solutions to them. I know that we can start bringing, okay, this is one of the causes of examination malpractice, then this is how we solve it. Like we have brought the ones of maybe teaching the child core values. Then we're not going to, okay, let's know how we can make sure they have a comfortable examination hall. Let's know how we can increase the salaries of teachers. Let's know how we can increase the moral values of. So these things, if we take these measures gradually, I think there's nothing that is not possible.
Well, I want to ask something.
Before you know it, you create a new society.
I want to ask something towards it. Not that I'm saying that it's quite impossible, but I'm just trying to say here that that dream requires a lot of efforts to be achieved. That's why I use that term, turning the whole human race to angel.
Efforts that are humanly possible?
Yes, turning the whole human race to angel. Because this thing has to do with inward transformation, not even this thing we are looking at.
We're even gods, so we're more than angels.
No, let me say something here. Because we are dealing with human being, there's this possibility of human factor playing out all the time.
Okay.
Nepotism, favoritism, this one is not from here. And like in the Nigeria context, the Nigerian society is heterogeneous in nature. Different tribes here, culture here and there, everybody working tooth and nail to make sure that his own aspect is covered in the game. These things it's just as saying that government will one day wake up in Nigeria and say, okay, there will be no Nigeria federal character in Nigeria. Is that possible? If it's possible in Nigeria, then we can stop examination malpractice. One day Nigeria government will stand up and say, okay, there will be no federal character again. You gain job based on merit. Nothing like Hausa. This is the quantity of Hausa people. If it's possible, then it's possible in Nigeria. But if it's not, forget about it.
I wanted to believe.
It's not possible. Forget about it.
I wanted to believe in the possibility of the saying that whatever that has a beginning has an end. And whatever that's happening has a solution. That's a solution to everything.
No, I'm not against that. But I'm giving you a solution. The way out. If they will come to term that from today we kill federal character, then it's possible.
Don't you believe government can do that?
Then any day they wake up and say this is what we want to do, then it's possible in Nigeria.
All right, thank you so much, Olina.
Thank you.
I want you to quickly speak to some students who have been passing the examinations without examination malpractices. I know there are still some students who
My fellow good students, this is me telling you that you can be whatever you want to be in life, despite any challenges that you are facing right now. And don't take it that if you fail according to the school system that you have failed in life. There's an exam outside classroom. The most important thing is to pass in life. You might pass in school in a very wrong way or wrong manner, in a dishonest method, and you see yourself failing in life. Why can't you just assume that you do the right thing and we assume that you failed in school but you are passing in life? Because definitely whatever you are learning in school right now is what you are going to carry on in life. So make sure you learn that thing. Learn it very well. Don't be in a haste. There's no need to rush, no run. Take your time. Learn whatever you want to learn in school so that in life you keep passing and excelling. See you at the top. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the President, Enugu State Young Farmers Association. You are the Director, Agricultural Directorate, National Youth Council of Nigeria, Enugu State Chapter. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you, Obinna, who is the Programs Officer, Aneke Pascal Onyeka Care Foundation, and the Youth Administrator. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. And our viewer, will thank you so much for being there. This is where we nail it for today. We have discussed examination malpractices. And he who has ears, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. Chukwemeka is my name. Thank you so much. Sacrifice is the price of progress. Without it, giving time, sleep, or comfort, no meaningful journey is easy. Perseverance turns dreams into realities. When it gets tough, push forward. The finish line rewards the one who didn't quit.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Welcome, viewer. Once again, we are back to the mysteries of life. I think the tone for this discussion has been set by the Reverend among us. He asked me a question. Why do you think, what makes you a Christian, for example? Or what makes you an adherent of whatever religion you claim to belong to? This brings us to the question of baptism. We always hear about baptism. You know, we just finished the Christmas season, Christmas tide. We are in the new year, and we celebrated in the Catholic Church the baptism of our Lord Jesus Christ. And with me in the studio to look into this program, we have by my left, you know, a reverend of the Christendom who pastors with the Assemblies of God Church. He is a pastor at Owani, Enugu South District. He is the children's pastor, eh?
Yes.
Yes. He sees about the fate of the young ones, the future, because the young ones are the future. And he is our brother, Reverend Uche Carlo. Reverend Uche Carlo, welcome to the program.
Thank you, sir. God bless you, listeners.
And by my right, we have our brother, he is Gabriel. He is also Nemeka Anichukwu. He is involved in trying to make sure there is peace in the community by being a peace and conflict resolution expert. Nemeka Mazi, you're welcome to the program.
Prof, thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to start with the pastor. You know, this thing that you, because when you asked that question, I got confused. You know, what makes you who you are? Is just like, what do you mean by baptism? Because I don't know whether there's anything like that. Because you know, there's something that you mentioned, you know, off the camera about people that are captive and those that are not captive audience and so on. But what is baptism? Let me know whether it is real or just, you know, one of those empty things we do.
Yeah, baptism is an act, one of the Christian
rites.
Ordinances.
Yes.
That is commanded by Christ for us to, as Christian adherents, for us to identify with. And Christ himself was baptized.
Okay.
And he commanded the disciples to also baptize people the moment people or someone believes in God.
Okay.
And by so becomes a command. And before you get baptized, you need to have come to a level and a point of an encounter to know that you are a sinner and you are now repenting. You have repented, accept Christ. Then you identify with Christ. That baptism is an identification with Christ. in his death and his resurrection.
Okay.
And then a new life begins. So if you are baptized, the next step is an expectation from you to live like Christ.
Okay. To be Christ-like, like Christopher.
Yes.
Like Christopher. I like that word, Christopher. Not being a Christian. And Aneke, you listen to him, his definition of what baptism is all about. He called it an ordinance. We look at it as a rite. But is it an empty rite? Is there any reason for that in baptism?
There's a reason for baptism. Baptism is, from my own perspective, is a Christian rite or ritual that initiates you into the body of Christ. It's a source of purification. It's a source of regeneration. It's a source of admission into the community of Jesus Christ, Christianity, where those that Christ knows. So some people call it a sacrament. I call it sacrament. The Protestants call it ordinance. And then it comes in different categories. You have the immersion baptism, and this baptism is actually done to cleanse you from the Adamic sins. Call it enjoy kero. That is the sin, the evil that you carry, an innate evil with which you came to this life, where you are cleansed. Then those Adamic sins are washed away, and you are now initiated. It's a kind of initiation into the community of believers of Jesus Christ. But it comes in immersion. Immersion is where you don't submerge the person totally, partially submerged. Then there's one you call subversion. So you don't when you immerse totally deeply into the water. That Protestant churches recognize immersion, submersion baptism. They call it affusion, where you pour the water on the person, then aspersion, you sprinkle the water on that person. Catholics and some churches do affusion and aspersion. To my baptism is true if you get introduced into the body of Christ. But I have a different, though not opposite, view. There is also African traditional baptism.
We're waiting. Yes, go ahead with that.
African traditional baptism.
Yes.
Then because
I wanted to find out whether it's only in the Christendom that we have baptism.
No, we have African traditional baptism, even satanic baptism, Satanism. So African traditional baptism is whereby a newborn child, where a child that's born newly, is introduced into the body of the ancestors, the living and the dead. So whereby he has the opportunity to partake in the good, the protection, the prosperity that the ancestors bestowed. He is recognized by the ancestors, those who have lived in that family in the past. Whereby they give him the protection and the blessings. He partakes, he becomes a fellow partaker in the blessing and protection of that ancestral roof. So as we have Christian baptism, we have African traditional baptism. So the child is introduced so that the family, the ancestors of the family will know him or her. And they will pack him or her with the powers and protection and blessings of the root family.
So before the coming of Christ as man, after the fall of man, we used to have for the male this thing called circumcision. In the ancient world, were we having baptism? Ancient Christendom, ancient Jewish practices.
All right.
From where we now have Christianity.
It's important for us to know that in Christianity, that is where we have baptism. Outside Christianity, you have initiation, you have ritual. There is no way you can come in African religion. You said it is baptism. The word baptism only came or is from Christian context. You see it in Matthew, you see it in Romans, you see it in the Bible concerning the disciples pure. Now, when you talk about the circumcision, you just
ask the question.
Yes, in the ancient time, the Greeks, the Hebrews, the Jews, what they do once a child is born, 8 days after the child is born, they go for circumcision.
Yes.
Okay, after that circumcision, like 40 days after the child, you go for child dedication in the church, in the temple.
Yes.
And when you come there are things you come with that is for child dedication.
Yes.
They call it the opening of the womb. Especially it's done by a male child when a male child is born.
Yes.
And that male child becomes the firstborn of the family. So issue of baptism periodically has an identification with Christ's coming, Christ's death, and your belief into a new life.
I'm going to come back to you because this is what he has said. And he's associating baptism with Christ. So what did John the Baptist come to do when he was baptizing?
The same baptism.
Yeah, because if you associate only just if it's at the level of Christ.
Yes.
So that's why I'm asking the question.
Yes. He's talking from. He's a theologian, a Christian theologian.
I thought it's me who asked the
question. I'm asking you first.
Yeah, I am the one that
introduced it. Yes. He brought it up, but I wanted to get his own
John
perspective.
the Baptist was a forerunner of Christ. He came before Christ, preaching the gospel of the good news, still pointing people to Christ, telling them, the person that is coming behind me, I am baptizing you with water, but the person that is coming behind me is coming and is going to baptize you with the Holy Spirit and fire. Right. That is to say, his power is greater than my own power.
We know about that one. We know about that.
John the Baptist believes in Christ, and he also believes anybody he preaches to and the person he paints, the person will be baptized.
Do I have to say that John the Baptist believed in Christ? John the Baptist was with Christ.
He believed.
It was not about believing. He was his forerunner.
Before you be with somebody as identification, you have to believe the person.
He understood.
Yes.
He was with him. So that's why he said, I'm supposed to take baptism. Why I'm asking the question? Why I ask the question to you is this? I ask that question because John the Baptist told Jesus that I am the person that's supposed to be baptized by you, which means that baptism is not a new concept to them.
That was not the context of his statement.
No,
the context of his statement was that Jesus Christ was your power.
Yes.
You are the one I am supposed to submit to.
I agree.
He was not attacking the word.
No, he wasn't attacking baptism. No, I'm not saying he was attacking baptism. I'm trying to say that by what he said, it is not a new concept
at all.
So it's not a new concept. It's a
pre-modern concept.
It's an old concept with even the world,
even the traditional religions.
Yes.
Even other Asian religions.
Well, I'm trying to bring in.
The context came with Christ. The context came with the New Testament.
No. Have you forgotten that I'm not good at putting Bible, but I know that when he said that they remember that Elijah was supposed to come and continue with this baptism, because he said, if you are not Elijah, why were you baptizing? Isn't that the question?
Exactly.
If you were not, why were you baptizing?
That is what I'm saying.
That's the question that I have.
The New Testament is a fulfillment
of the Old Testament.
Fine. So that baptism came with the New Testament and came with Christ.
No.
Okay, that's why
baptism. If you do your research properly, you know that baptism predates Christianity. Yes.
No, that's because
in Asian religions, even in African initiation rites, baptism is a synonym for traditional initiation, even Satanism. Those who worship Satanism, you have Satanic baptism.
That is why it's either initiation or
initiation. So baptism is a Christian initiation. It's initiation. So baptism is a kind of even in South Africa, some tribes in South Africa. In Yoruba, whenever, even in ancient, in traditional circles, baptism concerns using water to purify and bring somebody into the community of people. It involves water. Any baptism does not it precludes. It's not only Christianity that you have baptism. You have baptism in ancient religions of the world.
Okay, I brought up this thing because we need to get down to this idea of baptism.
That's why I said that the day you know that it is African traditional baptism,
okay,
whereby the child that is born is introduced to the community of the community of the ancestors of the family.
Okay, whichever one it is. Let me now get back to the to Reverend Uche. What does baptism do for us or to the person that is baptized?
Like I said before, for one to be baptized, it means the person has come to a full knowledge that he is a sinner.
Okay.
And is yielding to repentance.
Okay.
He has been able to confess Christ as his Lord and personal Savior.
Okay.
And then the baptism, the immersion, the dipping of that person into the water will now take place. And the essence of that is one, to identify with Christ.
Okay. One.
Two, to show the world that you have now come to a new life.
Okay.
When once you are baptized,
okay,
it is a public thing. It's not a secret thing.
Okay.
The one that the court or whatever will do is a secret stuff. But in baptism, in Christianity, is a public thing. People will come around, stay around, singing, joy filled everywhere. So the essence of that, people now see you and begin to reckon you as set apart, separate for God. And there are things, if you do it, they say, meaning it is not expected of you to do because it's an old life.
Okay.
Which baptism must have taken care
should have taken care of
based on your repentance and a new life in Christ.
You know why I'm bringing up this is Reverend Uche, because before we just started this program, just a few minutes before we came on air, we had this this concept that you brought in, the concept of captive audience. Now that captive audience, they are all supposed to be baptized. Most of them are supposed to be baptized, if based on your definition. Maybe when we come back after this break, we will now get back to captive audience and then delve into this whole concept of baptism.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
So, while we are trying to, look into this concept of baptism, because I am a Catholic, but I'm not the discussant here. You are the discussant with the Reverend. And he has looked at it as identification, you brought it as initiation, you also accept that, you brought it in as purification, and then you brought it in as, some of those concepts that you brought up, and admission into the community. Both of you agree on that. So, now the question now becomes, well, now that somebody has become baptized, and like he said, once you are baptized, people begin to wonder when you do one or two things. In the Catholic Church, by baptism, we become priests, we become prophets, and we become royalties, kings in the Catholic Church. Now, his own concept of baptism ends at adult baptism. The Catholic baptism is global. It has infant baptism, it has adult baptism. All of them are included in this, but his own concept ends at the adult baptism. But what do you say about those who okay, let me get back to him. What do you say about those who baptize infants, like in the Catholic Church?
Well, if we have to take the Bible as a standard.
Yes, I'm looking at. I'm waiting.
I doubt if we have a record of where a child infant was baptized.
I'm listening
now. Under the normal standard of Christian faith, baptism is supposed to open the heaven. Baptism is supposed to unlock certain spiritual doors. Like in the Bible, when Jesus was baptized, immediately he was baptized, about to come out from the water, the heaven opened and there was a confirmation from heaven. This is my beloved son, hear ye him. When an adult is baptized, heaven opens for a divine assignment. Heaven opens for a divine empowerment. If an infant is baptized and heaven opens, where is the assignment? Where is the empowerment?
Okay, let me answer that one because maybe you may not be able to take that one. I know you can take it, but let me answer a bit from the Bible.
But you would have allowed him to go to the ancestral.
No, I don't want to go to the ancestral. No, you are trying to distract what you are doing. Now, if you go back to that, because when they came to John the Baptist and told him, who are you? He made it clear that he is not the Christ. Then he said, but why do you baptize? He said, in another part of the Bible, he said, because the man that sent me, the one who sent me, told me that he on whom I would see the Holy Spirit fall on as a pigeon, pigeon or something like that.
Yes,
but I'm trying to, as a dove, because I wanted, as a dove. He is the Christ. He didn't say, they didn't make it. It was, he said, people are coming to him.
And that is true.
Wait now.
That is true.
Wait now.
Did he saw an infant with
wait, I'm coming. I am trying to say what the Bible tells us, the one we have.
Right.
No, what the Bible tells us and the one we have. And I'm trying to look at the fact that John the Baptist did not introduce the concept baptism. That's why they asked him that question. Now, why do you baptize? Then he explained to them that the one that sent me said, the man on whom was baptizing everybody that was coming. But he had an assignment. The assignment was to indicate the Messiah. And he said, later he told the people that when I was baptized, I saw the heavens open and the dove come down on him. The Holy Spirit come down on him like a dove. He is the Messiah. That was where he did his work. The rest of it is where he had to go back to his creator. But having said that, so there was no place where it was sacrosanct, that it must be done as what do you call it, as an adult, because throughout the Old Testament, which from where we now have the New Testament, the concept of baptism has been around. But maybe you have a better thing to add to it.
The Reverend is right in his own perspective, because when you talk of baptism, is assumed and the person being baptized, because in Acts of the Apostles chapter 2 verse 38 says, baptize them in the name of Jesus Christ for the cleansing of forgiveness of their sins. So whether someone is baptized, because the greatest sin, the most potent sin is that Adamic inner sin, then in as much as I'm not countering adult baptism, because what the Reverend man of God says that the adult who is convinced that he or she has repented will confess. Because baptism is a kind of covenant, a new covenant with Jesus Christ. And from his own perspective, he portrays it that before you make a covenant, you know the meaning of the covenant. Before you take it up, that you abide by the principles of that covenant. So, but in the infant baptism, any human being born to this world comes with enjoying law or the Adamic sin. So then the covenant entered for that child. It's just like in Igbo culture, when a newborn baby is initiated into the community of the family, ancestral powers and blessings. So the baptism is being done on that child, introducing him, washing, cleansing him, bringing the blessings of the Father's house on him or her. So I'm not against adult baptism. I'm not countering infant baptism. But the most important thing is that baptism ought to take a very potent transformation in your life, that you live a new life, whereby you live according to the principles of the Holy Spirit. Because Holy Spirit means more the spirit that eschews evil. Once you are in Christ, my own concept of Christ is golden rule. Do unto others as which others do unto you. That's why the Christocentric philosophy of the golden rule perverts all religions of the world. So baptism is bringing you into the spirit of God Almighty that eschews evil. That's why in Matthew chapter 28 verse 19 it says, baptize them in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. And that name of the Father, that Father means it represents creation and sustenance of what He has created. Son represents salvation, and the name of the Holy Spirit means sanctification. This Trinity, that three parts, make somebody whole to partake in the communion of the saints, both the triumphant saint and the militant saints.
Okay, but because the point you have made, which brings me to decide, because the issue is this right an empty right?
No.
These are the issues, because once you bring in the Bible, some of us may not be able to quote directly, but we remember version, parts whereby, like when St. Paul was complaining about what happened to him, he said Alexander the coppersmith had done me much ill. And then he mentioned some other people who were with them, who later turned against them. So if those people were with them from the beginning, if it is true that they were with them, they wouldn't have left. So these are the issues. Sir. Because the point he made is, he said, this captive audience, they're all baptized. Are they really baptized in the real concept of the word baptism? Because he is now raising this issue of whether it's child baptism or adult baptism. Now, and I'm asking, all those captive audience, are they not baptized?
It's good for you to know also, like he said, when an infant comes into play,
yes,
and they either sprinkling or pouring,
whichever one,
or immersion is done, is baptism. As that child begins to grow and come into adolescence, the sins he committed, the Adamic nature sin, the evil that the parent or he came into the world with, were washed away by baptism. That is prayer. And then the post after the baptism, that child didn't know anything and is growing, committing every other thing.
No, the child, like you.
Does baptism at infancy takes care of the past and the present.
Pastor,
before the person
wait. We have just 5 minutes, but I want to tell you something. When you ask that kind of question, it questions the basis of your own pastoral. No,
that means you didn't get.
No, I got your point. You cannot question the essence of infant baptism because you are in charge of children's theology, bringing up children. When you don't catch the children at that point, you don't mess up with
you don't baptize a child until that child come to a level of understanding and say, I now believe, I now confess, I now align with
Christ. By the time Christianity became strong, before the coming of Constantine and all those people were baptized as adults. Wait. What, you don't come and talk of Catholic, and you're talking. You cannot talk of your church without the Catholic Church.
He's a knight of St. John of St. You're a Papa Knight.
No, I'm not a Papa Knight.
Okay.
No, you cannot talk of any Christendom without talking of the Catholic Church, because that is the basis. Whatever you want to take away is your own decision. I'm coming. The fact of the matter is that people who come in, those who give birth to children, they baptize them. But those who were taking, like the one in Acts chapter 10, they were baptized as adults.
I cherish that captive audience.
Yes.
I'm not looking at it wrongly. Instead of looking at me.
No, I'm not looking at you. I'm looking at the camera.
Because
I'm looking at the camera.
I am the one that is contending.
No. I'm not contending with it because I'm trying to make it clear that before the 15th century, the Calvinists and then the Reformation and so on. Before, your own is still a very young church. So before all those things came, because that's the truth. Because before all these things came, people were doing all these things. Before all this information
You can be doing it not on the basis of the truth.
No. There's no question of the truth or not the truth. And like he pointed out, even in Africa, we have always had baptism of fire, baptism of blood. There are so many forms of baptism, and that's why I said John the Baptist. I don't want to talk of Jesus because I don't want to bring him to that level. John the Baptist did not create the word baptism. That's why the Jews asked him, "Why were you baptizing if you were not the Christ?" And he explained to them why. That the person that sent him told him, by this you are going to get the sign of the. Just like Jesus, when Jesus answered Peter, he said, by answering this question, it is not flesh or blood, it was the Father that gave you that answer. So we must understand that in the spirit of the realm.
Prof,
no, wait now.
You are
in the spirit of, I'm not compounding it. I'm not compounding it. The person compounding it. In the spirit of, in the spirit realm, somebody is a genius not because of age.
It was when Jesus
somebody is a genius not because of age.
Say that,
and I don't want to bring in Jesus Christ from the side, from a point of view of those that are not Christian, non-Christian perspective, because they will tell you that Jesus did miracles even as well. I don't want to bring it here because if I start bringing all those things, we are going to create problem for Christendom for ourselves. So, but we know that
baptism.
No, we know that even as a child, even at the age of 12, even before the age of 12, if you go to the Quran, you will see what Jesus did.
My problem is that
we are trying to look at baptism. And we're looking at it holistically.
The big trouble is that those who baptize are infants or adults. But what are the impacts of being baptized? That's the
because when you are ignorant of a process, you will abuse that process.
No. It is because
you need to come to a level where you know what the blood of Jesus has done in our life.
It is because you said that because people are being baptized as infants. That was the problem. But now you see that even in the captive audience, even in the place where people are baptized as very old people, adults, and not adults, very old men, they are still among the captive audience. That's why I said, is our baptism therefore an empty right?
I said
it's not an empty right. I said baptism is a covenant. A covenant. Any person who knows the meaning of baptism.
Yes.
When you are baptized, you ought to live the life of the deity to whom you have been baptized. Christ is the apogee of light, of righteousness. Then the big question about this captive audience is all these Paul, Peter, Gabriel, Jude, Saint Gabriel, Saint Mary, Saint Agnes, who are these corrupt and high-profile sinners and evil committers in our society? I've not seen one in front of them. Or one
innocent.
Most of these people who are committing these homongous and prostitutes in our land are St. Peter, St. Paul. I'm St. Gabriel. The church says I'm St. Gabriel. And Gabriel. Am I people like Gabriel? St. Jude, are you people like St. Jude?
I'm trying.
Because that's why Africa has deep meanings in giving names. And they demonize our ancestors who are the saints, those who lived well. Because when, for instance, if I'm a if you see my life, you reflect because there is a way they find out who reincarnated you.
Even in baptism,
yes,
you have an identification with Christ. And you become a Christian.
The captive audience you provide
is a name. Christ in you.
Yes.
Is expected that you live the life of Christ.
To show that.
So why are we not living that life?
Why?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking you. You're the pastor.
Why we are living that life?
Why are we not living that life?
We refuse to be regenerated before we go into baptism.
I'm saying
we refuse to be regenerated. We refuse.
Why do you refuse to be regenerated? When we are baptized?
No, you know the word. When you are talking to you don't. The word is not why do you. The word should be why do we. Because when you say why do you are you are not trying to put as if I am the crucified Christ.
No.
You are the
at all.
So the point is that we as individuals, before you go into water baptism, you must have come to a knowledge that I have encountered Christ. I am ready to live the life of Christ. It's a public thing. And after that, the expectancy grows up. Understand? So that people begin to expect changes and new life in you. Now, when we come into the scene of the world we are today, evil keeps on coming every day.
Yeah, but
we try to say another thing and do another thing.
Pastor, let me look for your trouble. Pastor, let me look for your trouble now. Are you aware? Let me look for your trouble now.
I don't.
Are you aware that
I did not come with any trouble?
Okay.
So I wonder what you are looking for.
Because I'm sure that the Saintly Catholic has a much more serious, obvious advantage in terms of what it does than the Saintly others.
Like what?
I'm coming now.
So you don't need to judge. You don't need to judge. Because privately and secretly, you don't know the
I'm coming now. You know I'm coming now. You know I'm coming like that. Because you are looking at this child baptism as the issue. Because I've seen that a lot, because all the captive audience, among the captive audience, some of them even baptized when they were 100 years, 90, 80, 20, 10, 15. So it is not about that. The question you asked, which is the question we are having, is why have we remained part of? We have a covenant. By baptism, we have a covenant, and that covenant is means that we shall abide by it. Like the point made before we started this discussion of before we came on air, he said that the northern Christian is a Christian, and the southern Christian is an Akamu Christian. Watered, and that because he's watered down, he's not ready to face the baptism of blood. There's baptism of blood, baptism koba. Those children that were killed when Jesus was born, where do you put them? Where do you put them? Because these concepts are philosophical, are ontological, they have deep meanings. They are not just about, because the idea of trying to win, adherent issue doesn't solve the problem. Because those children, when they were killed,
they become matter.
They become matter. Don't you know were matter?
Yeah.
Were they baptized?
Yeah. Even if they are not
baptized,
even if they are not baptized, it does not remove.
No, that's what I'm saying.
It does not remove nor reduce the efficacy.
Don't forget that baptism has categories. Baptism of water, baptism of spirit, baptism of fire.
Yes. So when we are not talking about those.
Okay. No, we
just want to dig in to know the effect.
That's what we are looking at.
It
was because you came up with this idea that I'm bringing it up. But the issue that is before us is why is it that after all the effort to baptize us, it has remained like an empty rite?
Yes, that is true.
Because when they were still doing what do you call it, shooting range at Abani Road, so they used to do what do you call it, that firing squad. Firing squad. I came to a firing squad as a student. I wanted to know what the boy did. They haven't put themselves into trouble because I saw them and I said, what did he do? The boy's name was innocent.
Okay.
The boy's name was innocent.
Okay,
The boy's name was innocent.
But he's innocent now.
And he was a
St. Paul, St. Cathedral, St. Gabriel, St. John, St. Mary.
For those ones, the one that only innocent were the one that killed.
Then no, Catholic book is not a saint. When I call Catholic book, it's not a saint.
Jesus never said that.
But he's a saint.
When Jesus died, they said that all those that lived a good life, that all of them also heaven open for them. They didn't give them to do. So that's why we have all saints in the Catholic Church. We have an all saints day because those who also lived saintly lives would also they don't have to be Christians.
All right.
They don't have to be Christians.
The Bible made it clear.
Yes.
In John chapter 1,
yes,
verse 12. As many that believe in him, he gave them the power to become children of God. The word they give. When you are given,
you surrender.
The next is to receive.
Yes.
So to be baptized is one thing.
Good.
It's supposedly to be a covenant linking you with your faith in Christ, leading you into a new life.
Okay.
Then the question is, do you take
anchor?
Do you accept?
I like the word you use, anchoring that faith.
Whether you like the word or hate the one I'm the one that giving the signal that brought the word you use.
Yes.
So what is important is the response.
That's the response.
After
baptism. That's another word. That's another good word.
Not after baptism. And you don't require response from an infant.
No, that's not true.
You require.
That's not true. No, that's not true.
You born.
No,
you are baptized after 8 days.
Excuse me.
What response are you expecting from him?
Excuse me. What response?
You require response from adults.
No, that's a mistake.
It is on that adult that you now have the problem to judge captive audience or free.
No. Listen now. Listen.
Prof, you are saying no.
Listen. You know why? No, I'm not. You're not depending on reason. You're depending. You're not reasoning with the reality of life. The reality of life that I was born and given the name Jude. My Igbo name is okay.
We are talking about
no, wait, I'm coming now. You are giving this name, but your parents do your best to guide you along the path that they have put you. And it's done all over the world, in every culture. People try to get the child or the children to fall into line with their teaching, so that by the time they grow, they don't leave it. Now, whether it's infant baptism, like I said, the Catholic Church does infant baptism, the Catholic Church does adult, but depending on the circumstances of the birth, depending on the circumstances of the birth, what we said is, after the baptism, what next? That's where we are. That's where we are.
After baptism,
what next?
One should live a life of Jesus Christ. A life that eschews, that hates, that abhors evil in all its realms. That and when you don't live that life that exhibits the tangible nature of Jesus Christ, you are not yet baptized.
No, why don't you? Why don't you use? Why don't you use
the 1 week child that they expect to live that life?
No, that's not true. So that one you're saying does not belong.
Is the child walking? Is the child not talking?
No, along with the politics of dominant culture.
Yes.
Because of dominant culture. The infant baptism, because the Papa Church, Catholics as a majority.
That is their belief.
Majority. But I'm not against, listen, even in Igbo, if I'm born in an Aneke family, and I'm introduced into the community of the Aneke ancestors and so on. My parents, I ought to live because I'm eating their labor. I'm benefiting from them. So I ought to live in line because I have parents who are guiding me. But it's when I submit to be guided.
You are right. When you have come of age.
No, wait now.
When you have come of age.
Reverend.
So without coming of age, the submission will be.
If I agree with my parents, they will guide me.
No, there's a problem with your position.
Under the ways of
the problem with your position is this. You have. I'm happy that I saw your daughter today. Did you wait for the girl to grow up to be given a name? You don't wait.
Giving a name.
Yes, you didn't.
And the experience of.
No, wait now.
Is a different.
We're not. No, they are not different things. You give a name to your child. You don't wait for the child to grow. You give that child the name, and the child begins to answer that name until death.
Baptism entirely is not about answering a name.
It's a covenant now.
It's about the life.
No, it's about the life.
We talked about.
It's about the life.
What you do after it.
No, it's about the life. And what you are saying is this.
It's about the life, not
the reality on the ground is that when you have a child, you don't wait for the child to begin to make choices before you give the child a name. The same way in the Christendom, you have those who wait until they are adults. There's no definition. Some people do it until when the person is a teenager. Some people do it until when the person is growing a little bit. Some people wait until. So there's no.
I hope you know that baptism is also about identifying with the death and resurrection of Christ.
Of course, we know that.
So, do you bury one that has not died?
What?
Do you bury a body that have not died?
No, that's why you're talking is symbolic.
So you die.
No, it's symbolic.
Before you now identify.
Before
you now identify.
The symbolism is what you're talking about, because nobody dies again. More than Christ.
No, we're talking about spiritual. No, you die to sin.
No, it's
before you now be buried in Christ.
It's the person represented by the parents. In that regard,
the person is represented by
the parents, just like the parents have given you your name.
The godfathers. So when the person grew, whatever atrocity and sin you committed, it goes to the parents.
When the person grows, as the person grows, things begin to change. Excuse me.
The impact of our baptism is what I'm concerned about.
No, listen. These things are done, and there's no practical way you can escape from these things. No, I'm not going to say what you're going to say.
It's an issue of denominational belief.
No, it's not. No. You have to.
You understand? You will not say to the Catholic, stop doing it. It's their practice. It's their way.
No, you cannot even say that. I said you cannot say that.
Me and you,
they have been on the ground.
It's only that you refuse to agree.
I would agree with you because you don't want to see my own point.
No, Reverend has a point. He said that to a Catholic, you're not saying it.
This is their church doctrine.
No, wait, what about?
You understand? And for Pentecostal, it's not. But that is not the basis.
No, it's an ontological.
The basis of what we are discussing is that before you come to attain or be baptized,
yes,
you must
have an understanding that
you are a sinner.
No, the question we have for you as a reference.
And you want to identify with Christ and you are coming up with a new life.
No.
People will be
I agree with you.
You agree to live a new life.
After the initiation.
I'm not a 1 week child that will agree to
Reverend, I miss all this adult baptism.
Yes.
If you look at the ubiquity of evil in our society, what impact of the adult baptism?
Still expect no, because as long as life is concerned, evil days.
So what's the problem now?
Because it's an entire.
No, that's okay. Which means that those who baptize at the infant age is not even bad.
No, I'm not. Like I said before, that is their church doctrine.
It's not about their church doctrine.
We are not.
It is about the practical reality of life.
Judgment.
Okay.
When you bring food,
Reverend,
solid food to a new culture, you cannot eat it.
Reverend, wait.
You know that.
No, which
baptism is a faith thing, which the person, the recipient,
Reverend,
the benefit must confess.
Reverend, let me tell you
that he wants to identify.
You use another example now, using that infant child and solid food. A very old man of 110 years or 120 years will also not eat solid.
But he has already passed.
But remember, I said we have African traditional baptism.
No, he doesn't want to accept that.
I said we have African traditional baptism.
We know that.
If they no more, nothing is African traditional baptism.
We know.
So baptism is not peculiar to Christianity. Baptism predates Christianity.
That is when we use the word initiation.
No,
all of them Christian initiation and initiation.
That's what we
Christocentric initiation and tradocentric initiation.
In African tradition, you use the word initiation because it's a strange word to use the word baptism.
No,
in African
tradition. Wait. Baptism is an initiation, right? That makes you a member of the body. In fact, according to Father Buckley when he was alive, it will make you Ndi Ogu Christi. Give them the parting word. Yes.
The parting word is that not just what we say, but what we do.
Yes, the voice.
Not just what we believe, but what we act.
Okay.
And that is what will bring transformation to the world.
Okay.
Let us live lives that ensure that abhors evil in its entirety.
Okay.
Whether you are baptized as an adult or infant or Christian baptism or traditional baptism, live a life that is worthy of being a child of God.
Thank you. Are you a member of the fighting forces for Christ? That's why you talked of the captive audience.
Oh, yes.
That's why you talked of the Akamu Christians versus those who are ready to pay the price for their baptism. These are the issues. And that is the issue for us, for the viewer. Their baptism. How realistic, how real is that baptism that you have received? Whether it is as an adult or whether it is as during the child baptism and then an infant baptism, and then you became baptized, you are a Christian. How real is that Christianity in you? Because we want to see it. We want to see it because that is what is important to us. It's a mystery because even as the Reverend has said, I think for him he said that if we will continue to expand. No, we want to see goodness. We want to see good in the world. And that's why my brothers, Reverend Carlo and Maaze Nemeka, they have come here today to look into this baptism and to see how far we can go so that we begin to behave as true children of God. And with this, without wasting much time, we will say, may God bless us. May we get a very beautiful, prosperous 2026 and the rest of what God gives to his children. Through Christ our Lord. Amen.
You say.
Amen.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment,
We inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.